Hello everyone and thank you for coming to my live stream. I'm really excited to be doing this with you guys today. It says there's 76 people here. That's awesome. You guys were here before the live stream even started. So first, let's start off with what's going on today. What is the bigpey's watch party? So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be going through the summit. It's like a virtual interaction, and I'm going to be letting you guys choose actually what we watch. So I'm going to ask you guys before we choose each thing, okay guys, what are you voting for? And then we'll choose whatever you guys vote for. So I'll pull up the schedule for everything, and then I'm also going to just have this full screened. And then I also got a little fancy with you. So I have different options. So like while we're just exploring right now, we can use this. But when the actual show comes on, we got just this. So we can do just desktop. And then when it's just me talking, we can go back to this. Magic. I've been working day and night to set up these scenes for you guys. But I'm really excited. Today is the day of the summit. It's going to be awesome. Make sure you guys get your snacks ready. You know, I got some chips and salsa ready. Nice little kind bar. Some yerba mate ready to go. But how are you guys all doing this morning? This is definitely the earliest I've ever live streamed. Give Guy said, hi, Big Pay, let's party, man. Geoffrey Sharing said, what's up, Pay? What's up, man? Crypto K said, sweet. All right, so I'm going to switch back to just both, and then we can start exploring this little virtual summit they got going on here. This is really cool, so you can go home. So this is what it looks like from the main home page right here. And there's different halls, there's tracks. They got some calligraphy lessons right here, a cocktail session, a DJ session, a meditation class, and we can choose any of these. So what do you guys want to do first? We still got about 13 minutes before Charles is coming on, so we got a little bit of time to play around right here. But it says there's 67 people here. I appreciate you guys all. We're going to be doing this based on what you guys choose to do, so I think we're going to have a good time today. As far as the length of this, I'm not sure. If 2 hours from now we're all still having fun, we're having some good interaction, and this is like just more entertaining, just having the awesome summit in the background and then us all talking with each other. It's up to you guys how long this lasts, you know. Marco said, Big Pay, show ADA price right now. Okay, let's do it, man. What we got? Hold on. My webcam's hiding it. There we go. Let's see this ADA price right now. We might come back to this a little bit. I'm not going to be doing any price talk, but I can look at it and say, wow, 0.996. Wow, that's pretty crazy, man. Back to the summit. So what do you guys want to see first while we got a little bit of time? Chris Berno says, hey, Pay, good morning. Super excited. I'm excited too, man. Streambot said, hello from England. Glad to be here. I'm glad you're here too, man. That's pretty crazy. What do you guys think of ADA pumping like that? That's insane. It says there's 87 people here. This is the most I've ever had in a live stream. It is due to the summit, but I'm happy you guys are all here. I'm hoping to have a great time today. Yeah, that's insane, man. So what, you guys want to check out the cocktail session first? No one said anything about it, so we're going to go into this cocktail session.
Hello and welcome to the Cardano Virtual Summit. Thank you for joining us.
Tell me if the audio's okay on this. So you can hear him well and hear me over him too.
Massive thank you to all the teams involved in delivering on Shelly. Thank you so much for your hard work, and we will be cheersing to you guys when we make our drink.
You guys got all the ingredients ready for this?
I hope you all have your list handy and you managed to source speaking, all
we can
the
go to that,
components.
see what's going on.
The way we've broken.
Talking about in here? Is he speaking in here? Where's he speaking at, Ron? Audio is perfect. Hell yeah, man. I spent a little bit last night working on it, trying to make everything set up. I wanted to have a good time today and not worry about any audio issues. I told you guys I would get better at this. Yeah, I don't see him speaking in here. We need to figure out how to navigate to the main hall. Because I know there's like going to be different portions. Maybe we can look at the information desk and see if we can figure that out. Oh, Charles is chilling here. We got old Shelly. Okay, let me go show documents. IOHK. Ooh, we got some fancy graphics going on here. We can do some art. Oh, this is pretty sweet. Says there's 103 current viewers. How are you guys doing today? I really appreciate you guys coming to my stream. This is how it's going to work today. You guys choose what we're doing. You choose how to go to what auditorium we go to and what we view. But I'm really excited for this. I appreciate you guys all coming. This is all going to be based on viewer interaction. So you guys choose what's going on. How do I get back out of this page? I think they might have locked me in here. Oh, they opened a new page. Okay, that's what happened. I was in full screen, so it was hard to see. Main auditorium. Show me how to get to the main auditorium, man. I'm kind of stupid. I see the exhibition halls, but I don't see how do you do the auditorium selection. Maybe click navigation down here. Auditoriums. There we go. Okay, I found it. Sorry for being stupid. All right, we're in the main auditorium.
All 5 rooms simultaneously. This is going to kick off the event. So there are going to be 4 blocks each day, 4 or 5 blocks each day, followed by network breaks. So networking breaks, you'll be able to take a break and communicate and visit different rooms and just gather your thoughts and go to the next presentation that you'd like to go to. So in the first block, I'm going to run through some of the events that are happening. Some of the events include Wyoming is Open, University of Wyoming and IOHK will be speaking. There will also be an overview of IOHK research integrating with Cardano, Adrestia, a gateway to the world. There's also going to be applying open source principles to community management, an effective democratic approach to funding Cardano's long-term development. We're going to hear about opinions from the former SEC Commissioner Paul Atkins on U.S. government attitudes towards crypto adoption, followed by a network break. The second block for today is going to include cryptocurrencies, prospects for mainstream adoption. Is the future coexistent with fiat? We're going to hear about Ouroboros, Cardano's proof-of-stake blockchain protocol. We're going to hear about how decentralized identity will drive economic inclusion, Cardano's footprint in global affairs, and innovative community engagement. We're going to be hearing about new project announcements on the governance and regulation. And we're going to be hearing from the one and only Vint Cerf. He is going to be speaking about architecting the internet, what I would have done differently. We'll be learning about Hydra, which is fast isomorphic state channels, Emergo's D-Lab accelerator scheme, and how to leverage Cardano.
Yeah, that art is a little
about the
Cardano
choppy
in my opinion. I used it for my thumbnail. If you guys didn't notice,
changing legal landscape for cryptocurrencies,
there,
where we were, where we are, and where we're going.
So it says there's 121 people here. Let me mute him real quick so I can say this. It says there's 121 people here. This is the most I've ever had in a live stream. I know you guys are just as excited as I am for this summit. We have about 7 minutes until Charles comes on. But when Charles comes on, I'm putting it full screen. I'm done talking. I'm going to mute my mic so you guys can enjoy that experience. And then after that, I'll unmute my mic and we'll talk about what happened. And then we can choose after that what events to go to and stuff. And then also, let me pull up that little schedule we got real quick. Because if we have that schedule pulled up, we can start choosing events a little early. Philip is just going over right now what is going on. But we can all look at the schedule for that. So I think I have that link saved on one of my videos. I'm going to go pull that up real quick. So I'm sorry if you guys are chatting and I can't see anything. But how are you guys all doing today, man? I'm sure you guys are as pumped as I am right now. Okay. I'm stupid. It's just in the description of this this live stream. I can play this while I'm doing stuff.
Must see. We're going to be learning about the functional smart contracts in Cardano. How Cardano just joined the Hyperledger Consortium, and it's an opportunity for collaboration and innovation. We recently covered this on the Cardano Effect podcast. We will also hear a presentation for Once Upon a Time in Cardano and digital assets exchanged anywhere by everyone or for the 1% only, followed by a network break. In the fourth block, we're going to be learning about code audits and security. Why do we hang out our dirty laundry in public? Building light clients, Shelley Unbound achievements, improvements, and the future of Cardano. My stake pool journey, a stake pool operator's mistakes, successes, and lesson learned. U.S. regulations for stablecoins, bloom or doom.
Philippe was
Why
definitely
functional
born in
programming
a
is
suit.
invaluable for blockchain-based AI.
That's
I don't see
all
no
I've ever
eclipse,
seen him
or
in,
do
really.
I? And Daedalus and the Shelley user experience. Let's do it better. So these are going to be some of the events that are happening today. It's going to be an action-packed event. I've been to several shows in my life, and I feel this is brimming with excitement. If you want to learn what Cardano is, this is the place to be.
Wayne Morgan says, greetings from Illinois. What's up, Wayne? Thanks for stopping by today, man. I think I saw you on here last night.
You're going to find panelists and discussions that relate to you and you find interesting. There are 5 different auditoriums. You can hop in between each one. You don't have to be bound to any particular presentation. There's going to be lots of commentary. The Cardano Effect will have a booth, and I hope that everyone enjoys their day today. I hope everyone has a great time. Make sure you relax. Make sure you take notes. Make sure you ask questions. Make sure you stay engaged. Share these links with your friends, your family, and I appreciate you tuning in.
Gib Guy said, what am I smoking? Every once in a while, I will get one of these. It's a little throwaway nicotine thing.
I'll talk to everyone
it's really
soon.
good for live
Thank
streams. I'm not really a big fan of nicotine. Let me turn this off. Got some vibing music in the background. We can keep that going a little bit. But it is just nicotine. It gets me going for live streams. It makes it a lot easier to interact with 130 people. But if you guys are excited for the Shelley Summit, make sure you leave a like on this video. We're about 4 minutes away from Charles. This is what I'm really excited for. Once Charles comes out, I will make it full screen and shut up. And then once he's done, I will come back and we can do some comment. I'll also keep chatting in the chat on my YouTube channel if you guys want to view that while we're going. But I'm gonna make it full screen so you guys can hear it. Give Guy said, Shane, what did you want me smoking? Some cannabis, man? I can't say, I was going to say something worse, but I can't say that. YouTube will demonetize me. Ada's so pumped. We can check it out real quick before this starts. Ada is very pumped. Indeed. Indeed. Let's open this in trading view. Ada is pumped. You are right there. I do like this little virtual setup they got going on here. It's pretty cool. What do you guys think of it so far? You guys said absolutely. I don't know, man. Smoking cannabis during a live stream doesn't seem like a good way to interact with the viewers and remember all this useful information, you know? Truly What said, hello from Indonesia. Thank you for the live stream. Thank you for coming. It says there's 143 people here. So I'm going to reiterate on what we're actually doing today. We're going to be viewing this, the summit in this virtual, and we're going to be talking about it. But when important stuff happens, like Charles comes on, I'm going to make it full screen, mute my mic, shut up, so you guys can watch the important content. And then when it's over, we're going to come back and talk about it. And then I'm also going to be chatting in the YouTube chat while I'm not full screen. So, also, if you guys are enjoying this so far, make sure you leave a like on the video. It really does help me out. But I'm so excited for Charles to come on. We're about 2 minutes away. So, Joffrey said, hot, you are a pro, Pay. I'll be a pro eventually, man. I'm getting there. Not really, but... Michael Lester said, can't decide to stay here, go directly to my summit link. You can do both, man, but it's up to you. You don't have to stay here, man. But like I said, I am going to be viewing whatever you guys choose. So before each thing going on, I'll say, all right, guys, spam in the chat whatever event you want to see after this, because there's going to be multiple events going on at the same time. So... Mark said, oh man, the entertainment moment is weird. They are doing some crazy stuff, but it is pretty cool though. A little bit of light shows. Tony Colony said, a joint would suit you. Yeah, it probably would with this tie-dye shirt I got going on. But it is 10 in the morning, man. And I do live in an illegal state, so I can't be like Joe Rogan on here, you know. Wow, the crowd is captivated. Yeah, there's 170 people here. I really appreciate it. Vammy said, I used to live in Dayton, Ohio. Man, that's right by where I grew up. I actually grew up in Springfield, Ohio, man. Small world. Mohammed said, hello from Maldives. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but hello, man. I appreciate you tuning in from across the world. Michael Lester says, best thing yet, you have no idea who I am yet. Who are you, man? Tell me. All right, I'm shutting up.
Hi, everybody.
Use my mic.
This is Charles Hoskinson, broadcasting live from warm, sunny Colorado. It's a pretty humbling moment. You know, we finally got here. I talked to Carrie, our events coordinator, right before I came on, and she told me 9,100 plus people have registered for this event. Almost 10,000 people for something that we pitched to the general public about a month ago. That's just remarkable. It's been a long journey to get here. It really has been. And we've all gone through a lot. I think I've become pretty well acquainted with that couch back there. Way too many long sleepless nights and too much work. But, you know, it was worth it. 5 years in the making, and we finally got to a point to launch Shelly. You know, when we started this project a long time ago, we realized that if we wanted to do something new, exciting, and evolutionary, we had to reevaluate the way the world works. We had to look at things a little differently. We had to start from first principles. We, as an organization, weren't so happy with the idea of just taking the things that Satoshi had built or the things that had come from Ethereum and said, let's start there and build on top of that. We said, hang on a second here. Let's just ask fundamental questions and see where they take us. The downside of that approach is it's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. It's confusing. It's hard, but it's incredibly meaningful. Paper after paper, scientist after scientist, that dark room that we chose to enter slowly got a little bit more luminant. We saw more light. We got a bit more texture, clarity. The grays turned into bright colors. And we started learning things along the way. The first fundamental question we had to ask is, if we're going to build a cryptocurrency that can scale to billions of people, how should that foundation work? How should that platform work? What should be the heart of it? What is the consensus algorithm for that? So when we started in 2015, we said, let's just figure out what a blockchain is. And there was a wonderful paper written by our chief scientist, Agalos, and his friends. And it basically gave us a good security target, something to look at. And we started a big research stream in proof of work and a big research stream in proof of stake. And we even had some other people who were thinking about even more exotic things. And we didn't know where we were going to go there. We said, let's just go where the science takes us. There's this beautiful endless river that you can sail as long as you want. And that's exactly what we did. Paper after paper, year after year, we started realizing that Ouroboros proof of stake, this concept, was the horse to ride. It was something that had all the properties that we cared about, all the properties that we thought were necessary to allow us to build an ecosystem that is not only resilient, but also sustainable, and over time becomes more decentralized. And that is the heart of Shelly, what we're releasing this month. So Ouroboros is special because it has this beautiful property that as the token gets more valuable, two things happen. One, you get more security. That's a beautiful thing, because if you're successful, you get better. Second, as the token appreciates, you also get more decentralized over time. We have parameters in the system so that more and more small businesses, more stake pool operators can wake up every day, join the system, compete against each other, and secure it. This is the opposite property of Bitcoin. As Bitcoin gets more valuable, you tend to get more vertical integration along private, highly centralized pools that have subsidized power and patented ASICs. And it's no coincidence that because Bitcoin is so valuable now, less than 10 major mining operations control more than 50% of the hash power. So if you can feed the people that run your system with 2 pizzas, I'd hazard a guess that you're probably not as decentralized as you want to be. Should we achieve the same market cap as Bitcoin, we'll have thousands of pools, thousands of small businesses that are regularly waking up every single day, competing for your voice, your vote, your delegation to run the system. And it just grows beyond that. More operators, more capabilities, more magic, faster the system gets. It's a pretty amazing model. And it's something that we spent years and years trying to figure out how to tune. You see, it was an interdisciplinary model. It was something that required game theorists from Oxford. It was something that required experts in distributed systems. It was something that required top cryptographers. We had to figure out everything from where to get good random numbers from to things like how do we get a proper clock? What's the synchronization model? This is not easy work. And we set a very high bar. We didn't say, hey, we're just going to go design some protocols that make sense to us, write some proofs, and then have those things just be implemented and hope it works. We said we're going to take it to the academic community. And there's a beautiful trade-off there. While it takes more time, if you pull it off, not only do you get confirmation from people outside of your project that the ideas you have are reasonable, but then you also, over time, construct the world's largest decentralized brain. You see, I believe a lot in decentralization. And the point of this event is to celebrate us becoming a truly fully decentralized project, stepping away from the safety of a federation and moving into the uncertainty and chaos of a world ruled by the many. And that requires a great degree of care, caution, and thought. So Ouroboros is just unique and special in that regard. And if we want this protocol to evolve and grow to meet the needs of billions of people, it's going to require more research and ideas. And if we rely upon just a single set of minds, a single entity, to come up with those ideas, no matter how decentralized the technology may be or the community may be, that is a fragility, an optimization around a central actor that we cannot afford as an ecosystem. So it's so important to build a way of innovating in a very decentralized fashion. So how do you do that? Well, you get the academic world as a whole interested in the things that you do. We've written well more than 60 papers, thousands of citations, many, many academic conferences. And some of the proudest moments have been not from the papers that we've written ourselves, but from the papers we inspired others who don't work for us to write about the things that we do. That tells us that future graduate students, postdoctorates, professors all across the world, from the United States to Europe to Asia, Africa, South America, will wake up every day and think about the problems we think about the protocols we have designed and use them as a foundation of innovation. And for the years to come, we'll continuously develop new concepts that we as a community can adopt, and they can live in the marketplace of ideas. That's a beautiful accomplishment, and it's something that we have already begun here with Cardano. I remember the Nakamoto proof of stake paper that recently came out of University of Illinois and Stanford, written by Pramod Vaswani and his fellow authors. There was a lot of inspiration they got from the work we did at Ouroboros. Our first exposure to the paper was when we saw it on archives. It was just pushed out there innocently. We said, wow, that's really an amazing result, and that's an amazing paper, and it's a great example of what we've accomplished. And over the coming years, we'll see more of that, and eventually hundreds, if not thousands, of papers and ideas that come out of this process. And we, as a community, will benefit from each and every one of them. So that's the first accomplishment in our road to decentralization. The second thing that this project was all about was writing code differently. For more than 40 years, there's been a whole movement in the computer science world to remember where computer science came from. When I was younger, I studied mathematics, and it's no coincidence that the foundations of computer science were created by mathematicians. They were looking for magic machines to help them solve their problems. And while they couldn't quite build those machines to solve the evils of mathematics, they inadvertently created the foundations of computer science with artifacts like the Turing machine, for example. And in the magic of that, it turns out that there are all kinds of tools and techniques to treat computer programs with a bit more rigor. And this is commonly done in industries where failure results in death or the loss of billions of dollars. We've all marveled at SpaceX launching their rockets on the pad, being able to take astronauts to the space station. But in their 18-year history, how did they get to a point where people would actually trust those systems with their lives? They had to think differently, write code more rigorously. And I asked a very fundamental question. Why is it moral for us to be in a system where when we make mistakes, we as a company don't suffer, but our users do financially and potentially lose other things like their privacy or access to their identity or whatever other infrastructure has been built? So we said, if we're going to go do this, it's not good enough just to do good science and take that science through the 400-year legacy of peer review. We, as a company, must commit ourselves to a formal approach, the use of formal methods. This is antithetical to everything an entrepreneur will tell you to do. It's slow, expensive. Your time to market is much harder to get to. So we had to innovate. And we brought some great people like Dr. Kant and Lars Brunius and Jared and many others. And we built a whole department that did nothing but think about every day about formal methods and how do we make them more agile? How do we bring them so that they're a bit lighter touch? So you don't measure success in terms of years and decades, but rather weeks and months. This in itself was an enormous challenge. And we rose to that occasion. We had a few setbacks along the way. Some things took a bit longer than we thought. But now when we look at Shelley, not only are we launching Shelley, the soul of Shelley, the formal specifications are right there alongside it. And what does that give us? It gives us an unambiguous implementation agnostic way of talking around the design of our system. So if a person wants to go and write a Go client or a Java client or a Python client, they have a single source of truth that they can refer to. And over time, we can apply more and more sophisticated tools, just like the tools that have been applied at SpaceX, just like the tools that have been applied in the pharmaceutical industry, to verify that the things that we are doing are safe and work with a high degree of certainty. Works the first time. It's a moral imperative. And it's part of our commitment to building something that we would like to last. I lived in Japan for a while. It's one of my favorite countries. And I remember being in Tokyo and having a chance to talk to some construction workers who were working on the Shinkansen, which is the bullet train in Japan. It's one of the most famous high-speed rails. And one of the things that was truly extraordinary in that conversation was that the particular worker's grandfather worked on the Shinkansen, and this worker's son had just started working on it, and they had plans to keep working until 2050. They were making plans that far out. So they built things to last. And when you have that perspective of saying this is not for today, but it's also for tomorrow, the long arc of history, you have to really do things a bit differently, and you have to do things with a lot of care and detail. A great moment for us in this conference was when we invited Vint Cerf to come. And we said, Vint, we heard you built something that people tend to like. And he said, what's that? We said, that whole internet thing worked out pretty well, although it's got a few warts on it. Would you like to come to our conference and talk about that? What would you have done differently if you could do it all over again? And he said, sure, that sounds like a lot of fun. And I can't help but think if Cardano ever does achieve that scale, and it would be the dream of my life to see that through, we will be on that exact same panel in 2050 or 2060, talking about how we built the world financial operating system. And people will ask us the exact same question that we're asking Vint today, which is, what would you do differently if you got a do-over? So it's important to think about things through the lens of decentralization, have a decentralized brain, and to build things as right as you can up front, and embrace a process that encourages as much deep thought and collaboration as possible. So that got us to the point where we were ready to turn this over to the community. But being a rigorous project, we didn't want to do that in a haphazard way and say, good luck, everybody. So we launched last year the incentivized testnet, and it was kind of a field of dreams moment for us. We built it, and they came. The community came. Over 1,200 stake pool operators, small businesses registered, and that slowly but surely, and through a lot of saintly patience, they woke up every day and figured out how to use the software, how to create blocks, and they started marketing. They started telling the world who they were, creating their own branding. Some sent me desktop wallpaper and phone wallpaper. Some created T-shirts. I saw a lot of really creative videos. It was really an amazing, diverse crowd of people to work with. Thousands joined our Telegram channels, and they proved to not only us, but also to the world that they were ready, capable, and willing to take the reins and turn Cardano into the most decentralized ecosystem. So first, on behalf of IO Global and all of our partners, to the stake pool operators who spent more than 6 months now learning, waiting, investing, and building, thank you. We couldn't have done this without you. We can build a beautiful stadium, but it's only magical when people come to play and people come to watch. And you guys came and you played a damn good game and you made us all proud. It meant the world to us. And it left us with an incredible degree of confidence to set difficult parameters and to figure out how the system was going to turn on and evolve. Along the way, we realized that we had to innovate in many different categories. And this is one of the reasons why it took a bit longer for Cardano to get to this point than I would have liked. We moved from a monolithic to a polyolithic architecture. We had to completely change the way that Cardano is listed on exchanges. We went from a wallet backend that was tightly coupled to our node to a decoupled one. And then eventually we evolved that into a framework for explorers and for exchanges to have a unified experience, to understand what's going on in our ecosystem, and also to interact with the blockchain and wallet. And the magic of Adrestia is that we didn't just build that alone. Just like Ouroboros, we were able to build Adrestia with exchange partners like Binance. We learned an enormous amount from them. And we've created a wonderful experience that is going to make it very easy for people in the future to safely work with, at an enterprise level and at an exchange level, Cardano. And this is just how we've thought along the way. You see, we didn't get everything right when we started. In fact, seldom that was the case, but we learned from that experience. We grew from that experience. We never gave up. There was a relentlessness about our engineers. We truly do have not only the most patient, but I would argue the best engineers in the entire industry and the most inspired. We've had a lot of hard deadlines recently. In the last 3 months in particular, it's been a wild ride. And I cannot tell you how much work has been done at every part of Cardano, every dimension of it, from the product management team to the project management team. And given the fact that we've all been living with the perils of coronavirus, some of our people got waylaid. In fact, Chris Greenwood, the project manager who's been leading a lot of the great work with Cardano, he was on vacation in India and he got stuck there. And I believe he's still there for months and months and months and just had to make it work, had to find stable internet, had to find a place to live because of these events. That's a tremendous amount of ingenuity and creativity. And it really is an extraordinary thing to see when people are challenged, how they can rise to the occasion. And despite the fact that the work is hard, and despite the fact that a lot of the things we're doing have never been done before by any project, we found a way to make it happen. Another thing is we wanted to have a smooth hard fork. That's what's coming July 29th. So we had to invent new concepts like the hard fork combinator. Never been done before. Okay, let's go do it. That is who we are as a company. And it's the standard that we've set for ourselves and the standard that we've set for our community. So that's where we've been. So where are we going? Well, on June 30th, we launched the Shelley node. And every week, we're just going to update that till the 29th. And then the hard fork happens. And then in the month of August, people are staking. And if that was the end of the story, we'd certainly be better than Bitcoin. And we'd be one of the best cryptocurrencies ever built, easiest to list cryptocurrencies, most reliable and secure cryptocurrencies. And we'd already have a lot of accolades. dozens of times more performant, significantly fast settlement time, only 10 kilowatts of power to run a global scale financial system. But that's not good enough. We need things like native assets. Ethereum has ERC20. We need that. We need things like multi-sig. We need things like smart contracts. And so the beautiful thing about how we've structured this project was that there's been a great degree of parallelism. So the Goguen team has been working tirelessly with some of the best people in the entire computer science industry and engineering business to create not only a great smart contract experience, but also a great smart contract ecosystem. You see, you can't just walk in and say, we're going to replace everything that's been done before. There are literally hundreds of billions of dollars that have been spent in the Java ecosystem, the .NET ecosystem, C code, C++, and all this other infrastructure, all these applications. And they're not going to change quickly. They'll change methodically and over time and when the incentives are right, but you have to be able to play nice with that legacy infrastructure. Furthermore, you have to ask yourself, what are you trying to accomplish? If your goal is to throw away the internet, throw away servers, throw away all the things that came before us and start anew, you have a lot of freedom, but you're probably not going to get a lot of adoption. And you're probably going to be setting yourself up for failure. If your goal is to say, we're going to extend what came before us with new capabilities, use, and utility that have not been seen before, or dramatically enhance things that were hard in the past, then suddenly you become an essential part of an existing business model. So when we designed Plutus and Marlowe, the extended UTXO model and our smart contract model, we recognized that the things that go on the chain, the things that go on the blockchain, are equally important as the things that go off the chain. Both of these things have to have a symbiotic relationship with each other and work well together. So within the next 120 days, the native asset standard is going to be rolling out for Cardano, and we're going to have a beautiful and great listing experience for issuing assets on Cardano. And we have a lot of presentations at the summit. Minimal Chakravarty in particular is dedicating an entire presentation to why this standard is better. We learned a lot from things like color coins. We learned a lot from things like the ERC20 standard. And we have a lot of unique advantages with the extended UTXO model and with the way we've designed things to have assets that are significantly easier to issue, cheaper to operate, and eventually have a path to native fees and custom addresses and other things that allow people to build better brand identity and allow people to have a much more rich token experience, not just on the utility token side, but also dealing with permissioned ownership. So things like security tokens, loyalty tokens, all kinds of things. Also, we are launching a beautiful product at the summit, and there's some wonderful presentations about this called Prism. Prism is our identity management system. We realized early on it wasn't good enough just to talk about value, assets. People use assets. Assets are connected to transactions with rich metadata. And if you're going to be operating in regulated environments, if you're going to be conducting commercial activity, if you're going to use a blockchain for a real platform with use and utility for all kinds of applications, whether it be medical records or supply chain, the heart of almost all these systems is the ability to identify people and understand if those counterparties are credible actors to work with. So how do you do that in a decentralized system? And that's really what Prism is exploring. In a cross-blockchain capacity, using industry standards like DIDS, for example, that came out of the W3C, the same body that standardizes CSS and HTML, we worked diligently to build up a beautiful framework that's going to fit hand in glove on top of Cardano. And it's going to allow us to open up all kinds of new possibilities with not only how Cardano works, but how people work with Cardano. So for example, currently if you have an exchange, and let's say you want to withdraw some funds, Prism will eventually enable the concept of authenticated addresses. So what you can do is register your credentials and then only withdraw funds to an address that has been signed by those credentials. This adds a second layer of security to your exchange experience. And then from the exchange's perspective, allows them to satisfy new regulations like the FATF's travel rule. And that's just one of hundreds of use cases that one can dream up with varying levels of privacy. And eventually we can enhance the system with state-of-the-art cryptography, like zero-knowledge systems. We, for example, recently created our own snark called Sonics. And we've been a big innovator as a company in that field. And what we can do is blend our identity stack with all kinds of new tech that increases your privacy, but also allows you to accomplish many business goals, like are you over a certain age, or are you a member of a certain group, without revealing any more personally identifiable information. And because it is the DID standard, we're big believers in self-sovereign identity. And we're big believers that you should be in charge of your own data. You should be in charge of your own identity, not a government, not a corporation. You should be able to take that with you to the places that you do business and have a lot of control over that. So Prism's super exciting, and it's going to work hand in glove with our native asset standard. It's going to work hand in glove with our smart contracts. Within the next 150 days, Plutus Foundations is going to come out, and that's our first entry point to smart contracts for Cardano. There's a lot of work to do between now and then, but what's really exciting about it is that that will bring a whole bunch of functionality and power to Cardano, so that not only can we match other systems like Ethereum, but transcend them. Because we designed Plutus in such a way that over time, it's going to become increasingly more interoperable, not with just functional standards, but also imperative standards, and be very easy for third parties to wire their infrastructure, whether it be a Node application, whether it be a Cordova app, whether it be a Java app, with our system, and to use the blockchain as a service. What's particularly exciting about Cardano's model is how complementary and layered things are. In particular, because we have stake pools are also service providers. So in addition to having the blockchain as a service and having it as a smart contract system, we're going to be able to add all kinds of layer 2 services through the stake pool model to augment smart contracts. So this will allow us to add all kinds of cool experiences like random number generation, Oracle services, cross-blockchain interoperability, Hydra channels, and so forth that will be made available basically as APIs, as easy things to call and interact with to all smart contracts in our system. So you can have the best of both worlds. You can have the decentralization, censorship resilience, and resistance from tampering that blockchains tend to give you, but also the low cost and efficiency and performance that you tend to get from a more centralized store. And by mixing them together, you get the best of both worlds. So that's coming as well. And those small businesses will profit from that, because in addition to getting revenue streams for maintaining Cardano, they're also going to be able to add more and more businesses to their system. Now, I often get asked, how are we going to get developers in our ecosystem? Part of that is the story about how the system as a whole is becoming cross-blockchain. It's becoming multi-ledger. Many dApp developers are realizing there isn't good wisdom in betting the farm on the success of one platform over the other, and they're migrating and moving from chain to chain and making sure that they can work with many systems. So part of our team focuses on making sure that we're included in that conversation. Second, we have the unique advantage that we have all these functional programmers who haven't really been able to do things in a nice way on Ethereum, EOS, or other platforms, because they want to write code in Haskell. They want to write code with a functional paradigm. This is where we're going to excel. The things that we've built for Plutus and Marlowe are particularly appealing and useful to them, and it allows them to leverage decades of experience and knowledge from some of the best developers in the world to come and build great DeFi experiences and come and build great dApps. Now, the problem is, though, that you have to have the right incentives for people to do that. So we talked a lot and we looked to history, and I remember something that George Lucas said: history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. And in 2007, Steve Jobs had the exact same problem that we have. You have a dominant platform, in his case it was Windows, and he was creating a new platform, the iPhone, and he wanted to incentivize developers to do something in that platform. So there was a strong argument to do so, because there were things that you could do with the iPhone that you could not do with the normal desktop experience. And so the use and utility and experiences were quite revolutionary, but they still needed to give people some funds to take the risk to build on that system. So, announcing today, we're partnering with Wave Financial, and IO Global is setting up a $10 million fund on our side, and they're going to match it over time. So $20 million in total AUM, specifically to be there for developers who want to build DeFi and dApps. Steve Jobs worked with John Doerr for his fund for the iPhone. They called it the iFund. And so as an homage to them, we're going to call this the C Fund. And if you guys want to participate, we're already accepting proposals. We set up an email address. If you go to invest@iohk.io and send us an email, send your proposal. We'll get back to you in a few days, probably a week or two. We're a little busy with the summit. And we'll be setting up a dedicated website throughout the month of July on the iohk.io domain about the C Fund. But basically, its purpose is to take people at the $250,000 to $500,000 range and help us fund and build out a great ecosystem of DeFi applications and a great ecosystem of developers. We already have some great partners, and you'll see some of them today and tomorrow at the summit. People like Beef Chain, for example, and we have some in the security token side and so forth that we've been working with. And as we get closer to the unveiling of Goguen and we start pushing things to the testnet, those will be, of course, announced. But we felt it was really important that we open it up to the community as a whole, not just ours, but the entire blockchain space and those outside of the space who have good ideas that can be funded at the $250,000 to $500,000 level, specifically to help get them where they need to go and give them the support and tools that they need. So not only will we invest in them, but we'll of course also provide strategic support, developer assistance if necessary, and a litany of other services to upgrade and augment, refine their businesses and get them where they need to go. So the C Fund is going to be a lot of fun to run. We have some industry veterans who've been doing this for a while. Les Borsai and David Seymour are the partners from Wave Financial that are coming in to assist us. They have decades of investment banking experience, and Les is a really good friend of mine. He started in the music business. He worked with Trent Reznor and a lot of other people. So he brings a different dimension of creativity that I tend to enjoy. And of course, if I ever need to hire a musician, he's the guy I talk to. So it's quite an eclectic group, which has a beautiful marriage of creativity and business together. And that's what makes them unique. You see, overall, we're a pretty unique ecosystem. We've gone from nothing to hundreds of thousands of people. And some of the most humbling moments for me are when people send me pictures of our logo, whether it be the IOHK logo or the ADA symbol or the Cardano logo, tattooed on their body. And I say, wow, that's a statement. And it's a commitment as well. And it reminds me I need to wake up and do a good job every day. I have had people message me and say, hey, here's my daughter's birth certificate. What's it say? And I read the certificate. It says ADA. I say, okay, we really do need to make sure this works because a lot of people believe in us and they're good people. Recently, we had a pretty interesting debate. It was the ITN debate. And we wanted to demonstrate that governance is hard, really hard. And we took a vote and didn't even get enough participation. Why? Because the tools and experience weren't really where they needed to be. So we thought a lot about that. We said, where do we want to go with this? How are we going to open this up so that we can honor that last plank of a third generation cryptocurrency to be a truly sustainable system? How do we do that? We want to have a system that allows people to decide for themselves. Where are we going to go? What are we going to pay for? Governance is truly a difficult topic. My own country, the United States, isn't doing so well right now. Everywhere I look, there's a lot of anger, protests, there's a lot of problems, and people feel like they're not listened to and they don't have a voice. Governance is really hard. And when we look to the other parts of our project, we look to venture capital. That's kind of a science. We look to formal methods. There's 40 years of history to draw from. We look to writing good protocols and doing good science. There's 400 years of the scientific method and peer review and academic standards to draw from. There's a great degree of confidence and certainty that we as an organization can have as we step out of that shadow. But when we look to governance, really there's not the case of one government that is so supremely evolved that ubiquitously everybody says that is the perfect model for consent. That is the perfect model for representation. And so as we look to the future and we say Shelley's out, Gauguin is rapidly deploying, how are we going to get to Voltaire? So I launched a project on the back of the ITN using the ITN developers, and they have been working diligently for months and months and months, taking that original ITN code base with a project called Project Catalyst, and they've been slowly transforming it into a voting framework specifically for Cardano. And not only did they do that, they built a cell phone app, which will be demoed soon here at the summit. And in a very short period of time, here in July, we partnered with a great firm called Submittable. People will begin having the ability to submit ballots, proposals, requests for funding. So I guess my one more thing is that we launched the C fund, but I really would like to get to the DC fund, the decentralized Cardano fund. And starting from July, when you submit your ballot, you'll be able to start talking to the community. The community will begin to be able to establish priorities, and we're building voting systems for this. And starting in August, those systems will launch. And all those ITN rewards that roll over, in addition to that, 100 million ADA, which is approximately worth about $10 million, will roll over as well and be available to the community in tranches. So you'll be able to submit ballots come July, and through community participation and voting with our cell phone app, and as well as desktop experience that's coming in later funds, the community will be able to prioritize and then approve ballots. So we don't have just one, but actually we now have two funds available. One controlled by our global. We're putting our own money in, $10 million on our side, matched by another 10, managed by some great industry veterans, and the other curated and controlled by you, the community as a whole. It's been a very difficult road to get us to that point, and that was really one of the reasons why we thought it would be an interesting thing to continue the ITN, because we could repurpose the existing decentralized network specifically to run these governance components. But that's okay, because we actually originally planned to do it in a federated capacity, similar to how we launched Cardano with Byron, and then eventually wire it on to Cardano as a captive sidechain, honoring that SLCL model. So that's going to be the plan. Starting from July with Submittable, you'll be able to submit ballots, and then entering into August, the voting app will turn on, voting registration will turn on, and Dor is the product manager for all of this. He has a great presentation to explain the details on how registration is going to work. It's simple, easy, and very secure. It won't quite be like Your Vote. It'll be a much better experience in that respect. And you'll be able to look at ballots on your cell phone and tap to vote. So it's pretty simple, pretty easy. And it's going to allow every single person in our ecosystem that has trust and faith in us and has been around for so long and fought for us to be able to actually have a voice and start participating. And for a lot of people who have been desperate for some funding to do things to help build up our ecosystem, to finally be able to get the funds that they need to be able to execute and do cool things. And there's quite a bit of money set aside specifically for them, for the community. Now, there's a lot more to do. I, for example, would like to have a two-stage ballot process where first we use preference voting to do priorities so that we can winnow down the set of ballots submitted to match the funds available. Second, I'm really interested in innovation management, where when a person submits a ballot, it doesn't just go immediately to the community for consideration, but rather we work with partners, and we have had some discussions, and we'll present those results in a bit, to help people transform their ballots so that they're better formed and they have a higher probability of success and a good outcome for everybody. So not just getting the funding, but also being able to operate efficiently with that. And this brings up a point that there's actually going to be a new small business, a new type of actor in our system, the expert class. You see, we often get asked, well, how do I have a voice if I don't have a lot of ADA? How do I have a voice if I have a lot of skills and knowledge, but I'm not necessarily a big actor? Well, If you look analogously to Bitcoin, there are people like Andreas Antonopoulos who don't actually hold a lot of Bitcoin, but are domain experts in that field. And so our hope is that we can build our own Andreases in the Cardano ecosystem, people who have a lot of knowledge, skill sets, wisdom, capabilities, and they can be involved in that innovation management, and they can help curate things. And the beautiful thing is, with a voting system, not only can you vote to fund a project, you can vote to fund people to work directly for the Cardano ecosystem. So, for example, there's the podcast, The Cardano Effect. We're hoping to work with them so that they can transition from getting funding from the Cardano Foundation to run their podcast to actually get it straight from the Cardano blockchain. So they can be as objective as possible and represent the Cardano ecosystem as well as possible. Similarly, there's dozens of other actors, from the ambassadors in the space to people who could work as experts to help filter out ballots and help people get to where they need to go so that they can have good projects to evolve and grow, who can actually have a day job doing nothing but working for Cardano. As early as August, that conversation starts, and each and every one of you is going to have the capability to propose, and if you want to be a full-time part of this ecosystem and make this your livelihood, you can do that. That's a pretty amazing thing. It reminds me of when eBay came out and people could actually make money being power sellers. The platform created hundreds of thousands of new jobs, different jobs, and jobs we'd ever seen before. All great platforms do this, and Cardano needs to be no different. So, in addition to Goguen being imminent and native assets rolling out and the Plutus Foundation rolling out, Voltaire is also imminent. We're launching that at the same time as Shelley. And just like how we launched Shelley with the ITN, we're launching the VIT, the Voltaire Incentivized Testnet, and basically giving people the opportunity to participate in voting, giving people an opportunity to get funding that they need, and allow us to evolve and grow the voting mechanics very rapidly in a safe sandbox and get funding where it needs to go. In addition to this, there's some great presentations that the foundation is bringing on at the summit, which will cover the Cardano improvement proposal process. So it's not good enough just to fund things. We also have to have a meaningful discussion about where Cardano is going to go as a blockchain. So that's generally done in the blockchain industry with what's called an improvement proposal. Bitcoin has the BIPs, the Bitcoin improvement proposals. Ethereum has the IPs, the Ethereum improvement proposals. And similarly, we have the SIPs, the Cardano improvement proposals. So it's not good enough just to have a structured process where people can write them. You need to have a voting system where eventually the community can reach consent over which ones to adopt and where to go, especially as protocols become more complex and we have to accept trade-offs to meet the needs of the future. And as a consequence, we have been working hand in glove with the Cardano Foundation, as has Emergo, and they've gotten to a point where they've created the first Cardano improvement proposal, a Cardano improvement proposal specifically for the entire improvement proposal system. And Frederick is going to deliver a great presentation on the lessons learned and where that's at. And over time, dozens of improvement proposals from the community and from IO Global and from other actors like Emergo and some of the other core developers will come and start formalizing these ideas. And then just the same way that you're going to vote on treasury ballots, the community eventually will converge and vote on improvement proposals, which means that we can have much more meaningful civil debates and have much better processes to have debates and conversations about how are we going to evolve the system as a whole. This will allow us to achieve decentralization. And you'll notice that there's a thread that runs through our entire effort. And in particular, that thread is that everything we do is interconnected. You know, this decentralized brain idea that I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, that also allows all those protocols and ideas to be codified as a CIP. And the fact that we now have Voltaire imminently on the way, starting July, August, you'll see all these amazing things come out. That very process will allow us to not only discuss these things, but potentially fund them. See, science comes in raw, not completely well-decided, well-built forms. And sometimes you need some additional funding and discussion to get protocols where they need to go. Well, Voltaire will enable that. And over time, our treasury system can become one of the largest funders of academic, theoretical, and applied research in the world. We, in essence, will become our own NSF. That's a beautiful thing. And it tells the world that Cardano is not just here for itself, it's here to create patent-free, open-source research for everyone that is interdisciplinary. It's not just about computer science, it's about political science. It's not just about political science, it's about economics. Ultimately, it's about the users that we intend. We care a lot about economic identity. We care a lot about the developing world. We care a lot about the billions of people who have been left behind by globalization and never had a chance to rise. The ultimate point of the work that we do and why we have invested so much time, money, and effort, $100 million, 5 years, 60 plus papers, 1 million plus lines of code. This is not a trivial endeavor. It's been the work of my lifetime, has been the fact that if we get it right, we can build an operating system that the world can use to do things differently, to vote differently, to have different concepts of property rights, to have different types of jobs, to be able to work in a global marketplace, and most importantly, the least amongst us will have access to the same system that the richest and most powerful amongst us do. There's never been a case in human history where we could achieve that. And really, the most magical part of all of it is that power is pushed to the edges. I'm an internal optimist, and no matter how bad things get, I've never succumbed to cynicism. And I've never believed that somehow the people around me aren't worth or worthy of self-governance and autonomy. I believe that when you give people power and when you give people opportunity and you give people the ability to decide for themselves, they won't squander it. Rather, ultimately, over the long run, accepting some mistakes along the way, that they will rise to the occasion, that they will surprise you. There's no greater example than the cryptocurrency industry. 10 years ago, we were nothing, just a laptop mining. 10 years later, I go to Mongolia and camel herders have it. I go to the country of Georgia and I tour massive warehouses of miners. People's day job every day is to wake up and do a small thing in this giant industry that didn't even exist a decade ago, whose raison d'etre is strictly to give power to the people and to make the world a bit more fair. I think what we've done here in Cardano isn't that we've constructed a cryptocurrency or built a great community. We've laid out a blueprint for how to think a little differently and to play a different game for the world as a whole and bring all these new ideas with the money, the resources, the inspiration, and the community necessary to realize to the people who need them. Some of my most treasured moments have been when I went to Ethiopia, to Rwanda, to South Africa, and I had a chance to meet people who have less than nothing, people who really lost every capacity to rise. And despite that, they were some of the happiest, most inspiring people I've ever met, and most worthy of our compassion and most worthy of our help if we can. But we will never be able to achieve anything by just simply giving people things. We have to give them the tools so that they can build things for themselves and compete fairly. That's where this poverty comes from and why these countries can't rise. The systems are bad, not the people. And the point of cryptocurrencies has always been, in the long term, to liberate all of us and give us a different way of doing things. No one's happy with the way we are doing things. That's why we have the protests. No one's happy with the way the world works. That's why we still have these wars and this strife and these problems. And I'd like to believe that if our life's work is successful, we can look back and say those were the bad times. And thank God we live in the good times. So it's been a long road, and the road ahead is even longer, steeper, and harder. But what gives me great solace is I'm no longer alone on that road. We have an army, each and every one of you. And I've done my best to get you to a point where you can start helping in your own way and be able to make your own decisions where this platform goes. And I never want to leave. I want to be here as long as I can, as long as my body will let me. but I don't want to be the leader. I want to be just alongside of you and building alongside of you. So with the C Fund, you can come to us and work with us directly. With the DC Fund, with the launch of Voltaire, you can work with each other. And either way, we're going to get it done. And our best years are ahead of us. Our best times are ahead of us. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And it's going to be worthwhile. Still a few more bumps along the way, but we'll get there. Thank you all for coming to my event. Thank you all for coming to Cardano and giving us the time of day. And I cannot wait to listen to the 100+ other speakers, the panels, and hear a lot of really cool, interesting ideas. And I cannot wait to see what you, the community, come up with Voltaire. It's hard to believe that we've finally gotten here and that we're shipping the end and Shelley at the same time. And it's really hard to believe that we're getting to a point where we get to work with so many incredible people. It's the privilege of a lifetime. Thank you for listening, and good luck, everyone.
Wow. Wow, everyone, we have a lot to talk about. I'll just run off real quick with some stuff, some announcements. It's crazy. Project Catalyst, a cell phone app for voting, Voltaire coming at the same time as Shelley. I can't wait to make Voltaire testnet videos and show you guys how to be a part of that. I mean, I'm honestly speechless right now with 487 people being here. I really appreciate it. We do have to hurry up and vote for the next event because I think 10 events are starting next hour, so we have a lot going on. I'm just so amazed about the Voltaire at the same time as Shelley thing, and then the voting app for everyone, the $10 million from IOHK, and the $10 million from, I think it was Wave. It's just, there's a lot of big news. This is all crazy. I want to hear what you guys have to think about this. But before we do that, we need to actually pull up the virtual summit schedule. We got to figure out what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen. What are we choosing? That's the thing about these live streams. You guys decide what we're doing. So this is where we were just at. Charles Hoskinson opening keynote. So we have multiple to select right here. We have main auditorium. Wyoming is open. This is the Wyoming House of Representatives. Caitlin Long, just a bunch of people from Wyoming talking about that in the main auditorium. We have the science of blockchain. An overview of IOHK research with Professor Eglos Kayas. I'm very bad at pronouncing these names. I haven't really traveled the world as much as I would like to. Then we have in the delivering solutions for business and enterprise, we have integrating with Cardano, Adestria, a gateway to the world, supporting and building the Cardano community. We have applying open source principles to community management. It's going to be pretty cool. We got Cardano Foundation there. Governments and regulation, an effective democratic approach to funding Cardano's long-term development. And that's from Professor Bingsheng Zhang. I know I pronounced that wrong. I apologize. What do you guys think? I'm thinking Wyoming is open. I want to hear about what's going on with how they have blockchain in government there. I want to see what they're doing in the future. It is in the main auditorium, so it is probably a special one. What do you guys think? I'll give you guys a little bit to vote in the chat. Just type whatever you guys would like. Either Maine or Wyoming is open. So Mohammed, we can't go in order. These are all happening simultaneously. So right now, we can only do one. That's what's hard about this. We have to actually decide as a community what we're going with. We can always go back and watch these later, but right now, this is what we're stuck with. I think we might, so look, right here, we have a 10 o'clock networking break. So we might be able to go back and rewatch some of these. But right now, what are we going with? It seems like Wyoming is popping off in chat. I am seeing a lot of Industria. But during the 10 o'clock thing right here, we can go back and actually watch the ones that we missed. So it's seeming like Wyoming. I think that's what we're going to go with is Wyoming. We can head back into that main auditorium and see if anything is popping off yet. But I just wanted to say, I'm really happy you guys are all here today. I'm having a great time. It's just really cool that we can all share this together. I didn't think it was going to blow up this much, but thank you for coming to bigpey's watch party. I just want to let you guys know that if this were in person, right, if this summit were happening in person, you'd see me with a camera recording these things live and commentating over there, being in person. I was going to pay the money to fly out there, pay the money for the ticket to give you guys all this information. But because of COVID-19, this is how we're doing it. So I'm really happy about it. Let's go check out this main auditorium because that's what we're going with. I don't think, yeah, so video starts in 4:35. I have to pee real quick, so I will be right back. Give me about 30 seconds. Grab some coffee. I am back, everyone. Let me switch back to just both. What is up? It says we lost 40 people. It's okay, that happens, man. I'm so happy with even 50 people here, you know. What I am going to do is I am going to let this go all day. I might not commentate between everything, but I do want to do this. This is pretty fun. I'm having a great time. It's amazing to be here with you guys all today. And then I wanted to talk about one thing they mentioned, the expert class. What do you guys think of that? I think that's awesome, man. I kind of want to be in the expert class for Cardano. I mean, it's going to take a lot of time for me to really educate myself and become in the expert class, and it's going to become a lot of work to continue that, to maintain the expert class. But that may be something that I want to do. You know, I really enjoy educating the community, and I really do enjoy learning things, and it's just stuff like this, stuff like speaking and live streaming, and it's all stuff that I can improve on with my design, with my thumbnails, with my branding and stuff. That's all stuff that I can actually get better at, and I can eventually bring this to a wider audience. So I'm really happy about this. Yeah, I mean, to do that though, I'll probably have to go back and read all the papers. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think is the best announcement that Charles just made? We got about 1:22 before I go silent again, but I'm just curious what you guys think. Jamie said, hey, Ron Hill said, get them C funds. I might not even need the C funds to be an expert class. I just need to print out some of them papers and pour a cup of coffee and sit outside and read them papers, man. Come back and give you guys some knowledge. Dave said, what is the expert class? He was referring to Andre Anopoulos for Bitcoin. It's just someone in the community that has a lot of knowledge that brings that knowledge to a wider audience so they can just add more value to the community by bringing in more people and educating more people and making sure the people within the community are more educated. So it is really cool. Quasar said, I think the expert class is a type of small business. You could be right, man. Vladimir said, when can we start the pool node on mainnet? I think halfway through August, maybe a little earlier. Maybe even August 1st off the top of my head. Greg said the 20 million incentive. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Just giving $20 million to developers is a great way to incentivize people creating dApps and projects like Ada pools. I mean, even the small amount that they gave out acquired a lot of attention. The Cardano Foundation gave out, I think, $1,000 a month for 3 months, and they had so many proposals. So, like, imagine what $20 million can do for the community. But it looks like this is starting, so let me go ahead and full
Hello,
screen
everyone,
that.
and welcome to the Cardano Virtual Summit, Wyoming.
I'll talk to you guys
edition.
later.
My name is Jerry Fragiscatos, and I am Chief Commercial Officer at IOHK. I hope you've had a chance to catch all the great panels during the summit. We are very excited about the future of Cardano and IOHK and look forward to giving the world access to the capabilities that Cardano offers us as a next generation blockchain platform. We will now be talking to you about the great state of Wyoming, a pioneer in our industry, driving regulatory innovation that is enabling unique business opportunities. Today, you will hear from Tyler Lindholm, representative of the state of Wyoming, Caitlin Long, founder and CEO at Aventi Financial Group, Chris Land, general counsel at Wyoming Division of Banking, and Stephen Lupian, CEO of BeefChain and professor at the University of Wyoming. I hope you enjoy the presentation, and without further delay, I will pass things over to Tyler. Over to you, Tyler.
Thanks, Jerry. Really appreciate the opportunity. Kind of a bummer we can't all be together right now, but as things are, it is that way. Last year we were in Miami together, and it was awesome. If you missed out on Miami last year, you missed out on a fantastic event. This event's going to be pretty great too, and hopefully we can plan on next year in some kind of wild, exotic location like Laramie. Or Cheyenne, right? Or IOHK and Cardano can hold their summit. I think that'd be fantastic. So the state of Wyoming, who would have thought that a bunch of cowboys would lead the charge in revolutionizing blockchain and legal precedents? I mean, arguably, really nobody could have predicted that, but it's also important to note that Wall Street did not win the West. It was cowboys that won the West, and this is kind of a Western frontier. So that's what we're really looking at here, folks. And we've done everything. We really have. We've looked at it all. We've delved deep. We've looked at qualified custodianship, availment, money transmitters licenses, up and down the list, even to protect our great developers and provide First Amendment rights for our developers in writing code. Code is speech, after all. And so that's a really important aspect. Now, I know a lot of you are looking at me a little weird talking about these things because I'm a giant cowboy, but I'm a geeky cowboy, so hold on. So over this last year, I think, and Caitlin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're over 20 pieces of legislation passing the law now. Is that about right?
Yeah, we're up to 20. Yeah, it
up.
depends on how you count them, but yeah, we're in the double. We've got a two handle for sure.
Right. So our first big stick, and this is something that I think is important, worth mentioning, is how did this all happen, right? Because we do have that question quite a bit. How did this Wyoming turn into kind of a technological hub when it comes to digital assets and blockchain technology, and how and why you should move your company to the state of Wyoming? So first and foremost, it's important to note that Wyoming's been working on this issue. This didn't happen overnight. All of a sudden, we didn't just become cool. We've been working on this for a number of years. I ran my first Bitcoin law in 2016 and arguably got my ass whipped. In fact, I think the Division of Banking is sitting in this call who said ass whipping. And that was specifically in regards to the money transmitter licenses. You see, Wyoming used to be one of 3 that was garbage in the United States as far as digital assets are concerned. And we set out to change that. In 2016, I ran my first law, met some hard resistance. And then in 2017, I think it was, is when Caitlin and I were introduced. Caitlin had been hard at work in Delaware and setting that state up. And they took some of her suggestions, but in large part, kind of didn't take it as seriously as they should have. And here in Wyoming, we did take it very seriously. So we started out with cleaning up the transmitter law, but we also looked at, sorry guys, the problems of working from home, right?
Yeah.
One of the issues that we looked at was electronic records. So what we're talking about there has to do with corporate law, and what we're diving down into is how are we supposed to maintain a business in 2020 with laws that were written in 1930? And so we updated those to allow for blockchain technology to be used and electronic formats to be used throughout our business laws. And that was a good piece of legislation. But then, and Caitlin blames me for this, and I blame Caitlin for this, and I don't know whose fault it really is. But we had time on our hands before legislative session started, and one of us mentioned, well, what can we do that would really shock and awe the industry and attract them here? And that's when the idea came up for, and I think it was, this was Caitlin's baby. She mentioned, well, why don't we handle the ICO situation? And we had some attorneys from New York on the call that said, that's crazy, you'll never get it done. And here we are. We got it done. And that was the first utility token law in the United States, well, in the world. And Wyoming set precedents, and it's something we're super proud of. And since that time, we've passed numerous other pieces of legislation setting legal precedents in the state of Wyoming. So when you hear your colleagues, especially even the folks at IOHK, which, by the way, is a domiciled company in the state of Wyoming, when they start talking about Wyoming, don't brush it aside, because only that level of legal precedents that can actually protect your business and protect your assets exists in the state of Wyoming. That's it, bar none, hands down. Other states have tried, other states have poked their nose under the tent, but nobody's really gone the distance like we have. So with that, Caitlin or Steve or Jerry or anybody or Chris would like to jump in. I think it'd be great.
Sure. Yeah. Tyler, you have done, or I should say Representative Lindholm. We never call each other by our formal names, but we've been in the trenches on a couple of late night, bill redraftings in the process, along with Chris Land when he was at the Legislative Service Office, helping to do all the research behind this. So yeah, we've been in the trenches together for sure over this long period. And I think it's worth adding, Tyler, that there's a really interesting confluence of events in Wyoming. We have no income taxes. We have a really strong commitment to privacy here. And maybe you can give a little bit of the story about Wyoming LLCs. And a few years ago, some of them ended up in the Pentagon Papers. And there were some folks in Wyoming who were a little not happy about that and thought maybe we should make everybody unmask their identities behind their LLCs. And that came through the legislature. Why don't you pick that up, and then I'll come back and finish on some of the other attributes that made it unique to Wyoming and why we were able to pull this off.
Sure. So as like a quick little background, the Panama Papers were all about shell companies that were holding multi-millions of dollars worth of assets, and most of them were not held in Wyoming, but some of them were held in Wyoming, and that was reported on, and it was like this big shame thing, right? Where everybody was talking about Wyoming and, oh, shame on Wyoming for having these privacy laws where you can actually hold a company without disclosing who all your shareholders are. And they came to our legislative committee and sat down and really gave us the hard sell. And the question was asked, well, what Wyoming laws did they break? Well, none. We're done here. We're done here. And that's what Wyoming's really about, is we're not harboring criminals or anything like that, but we are harboring privacy. And we're holding on to it as tightly as possible. And that's right there next to Bitcoin in and of itself. I mean, this ideology of being able to be private in your doings and without Big Brother looking over your shoulder and, just essentially infringing upon your rights. That's what Wyoming's all about. And so that's kind of a fun aside. But that was that was like 2016, 2017.
Yeah, but it wasn't that much further ahead of all the blockchain bills. And I think it's important to underscore that, because it is actually a big part of why Wyoming is so special. And so you got folks like Tyler who are in legislative leadership who believe in these principles that are consistent with the principles in the digital asset industry. And then the no state tax situation. Wyoming has dynasty trust laws, so a lot of wealth is coming into Wyoming because wealth goes to where it's treated best, and it's treated best in the state of Wyoming right now. And so you add all those things to this digital asset opportunity, and the state looked at it and said, all right, what's the upside, what's the downside? And that calculation was extremely tilted towards the upside. And I'm grateful to IOHK for being one of the first of the big crypto companies to re-domicile here. There are many others coming, and I know Charles himself has a connection, actually deep family connections to Wyoming. So to him, it didn't seem like a foreign land, like it probably seems to some of the New Yorkers in the world, for example, or San Franciscans in the world. But there are very important macro reasons why Wyoming is the right place for the home of this industry.
Right, right. Well, and I mean, compounding on everything. I mean, from our LLC laws to, well, just flat corporate laws, down to our laws concerning your actual digital privacy. I mean, before the blockchain laws ever came around, we had the Digital Privacy Task Force that went about and passed numerous pieces of legislation protecting your rights online. I mean, everybody talks about California and the law they recently passed. Wyoming was way ahead of the pack. You're not going to pull that crap in the state of Wyoming.
Yeah.
So kind of exciting, kind of an exciting time to be in the state of Wyoming. And honestly, and I'll be very upfront about this. Granted, I hold digital assets myself, probably not as much as some on this call. However, I will state unequivocally that this is all about economic development. This is about getting your business into the state of Wyoming. I want you to move here. I want you to move here and prosper and raise a family and put your kids through the best education out of 50 states. And I want your business here. And it's not because we've got a corporate income tax or we've got a personal income tax that I plan on raking it in. I want my kids to have the opportunity to be able to work for an organization such as writing code or something like that. I mean, the reality is not every one of my kids is going to want to grow up to be a cowboy and work cows. Neither will they want to be a coal miner or something like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, hell, I've done both, and I still work in both fields. But that opportunity is really why the Wyoming legislature has driven the bus in this regard.
Yeah, and it's probably worth handing off to Chris, who did a lot of the research on the laws. You probably thought we were crazy when we started working on this.
I actually got to say something about Chris real quick. So,
What?
Chris had no idea what kind of a horse wreck he was getting himself into. I called the legislature one day, the legislative service office, where our staff attorneys work, and I said, I need a staff attorney that knows something about blockchain technology or digital assets. And they said, I don't know what that is. I was talking to the secretary. She said, I don't know what that is. We got this new guy working for us, though. So he's fairly young. You might have an idea. And I remember Chris picking up the line, and he said, hey, this is Chris Land. I said, Chris, I don't know you. You don't know me. You must have just started. He goes, yeah, that's right, Representative Lindholm. I did. I said, perfect. Well, I've got a hell of a deal for you, and I need you to get real sharp about blockchain technology and digital assets within the next month, and then write this law. And not only did he do that, I mean, he walked down that bunny trail with us every step of the way and became, well, now he's general counsel for the Division of Damn Banking. The sons of bitches stole him from me.
Well, Tyler, it turns out I knew too much. It turns out I knew too much. But yeah, thanks for your comments. Now I have it on video, so you can't ever take it. I still remember that day, bits and pieces of it. And no, it was a fascinating piece of the law that, so much of what Wyoming and other states do at the legislative level is just copying other states, right? And that particular piece of legislation, the utility token bill, was one of the most original, like out of the box concepts that I've ever kind of interacted with. It kind of on a legal level, it was truly new and truly groundbreaking. And that's the reason it was so much fun working on it. I got up to speed quickly, or at least I figured out how many questions I didn't know the answer to, and decided to go find out what the answers were. But it's been a pleasure working with you, and continuing to work with you. And it was just the start of things. The utility token law, as you guys all know, was kind of the thing that really got the world's attention on Wyoming. We had kind of staked our position on utility tokens and ICOs, and it really got us a lot of attention. And it kind of set the stage for the other stuff, the other building blocks that we put on top of that, like the special purpose depository institution, like our digital asset legal framework, and protecting code of speech and all the other great laws the legislature's passed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, why don't you tell us about the special purpose depository institutions? Full disclosure, my company, Avanti, is applying for a charter. I didn't initially plan to do that, but I looked at the lineup of folks that wanted to create something, and it's hard to start a bank in the US. Chris can talk a little bit about the process and what Wyoming has done to try to simplify that, but it's a federal process that's tied into the Federal Reserve. And so it's not easy to start a bank. And a lot of people started, and a handful of us made it to the starting block, and that's where we are. So. Yeah.
Caitlin, as you mentioned, a bank is probably one of the most heavily regulated entities in the U.S. Mainly because the main reason is because it's kind of the core intermediary of the U.S. financial system. It can do a lot of really cool stuff, but at the same time, it takes on a lot of risk, and a lot of the people place a lot of trust in banks, rightly or wrongly, depending on your policy view. But at the federal level and even at the state level, it's a very highly regulated entity. Financial services, that the industry as a whole is undergoing a really, really interesting phase of innovation at the moment. Kind of Bank 2.0 is really what a lot of high-level thinkers, academics, and policymakers are looking at right now. What does a bank look like in 10 years? What does it look like in 50 years? Does a bank still exist? Do we unbundle banking into different sectors, or do we need to add things into what we call the business of banking?
Or do we need to end the Fed?
No, we do not need to end the Fed. You're wrong about that. Tyler, that does not represent the view of the Wyoming Division of Banking or anyone. So policymakers are looking at things like central bank digital currencies, faster payments, and increased access for consumers, and increased opportunity for offering different financial products to consumers, and kind of allowing them to be more flexible in how they bank. The Wyoming legislature passed a law in 2019 that kind of sought to merge banking and innovation for the first time in the U.S. in a really meaningful way. The OCC had tried something a few years before called the OCC FinTech Charter that sought to really merge fintech companies and banking and allow them to do innovative stuff across state lines, but it's been subject to legal challenge. And we like to say in Wyoming that the SPDI is kind of the OCC FinTech Charter, but it's actually illegal. No dig at the OCC there. They're just starting to kind of get up to speed with what we've been doing the last couple of years. You may have heard that Acting Comptroller Brooks a couple of weeks ago announced his plans to start looking at national banks doing digital asset custody activities. Wyoming's been looking at that for 2 years. Quite sure that they're going to be kind of following in our split steps over the process that we take over the next year or so. So kind of getting into the details of the SPDI, it's a bank under federal and state law. It's a bank in other international jurisdictions as well. It's required to maintain 100% of its fiat deposits as liquid assets, so it cannot lend its fiat currency. That makes the bank provably solvent, and it also kind of underpins the SPDI's business model, because its primary use, or at least we believe so, and based on what applicant business models we've seen, its primary business model is going to be digital asset custody. And when you're involved in the digital asset space, you want to be provably solvent, because that's the whole mantra behind the digital asset community. So it has the full range of banking powers, fiat on and off ramp, custody powers, commodities transactions, securities transactions, payments, and digital asset lending, all the other fun stuff that banks can do. And the reason that's cool is because banks can do all that without having to get 10 separate licenses, and they can do it across state lines. It's just the way the banking system in the U.S. works. So they can do all those stuff except lend fiat. Why is the SPDI important? Well, everyone knows that there are a number of trust companies that are involved in this space nationally, and they're acting as digital asset custodians. And lots of people have asked why we have plenty of digital asset custodians in the market right now. Why is there a need for other custodians? The main reason is most traditional asset custodians in the U.S. today aren't actually trust companies. They're banks that receive deposits under federal law. So the fact that there isn't a regulated bank in the digital asset space that's available to provide custody services limits the ability of digital assets to actually participate in the marketplace. There's certain things that you can only do under federal and state law if you have a regulated custodian that meets the highest level of institutional standards. And again, in order to be a bank, you have to receive deposits, and trust companies can't do that. So that kind of excludes them from a certain class of activities.
So Chris,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, can I interrupt and ask, what's the benefit of all this to the digital asset industry? If you're an individual owner of digital assets, you know, Pomp likes to say, short the bankers, right? Why is this a good thing for the digital asset industry?
Yeah, sure. It's a great thing, or it could potentially be a positive development for the digital asset community, because as I mentioned earlier, banks are very highly regulated entities. They're required to have a certain level of minimum capital. You know, we think in the kind of the $15 to $25 million range, and you know, yearly exams. And essentially, the main point I'm trying to make is that if you put your digital asset in a Wyoming SPDI, it's going to be you can have confidence that it's going to be regulated with the highest level of regulation, and it'll be provably solvent, and you should be able to have a great deal of trust in how you know, how that entity operates.
Do you guys want to keep watching this, or we can go check out some other rooms? It's up to you guys. I don't want to cut people off that are interested in this.
That's the plan.
But it seems like we've lost about 100 viewers since this started. But that's fine. I can't control it based on that. But
you know, they
just wondering. You guys tell me.
Worse, they want high capital requirements. They want heavy regulation. They want predictability and certainty in how they're dealing with their money, because they're not going to give you $1 billion to hold on to unless they know they're going to get it back. So you know, we've tried to tailor our regulations to make sure they're innovative, and they understand the technology, but at the same time, we're not relaxing standards. We're not committing regulatory arbitrage. You know, we're not providing a haven for fraud and misconduct. We're trying to find that balance between innovation and consumer protection, and I think we've done that.
Good answer. Don't be an asshole and come to Wyoming. We only want the good ones.
Yeah, we definitely only want the good ones.
I will mention too that we've talked to about 150 to 200 people over the last year and a half about the Wyoming Bank Charter, and we're down to a very strong select group of applicants. Because most people didn't understand that it's a bank, so you have to have capital, and there are certain requirements.
As far as do what's best for me, I don't care. I don't care about losing viewers. I want you guys to decide this, but it seems like most people are saying go to another room and explore. We're getting a few stays, so I am sorry, but we should go check out another room, and if nothing interesting is going on, we can come back.
You can't do outside the banking industry.
Okay, so we got all these different rooms to choose from. What are you guys thinking? We can also go. No, I don't want to go back home. There we go. We also got a DJ session going on down here, but I know you guys don't want to see that. He said Industria. All right, where are we going? Chico Crypto has left the chat. Yeah, I agree. It was getting a little dry, but I mean, we're talking about governance, man. We're talking about governance, and it has to do with Wyoming, man. So, what do you guys expect? We'll go check out the Industria team. Seems like most people saying Industria. So is that? Let me look at that little paper and see what Industria. Tell me which one Industria is. Where are we going? Moved on to the science of blockchain. Science? Okay, fuck it. We're going science. Oh, can't say that. Freak it. Sorry about that.
Why are you doing
See what's popping over here.
And he says, well, we have a financial firm. We're doing managed electronic trading, so algorithmic trading, and everything is written in Haskell. So this was them paying back to the community.
I heard Haskell. This is where I want to be, guys.
Functional languages like Haskell, they let you work at a higher level. So you can write something down pretty quickly and yet be quite sure that it does what you intend. So of course it's not perfect. Programming's always hard, but it's much better than using something like, say, well, I won't be pejorative and name other things, but you can imagine your least favorite language for writing things in. I'll mention the one that's relevant, of course, which is Solidity. So, and it turns out, right, these guys at Throw Capital aren't the only people doing this. I know of several different banks that use Haskell, and then there are many others using other functional languages. So in the financial field, functional languages have been used really for quite a while. And they're still being heavily used. More and more financial institutions are getting into using them because you want to be able to do it quickly. You want to know it's doing what you intend. And I think that makes functional languages a very good match for blockchain. I'm really excited about all the uses that IOHK is making with these things and the work that Manuel Chakravarty and Simon Thompson have done with building Haskell libraries for doing smart contracts, and with building, on top of that, special domain-specific languages for doing financial work. So I'm really excited about that. I'll let you go on to a different question, but somebody asked a question about when the Haskell panel is going to be. So I will just advertise that. It's going to be tomorrow at 1600 UK time. You can work out what it is your own time. And that will be me, Simon Peyton-Jones, and John Hughes. Should I advertise the other panels, like the Plutus and Marlowe panel?
Oh yeah, please go ahead, Phil. Yeah,
right.
Even
so
though I think
Plutus,
that people can get the program, but make sure they have to. We want to make sure that they attend if they want to hear more about the smart contracts.
Right. I mentioned the great work that Manuel and Simon Thompson are doing, and that will be today at 2000. There'll be 3 talks, and then at 2100 there'll be a question session as well.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Phil. And now let me move on and get to one of the hot topics in cybersecurity these days, which is quantum and post-quantum security. Quantum computers, there is a lot of discussion about them. We had made major announcements last year, and that would be a question for Alex. So Alex, a significant part of your research over the years has to do with understanding quantum computing and specifically the impact it has in security. So from the angle of blockchain and distributed ledgers, how critical you think is the threat of quantum attacks, and how easy you think it's going to be to build systems, blockchain systems that can withstand quantum adversaries?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm really flattered that this question made it to the #2 position in the general talk here today. So that's great. Maybe it's worth saying at the outset that it's always very entertaining to ask experts on their best guess of the timeline for scalable quantum computing. And we all know that experts in some sense fiercely disagree on exactly when we're going to really have scalable quantum computers. However, they all generally agree that it's only a matter of time, and that when they arrive, essentially all widely deployed public key cryptography will be broken. So this means that, regardless of your opinion about what the timeline is, if you want to set into motion cryptography today that you expect to remain secure for a generation, you've got to consider security against quantum attacks at the outset. So the Ouroboros ecosystem, big, complicated ecosystem, it uses cryptography for a number of critical purposes. And the good news is that it's easy to identify and isolate the dependence of the system on cryptography. And in some sense, we had a real luxury when we began designing those systems for deployment, because in many cases, we were able to opt for cryptographic tools that were quantum secure just out of the box, and that was great. We were able to do the cost benefit analysis and make those decisions at the get-go. In other cases, hardening the security of the system is a topic of current research, and these are fascinating questions. There's in fact a whole session on this tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be great. So I heartily recommend that you join me and Chris Moore for this session tomorrow afternoon. If you don't have a clear view of what quantum computing is, you'll get to hear it from the expert. Chris is going to start off by giving a survey of quantum computing. We'll talk a little bit about how that dovetails with cryptography, and then delve down and discuss some of these detailed questions about how the primitives that we use in the Ouroboros family of protocols can be hardened against quantum attacks. And then finally, and maybe most interestingly, we'll talk about grinding attacks, which also, as it happens, have some direct relevance and interest when it comes to quantum attacks. So maybe I'll leave it at that and hand it back to you, Douglas.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Alex. Okay, now let me move to Elias. So Elias, you are one of the so-called household names in algorithmic game theory. You have like a lot of results in the area. We've been working together on IHK's reward sharing schemes and a number of other projects that have to do with how the incentives align. It's needless to say that game theory incentives was at the core of the blockchain discourse early on, but it seems like it's also one of the areas in blockchain systems that is the least one that is understood and worked out. So it looks like the most serious attacks that people like have pointed out against blockchain systems, they have a game theoretic flavor. They are about incentives and incentives that do not align properly. So I guess the question is like, perhaps like, why is it the case, and how close do you think we are in understanding the relevant problems here from a game theoretic perspective?
Thanks, Angelos. Indeed, in the past decade, we have most research in incentives focused on consensus, and we have seen a sequence of papers trying to understand the consensus protocol from the game theoretic perspective. And there have been some remarkable successes in answering the first questions there, in understanding incentives in proof of work, and in incentives in collaborating to maintain a proof of stake system. But I believe that most of the issues are open, and most notably the nature of equilibria, and in particular the stability of these distributed systems, these distributed protocols. Especially, and we're going to see this more and more in the future, especially if one takes into account transaction fees that haven't played a role so far, a significant role so far, participation cost, energy consumption for proof of work, which is a tremendous topic, volatility, which hasn't been really addressed. And so there are a lot of situations, but usually theoretical analysis depends crucially on our assumptions, the modeling assumptions that we make about the system. In other words, the question that we need to understand is, what is the game played by the participants? This is at the core of understanding such systems and incentives. And there is an analogous situation at the internet, and especially the TCP protocol. Back in the 90s, when the internet was increasing at a tremendous pace, researchers realized that one of the central protocols there, the congestion control protocol, TCP, was not incentive compatible, meaning that a selfish user, a user that wanted to maximize their transmission rate, would be better off by switching to a different protocol, for example, UDP. And this was created a lot of anxiety back then, and because this situation could be catastrophic for the internet. It had been almost catastrophic 10 years ago in the mid-80s when this protocol was introduced. Yet most users never switched to other protocols. They stayed with TCP. And that's why we have internet with us today. And from a research point of view, we knew at the time that this was that the assumptions that we had about the game were not correct. And we see the same situation about blockchains. So when we realized that the incentives are important, we started introducing more and more games and analyzed them. And we saw that there are some incentive vulnerabilities to these systems. But we still have not reached the point to understand the question, what is the game played by blockchain users? Not what is the answer, but what is the question, what is the game played? And I believe that we'll have a long, given this history of the internet, we'll have a long way before we'll be able to answer this question. Back to you, Angelos.
Thank you for the discussion so far. Just some questions from the audience. One of the questions I think that's of interest to have a look at, and there's two that sort of combined, which you could answer in one go, is managing AI black boxes was mentioned. Can you give a bit more detail on what it means and the implications? And sort of related to that, can you talk about the interaction between cryptocurrencies and machine learning? Those two questions, you know, are in the same area. So over to you, Angelos.
Okay. All right. So I'm happy to take a first stab at that, as this is first of all the first question related to some of the research we're doing with our RegTech team at the Blockchain Technology Lab at the University of Edinburgh. So a very important problem right now in machine learning is the fact that when you get a response from a machine learning model, this response doesn't come with an explanation. So there's no way to justify it. And this can actually create a lot of problems. The problems arise here from the fact that there may be biases that are basically part of the model, perhaps due to the way that the model was trained, the type of training data, let's say, that were used to create the model, have resulted in a machine learning model that is inherently biased. And the challenge here is to create AI systems that can give responses for which the users that receive those responses are capable of somehow challenging the system, challenging the machine learning system, and determining whether the machine learning system has an inherent bias or not. So for example, like just to make this a little bit more concrete, a typical use case for a machine learning system is, for instance, to provide advice in investing or evaluate your CV and decide whether you can be shortlisted for a position. These are applications of machine learning that have actually being deployed and are being used right now. So what happens when you have a rejection from a model? Without having an explanation of it, you might consider that it is possible that the machine learning model is biased against you. So some thread of research that we have right now with our RegTech team is exactly addressing this problem. Like, how can we develop mechanisms that will help users, and I should say empower users, to be able to point to decisions that come from machine learning models that they think they might be biased, and they can collect evidence that will help them address this issue. So basically what you can think here is a type of a reputation management system that could also be supported by a blockchain or distributed ledger that will manage these machine learning models and will make those that create those models accountable if they build models that have inherent biases. So this is a little bit of the perspective that goes to the first question that Miriam, you picked from the audience feedback. Now, the second one about machine learning in general, I mean, I should say there's a lot of applications, a lot of exciting applications. So I should say, like, one of the reasons that you've seen this less represented in what IOHK research engages with right now is that we are very much focused on basic infrastructure. And basic infrastructure is not a machine learning problem. We want to develop a robust and resilient distributed ledger infrastructure that can support applications. So you see right now, also from the presentation that was just a few minutes ago, where I went over our research themes, that we're very heavily focused on research that relates to that infrastructure. How do you program the distributed ledger? Is the distributed ledger secure? What are the incentives? Whether consensus can be disrupted? How can you govern the distributed ledger? So these are all about building, if you want, the operating system. There is a ton of applications, though, in machine learning that will happen when the operating system is live. And there's a lot of interesting things that can be done, and there's a lot of opportunity here to apply machine learning and artificial intelligence techniques in general, do all kinds of things. Just to point to a couple of like very somehow easy ones, just transaction metadata themselves are quite interesting from a data mining perspective. There's a lot of works right now in the space that look at how you can use mining procedures, let's say, to detect money laundering. So there's a lot of interest in doing that. And I should say, when I point to directions like that the moment you say I can mine something from a distributed ledger system, the other aspect that arises is that of privacy. So what we're actually very interested in, and this is the direction that we're going to be moving in past 2020, is developing techniques that you can do privacy-preserving data mining on data that lives in the distributed ledger. So here you have applications of using machine learning on a distributed ledger to mine the data that live on the distributed ledger. However, you can also have applications where actually try to develop a model in a decentralized way. So this is an area that some machine learning research work actually goes on right now. Now you will find it, let's say, under the title like federated machine learning or similar type of adjectives. And what is something that we're actually currently looking on right now, but I didn't have the chance to go over it in the overview I made earlier, is how to create a decentralized machine learning models, where basically the machine learning model is collectively built in a decentralized manner by the participants in the system. And there's a lot of challenging and very interesting research questions there, like how do you actually incentivize the model to be built and operate towards a certain direction. So this is a fascinating topic, and I would say there's a ton of research questions that are going to be quite, they can actually take quite a lot of time if we continue like that. So I'd rather stop here. I don't know if any of the other panelists would like to add something to all that. But if not, I'll just pass it on to you, back to you, Miriam.
Thank you. Yes, that's very interesting field of research. So the two questions I've sort of picked up on from the questions that are coming in from the audience is one from a 10-year-old asking what languages to learn for the future within, to be able to work within Cardano. And added to that, to the question by a French student, who says, I'm a beginner in smart contract, Haskell, and Plutus. Do you think it'll be a job demand in this sector in the future? And I think, Phil, yes.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
I'll go with that one. I saw that question. I was hoping you would ask it. Thank you. So guess what the answer is? Haskell. Right? I'm a great fan of Haskell, and a lot of the Cardano infrastructure is built on it, and our smart contract are essentially written in Haskell and then translate to an even simpler language to live on the blockchain, also a functional language. So I think Haskell is a great choice. And I mentioned the growing financial uses. There's some other uses of it that are growing as well. So I think it's a great choice for the future. Other functional languages exist. Those are very good too. I'm partial to Haskell, but there's lots of good stuff out there. And then I think I answered the question as well as, can you get a job doing this? Yes, I think you can. In fact, there's a while when Haskell was one of the most growing languages that developers were learning because they thought it was the next thing that they would need.
I just feel compelled to add here, after years in the university setting, that it seems that learning functional programming has awesome mental portability. So we find that our students that learn one functional language, ML, Haskell, even something like Scheme, can very, very nimbly pick up other functional languages and reason about them. So there's just a lot of forward, payback you get from that.
Yes, I think that's right. Thanks.
Thank you both for that answer. The next question is more of a rewards question. So the question is, are staking rewards designed to go down over time as things become more decentralized? And will this happen to the fees that are intended to pay ADA holders once maximum supply is reached? So I don't know who wants to take that, Agalos or Fred.
Elias, I'm happy to take it first, and then you can comment after that, or we can do it the other way around, whatever you prefer.
Go ahead, because I'm not sure I understand the question. So
yeah,
I'll pick it up after you.
Yeah. So first of all, I should say, also, if I understand the question completely, there is a total amount of ADA that is available, like in total. So what happens here is that obviously the reward sharing scheme we have draws from that amount of ADA to fund the staking operation. And what happens is that over time, if you think about this in the long run, it's going to happen exactly what the question says, like the amount of ADA that are available and they're still not in circulation will diminish over time. And what happens is that the transaction fees will play a role. Transaction fees will play a role from day one. It's just that transaction fees at the beginning are expected to be less or have or correspond to a smaller to a smaller value, and that value is expected to grow over time. So I should say that there is a session which is tomorrow that is devoted to staking, the monetary policy, and I would strongly recommend people that are interested on topics like that to join that session and attend the talk that will be given there by Katerina and Lars on exactly these topics. I don't know, Ilya, do you want to say, a few more things?
I want to say a few words about, we can view this, the first 10 years, the first decade of blockchains as a first phase where everything was paid by fresh money that new Bitcoins, new ADAs maintained to pay for running the system. The plan is that eventually the transaction fees will pay, so we don't need to mint new money. But the nature of the systems may change as we move from the first phase to the second phase. So the second phase may have completely different problems, especially when we already identified some incentive. Since I come from some game theoretic point of view, incentives change completely, and stable systems like Bitcoin may become unstable in that regime, or vice versa. But let's take this. Let's not overreact to this. As I said, we don't know what is the game, so let's not predict the future. But what we can definitely say that the game is going to be different. The situation is going to be different in that if blockchains are successful and transaction fees pay for running the systems.
Yeah, thanks, Ilya.
I'm not sure that this is related to the question, though. But
no, I think so. Yeah, I think so. But there's something I want to add to that, which I think what you say is spot on. Speaking about Cardano specifically, and as you also heard in Charles' talk earlier, the Cardano system, including its monetary policy, is going to be subject to the will of the community. So there's going to be a sophisticated governance system that is going to make it feasible for the community to vote for any type of modification to the system. So if the game is different, as Elias says, in the future, and it might be different in ways that we may not even be capable of anticipating right now, it will be feasible for this community to decide whether it wants to change the monetary policy of the system or not. So for this reason, doing research on governance right now is one of the most important research threads for 2020, because we want to deliver the system in a way that will make it feasible for the community to fairly manage the system on its own. So, and this is something that's gonna enable the community to decide absolutely any feature of the system. And on back to you, Miriam, I guess.
Yeah, so I think one of the next questions that have come up, which you might want to spend a few words talking about, although it'll be covered in one of the sessions later on today, is the whole question about Visa states that their network handles an average of 150 million transactions every day and is capable of handling more than 24,000 transactions per second. How do we get there with the Ouroboros protocol so that it can scale and handle a similar level of transactions?
Okay, I guess that'll be a question that I'm happy to take, but then I don't know, Alex, perhaps you want to take a first stab at it, and then I can add something to it.
Yeah, that's a great soft pitch. Thanks to whoever asked that question. So, I mean, in fact, this is an area of really active and fascinating research. And there are at least 2 talks in the science track that will directly discuss this. One is the talk entitled Hydra. Actually, I'm not sure what the rest of that title is. If it's on the tip of your tongue, Aggelos or Miriam, you can fire it off. And this is a layer that's specifically designed to provide, among other things, the possibility of extraordinarily high transaction rates. Then there's also what I would call a metrics talk, which I think is sometime tomorrow with Duncan and Neil, perhaps, that's going to discuss, well, what's the right way to measure throughput in a system like Ouroboros? How do we compare what we have with transactions per second, and how do we move ahead from where we are? So I don't know, Aggelos, maybe you can add something to that.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Alex. And thanks also for pointing to these talks that are coming up. So I would definitely welcome people that are interested in scalability to attend those 2 talks. The first on Hydra and the other on the measures of transactions per second by Duncan Coates and Neil Davis. Now, on the general topic of scalability,
I'm pretty interested in that talk on Hydra.
That's
going to be pretty cool. I'm excited to watch that one.
Working on these in 2 separate levels. On the one side, we have the off-chain protocols like Hydra that can be.
Vent Surf is going to be coming on in about an hour and 30. That's another one I'm really excited for.
Imminently close to the physical.
How are you guys liking the summit so far? I know Charles came out with a banger initially announcing Voltaire and Project Catalyst
physical limits on how
and Prism.
Information can be transferred. This physical limit will be reached by the protocol. So this is like the first sort of angle of attack, and that this will be achieved with Hydra. But then also you have optimizations on the main chain. So basically, it is possible to do all kinds of optimization on the main chain to improve the way the main chain operates from the point of view of storage complexity, let's say via sharding, from the point of view of latency reduction, and from the point of view of throughput.
The dev stuff should
so
be
we have
priority.
all these we have advancements in the Ouroboros line of protocols along all those fronts, and at a certain point will be also part of the will of the community of how it wants the project to grow. I mean, right now, the Ouroboros Genesis, as it is implemented and will be delivered as part of Shelley, is going to be sufficient for what the system has to deliver right now. And with the delivery of Hydra, we will also be able to reach really the physical limits of the layer would be an off-chain solution. And after that point, it's possible to do a wide array of other optimizations. And then the question was going to be, what is the most important use cases and directions that the community wants to go? Because each one of these optimizations, then it becomes a resource allocation question. the research has been done, the options are there, and then it's possible to adapt the main chain as well as the off-chain protocols to the direction that the community wants in order to reach a certain functionality that is suitable for specific use cases. Nevertheless, with this being said, I want to say that what's going to be delivered already with Hydra, it will cover the vast majority of conceivable use cases right now that we have for blockchain systems. And then we'll be back to you, Miriam, unless Alex, you want to add something to that.
Oh, no, that's pretty comprehensive, yeah.
Thank you. I think we're nearing, excuse me, nearing the end of our session. And as a last question, I think it would be interesting to answer if the panelists, each of you, could choose just one area of blockchain research that they believe is the most important and or profoundly valuable, what would it be?
Should I? Okay. I believe that each one of us will choose our area. Okay, so let me choose my area then. Blockchains are essentially distributed systems and incentives. We understand a lot about distributed systems. In the 80s and 90s, we made a lot of progress. But putting together, and incentives, we understand a lot about incentives since the great work on game theory from the 50s and economics in general. Putting them two together is a challenge. And we just started scratching this area, and we're going to have great questions and great results in the future. Back to you.
Yeah.
Do you want to go?
Maybe I'm going to buck the trend here. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, maybe I'm going to buck the trend here and pick someone else's area. So on the one hand, one picture that I very much like of the research approach that IOHK has towards the low level, that is the consensus layer, is that we analyze those protocols against what we like to call a portfolio of adversaries. So we want to understand the robustness of those protocols against extraordinarily powerful adversaries, the so-called Byzantine adversaries. But then we're also interested in showing that those protocols can achieve even higher levels of efficiency or other desirable properties if you slightly weaken the adversary. For example, if you consider the adversary to be one that behaves rationally. And one thing that scientifically we've had a lot of success with is understanding the ability of those protocols to survive in very, very harsh situations. Ironically, it's establishing these higher levels of efficiency and functionality that you can get against rational adversaries that, as Elias said, is one of the major challenges. So I'm actually very interested in seeing what can be done in that space. That is understanding the basic consensus level at this, with this new portfolio of adversaries that are rational.
Thank you. Phil, what would you say?
So I'm going to follow both trends. So of course, if the area that you're working in isn't the one you think is most important, why the hell are you working in it? So I think programming languages are extremely important, right? If you want to use a computer, you've got to be able to write down what you want to do and make sure it's going to do it. So I think programming language research is extremely important. And in areas where you need high reliability like blockchain, it becomes even more important. So absolutely, I think it's not particularly blockchain specific. So I'll also give a blockchain specific answer, which is this question that came up before about how do you get the same level of transaction speeds in tens of thousands of transactions per second or per minute that you get for credit cards. I think that's a really interesting question. I think we will get there, but it's going to take a little while to get there. And of course, how do you do it without using as much energy as a small country is also important. But I think we're making good progress with those. I noticed in the stream, somebody asked where on earth my Lambda t-shirt was. So it's right here. Oops, I vanished when I put it up. Haha. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you to everybody for the questions.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, Thanks, Phil. And maybe just to finish it off from my point of view, it's hard to pick an area. I think like it's very exciting to do blockchain research, and I would enthusiastically recommend if any of you is interested in pursuing a career in research, this is a great time to be part of this community and join the party, so to speak. If I want to pick an area, perhaps I'll just say I want to give a shout out to composability, because this is one of the topics I mentioned in my talk earlier, and this is extremely important. Blockchain systems are very, very complex, and being able to decompose the problem, identify units of the problem that we can solve in a safe, in a secure manner, analyze them properly, formally verify them, and then pull them back together safely, compose them into a functional working system in a secure manner. This is a very important question. It's a question that if we manage to completely understand and solve categorically, is going to play a big role in developing this safe infrastructure. And it's an area that IOHK research does a lot of work on, and I would really welcome other people to join and look also at the same type of questions. It's a very important question, not just for the blockchain space, but for cybersecurity in general. So I guess, Miriam,
can I
Phil,
interject
please
there?
go. Yeah.
I just wanted to say I really like your answer because it's actually my answer.
Right.
Composability is what programming languages are about.
Yeah.
And you and I and Markov have begun to discuss this. So it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out.
Yes. Okay, so Miriam, back to you, I guess.
So yes, thank you very much for all the really interesting answers. And it concludes this question and answer session on the overview of IOHK research. Just rests me to say thank you, Alex, Elias, Phil, and Agalos for taking time to answer these questions in this session. Goodbye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. We are back. We just finished another great talk in the Science Auditorium. That one was pretty cool. I liked getting in the initial parts from the Wyoming and then switching over to that. I think we got a lot of good information from that. But we do have about 30 minutes, I want to say, before we pick something else. So we got to go ahead and take a look at the schedule, see what's popping. So this is where we are at right now. We are in the networking break. It's going to last about 30 minutes, and then we can play around, maybe try to find some people. Maybe we can see if we can chat with like the Cardano Effect podcast or something. Okay, so we have obviously the 4 auditoriums, or no, there's 5 auditoriums total. So we have cryptocurrency prospects for mainstream adoption. Is the future coexist with fiat? That one sounds pretty cool. Who do we got there? We got some people I haven't heard of. Former Prime Minister of Georgia, Paul Atkins, former Commissioner, U.S. Securities and Exchange Commissioner, panel moderated by Rod Alexander. Then we have the science of blockchain, the auditorium, Ouroboros Cardano's proof of stake protocol. That one's going to be pretty cool. We got a lot of cool people there. And then we have delivering solutions for businesses and enterprises. There we have the how decentralized identity will drive economic inclusion from John O'Connor. The next auditorium we have Cardano's footprint in global affairs. Innovative community engagement, Dr. Ion Schninker. Cardano's government's honor, Dr. Dor Garbush. So what do you guys think? I'm thinking, off the top of my head, obviously I'm going to let you guys decide, but these two sound the most cool to me, for sure. And then after that, we can keep looking. We can keep looking and see what's after that. I think after that, we're going to have Vint Cerf. Yep, so after that, we know which one we're picking at 11:30. Architecting the internet, what I would have done differently. Vint Cerf, the internet pioneer and Google internet evangelist, Professor Agalos Kiayas. Panel moderated by Professor Philip Wadler. It's going to be awesome. But there's another one, the Hydra, fast isomorphic state channels. God, that one's going to be really cool too. And Emerga's D-Lab accelerator scheme, how to leverage Cardano. Man, this one's really popping off at 11:30. That's when we're starting to go, man. That's going to be a hard choice. And then the changing level landscape for cryptocurrencies, where we are where we were, where we are, where we're going. That one also sounds really cool too. But we do have to select what we're doing at 10:30 first. So what are you guys saying? Sales Rocky Mountain Plague Plaques said, that was great. I keep stuttering. My bad. I stutter sometimes. Networking time, yes. Decentralized identity. Main auditorium sounds good. That's what I was thinking. The cryptocurrency prospects for mainstream adoption. That one does sound pretty awesome to me. Mohammed said adoption. That's what I was thinking. Spirit Iron said fiat. So that's the same one. Martin Hagen said prospects of adoption. Hydra and Emergo should be bomb. Yeah, I know. They really stacked that hour. 11:30 is about an hour and 30 minutes from now. Minimal. This isn't my time either, but I know that we are right here. This is where we're at. So you can base your time off of, like, for example, it's 12 here, but it's 10. I think they're using, what is that? That's GMT time. So, yeah, here's the times for you guys to read that. But we do have to make the selection. Yeah, it seems like most people are saying adoption. That's what I'm saying. Type adoption in chat if you want that one. For the other ones, just type the first word in chat. Besides Cardano's, you have to do either footprint or governance for those two. Seems like most people are saying adoption. That's what I was thinking, but I am going to give a little bit more time for others to vote. Yeah, no worries, Sales. I appreciate you guys tuning in. It says we still have 284 people here. It's pretty awesome. I'm happy that this is so successful. I'm happy that you guys, this is useful to you. But we can explore while we are waiting. The next, the one for tomorrow, I'm going to fix that delay between us. I'm going to make it a lot shorter. Try to make it like 5 to 10 seconds because I think it is adding a little bit of discrepancy between us. So go home. Let's go to the exhibition hall. Let's see if we can talk to somebody. Let's see what's popping. Yeah, I know the 11:30 hour. We need to watch them all. That's what I was thinking. Maybe there's going to be like some sort of layover afterwards. We can check that, and then maybe we'll go back and watch some of them. Should be cool. So let's see what's popping at these things. I wonder if there's anyone like talking here. It's a bit too small for you guys to see. I want to go see what's popping at the Cardano Effect podcast. See if anything's going on here. Apparently, Philip had a great interview. That seems pretty cool. People keep saying Bitcoin's dropping. It happens. ADA's not dropping though, is it? I mean, it's dropping in USD value, but Satoshi's, I think we're probably still doing fine. I haven't looked, but I wonder what's going on in the chat lounge. I don't see anybody I know there. We can go check out the, well, I guess the DJ session is probably just music. Let's go back to the auditorium and see if anything's still going on. Yep, so we still have something starting in 22 minutes here. Yeah, we were just in this one, obviously.
Have a research team. We have a so-called chief scientist meeting, and we make decisions there, right? We want to use this scheme. We want to use that scheme. We think the while Cardano voting itself upgrade by voting. Oh, that's another very good. Well, let me first answer the question. So, indeed, that's why we need decentralized decision-making process, and we are towards that way. And I think we are going to have a internal test on the Cardano's treasury system very, very soon in the VIT project. Currently, indeed, all the development decision is not by the community, it's by the development team, is by the research team, is by the what we call a very small committee. And later on, we will involve everybody. Okay. Second, is Cardano voting system itself can be updated by the voting system. It's like a governance. Is it possible to change the code? So it's like it's how to say it. In long term, yes, everything. It's more like a governance. In long term, yes, everything should be decided through voting, including the voting rule. But it's a different threshold. It's a different sensitivity. For example, you may have a voting rule saying, I want to change the code to this way. I want to change the future voting rule to this way. And later, if you change it to that way, you are not going to be able to change it back. For example, if you elected Hitler on the stage, and Hitler said we should eliminate the election process later on, and I can rule the country, then there's a problem because there's no way you can take it back, right? So for the changing, for the updating the voting rule, the voting, we have very restricted threshold. It's not a majority voting. Majority voting will not work. For governments, not only for the voting system itself, for general governance, majority voting is not going to work. Why? Let's say 51% of people agree to go left, 49% of people agree to go right. By majority voting, we are going to go left. But as a consensus, it's almost zero consensus because half of the community disagree with another half of the community. And then if you make the decision like that, the blockchain is going to guarantee have a fork, the community guarantee to split into two. So to answer your question, it's not majority voting. If you want to change the code, it's much more restrict. We want a consensus. Why the figure? Now this is something outside of my knowledge. Why the figure 45 billion ADA was chosen? I'm sorry about that. So majority proxy quality decision. If a group an agreement through the informal control to voting favorite, how does the system protect against those? This typically is protected by a long round. For a short round, it may happen. So what happens is that someone may claim he's an expert, but nobody may know he is an expert, right? And even somebody claim he's an expert, how can we trust this guy? So it's only going to be corrected in the long run. Let's say the experts are going to accumulate reputation throughout the treasury periods. Eventually, the system will go right. But at the beginning, maybe nobody trusts those good experts. Or maybe there's someone who is not so good, but everybody delegates their vote to them. But based on the quality of the contribution, based on the result of the treasury period, the system, we believe, the system will eventually go right. But at the beginning, it's not so stable. And that's why at the beginning, we only have the internal testing stage. So at the beginning, we are testing the stage, the system internally. I think this is a problem for every blockchain system. It's a bootstrapping problem. Okay. Any of the new voting system already used somewhere else in the large scale. The voting system is also adopted at the Horizon, which is another blockchain system. And if you talk about purely the voting system, is any of the voting system I introduced today used somewhere Yes, many places. For example, the Scotland voting is using STV, and if you use IRV, and it has been used somewhere for the for example, Australian voting somewhere. If any of the voting systems, then I would say yes, many. But if you are asking, is statement voting or is liquid democracy used anywhere? To my knowledge, no. Nobody uses liquid democracy in the real world. One problem is the implementation barrier. How to implement liquid democracy in the real world, just use pen and paper, is another story. Nobody knows. How to implement liquid democracy electronically, that's possible. We have papers, we have schemes, but then the next question is electronic voting system going to be used in reality? Yes, it has been used. By electronic voting system, they have a certain stance, right? Electronic voting system, it's a broader term. It encompasses all the voting systems that use one part or more electronically. Let's say the U.S. voting system is an e-voting system, is an electronic voting system, because it uses the optical scan, it uses the electrical way to count the tally, right? But it does not support the liquid democracy. We need a more profound system to support it. And so for liquid democracy, the short answer is no. The reason is we don't know how to implement it in using pen and paper at a large scale with privacy. But we with the electronic version, with the e-voting version, we know how to do it. But the question is any government going to adopt electronic voting system soon? That's another story. So okay, thank you. So we have a look at the work. Singularity for proof of reputation. Do you recommend some literature on the reputation system? Okay, for the reputation system, yes, indeed, we've studied a lot of literature on the reputation system. Our reputation system are typically not studied at the blockchain context. In the blockchain context, there's a coin called a Ripple coin. It's a coin using reputation as a part of the mining power, or not mining power, let's call it the decision power, and to prevent the system from 51% attack, basically majority of the mining power attack. So the idea about the reputation system in the blockchain is how to design the curve, the reputation growth curve, such that it's fair to the old people. It's also fair to the new people. Old people has been in the system for a long time. Then it's very hard for the new joined people to gain reputation that surpasses the old people, because it grows linearly, right? If everybody behave about the same, then there's no way for the newcomers to get a good reputation according to the system. So we need to design certain curve about the reputation growth, and the curve basically it will diminishing at the end. If you have been with the system for 1 year, I only joined the system today. Maybe after 6 months, my reputation is about similar, about the same to yours, although you have joined the system 1 year earlier than me. So this is we use some like a sigmoid function with certain parameter to adjust the curve. So should C1 the ballot after 2 rounds already? Let me have a look. Someone want to ask the instant runoff. Okay, instant runoff. So this is the instant runoff. Should C1 in the second round already? C? Why C will win? B get the most votes, and then no, I didn't get your question. What is the role of Cardano Foundation in the decision making? So currently it's a testing stage. Cardano Foundation will certainly become one of the voting committees. So it will contribute to the decision making as the how to say, as the voting committee to keep the system running, to set up the parameter, to set up the key, to collect the ballot, to calculate the tally. And for the beginning, we're going to ask, for example, for the Cardano Foundation to donate a certain amount of money for the testing, for the treasury system testing. So in short, it will become one of the committee members. And for early stage, for our testing, it actually donate certain amount of money. What is the scheme? What scheme exists for changing the code, the core code? No, we don't have a scheme for changing the core code. That's the governance. That's a more profound topic. That's something we currently don't have it because we need to think about the how to roll back, for example. We need to think about many other things. So currently only for management the funds, not for directly changing the code. There are some other talks on the Cardano governance. Yeah, it's a more complicated topic. Is the voting system, voting result shown real time? No, the voting system is not going to show real-time voting result. Real-time voting result, what we call, is a partial result. It actually against fairness. It may cause some people sell their vote for a very high price. The voting result is only going to be calculated at the end, and everybody first submit their ballot, and then later on we calculate the tally result. It's not a partial tally. Will such voting implemented in the Cardano system? Yeah, definitely the voting system I described today is going to be implemented in the Cardano system, and we already have the prototype. I think in the VIT, in the Vodera version, we already have a certain simple variant of the voting system. Do you know when the app we can vote to be released? When the app can be released, that's another team by Door. Maybe you can ask them. So I think it's going to be very soon. We currently are testing the app. What is the title of your paper mentioned earlier? Oh, you mean statement voting? Statement voting. Let me have a look. If you want to look at the statement voting, and the title is just statement voting, at Financial Crypto. And if you want to know how the Cardano treasury system, at least the first generation, works in detail, because due to the time constraint, I skipped the scheme in detail. Then the paper was accepted at NDSS 2019, NDSS 2019. There's a paper called a treasury system, something like that. Will VITN build on the current ITN? This is a development question. I'm not sure at this moment. I think you can ask someone else in the development team. Is your reputation staking? What is your reputation staking governance mode? Currently, the reputation system is only designed for the treasury system, and we've not decided how to use the reputation. In the future, we may use the reputation as a certain amount of the coins. It's more like, if you think about the reputation, it's more like a colorful coin. It's more like a reputation coin. It can be used later on, but shall we use it the same as money? Shall we use it the same as voting power? It's still under research. Currently, what is the reputation used? Currently, the reputation is only used for those people who have no money and who have made very good decisions, who want to become an expert, and they can register to the system just using their reputation without using any money. So let's say I've been with the community for 5 years. I've always made a good choice, and I do not have, let's say, 1 million ADA. Should I become an expert? Yes, because the system recognizes me as a reputation, as someone with a reputation, right? Oh, by the way, reputation stick with the account. It cannot be transferred. So if you want to change an account, then you need to accumulate reputation again. And there are alternative.
So we are actually going to leave that because we're going to go to what we voted on earlier, which I can actually pull up for you guys real quick. So what we voted on earlier is we're going to go with at 1230 cryptocurrencies prospects for mainstream adoption. Is the future coexistence with fiat? Yeah, it is. So, JJ, do you want to know the real hard choice? 1130. We have Hydra fast isomorphic state channels. We also have the Vent Surf coming on, and then Emergo's D-Lab accelerator scheme. It's just, I mean, and the changing legal landscape for cryptocurrencies. These are all so good. 1130 is going to be a hard choice. We're going to be voting on that later. It's pretty crazy, but can I get some chats coming through? How are you guys all doing today, man? How are you guys thinking about the summit so far? I know it's been a long time. We've been going forever, but the chat is dying down a little bit, but I want to make sure it keeps coming, you know? But I am going to do this tomorrow around the same time at the start, so I do appreciate you guys all being here today. I'm having a great time. I'm kind of like a radio show host almost, some sort of host. I really wish that I was in person walking through these little aisles right here with the fucking with a freaking like little selfie stick recording this all for you guys live. That's what I would really like. So that is in the main auditorium. It starts in 1:30. So there still is a lot of people here, man. It's pretty crazy. 271 people. I mean, that's probably 3 or 4 times the most amount that I've ever had prior to this. So I do really appreciate it. Ryan M3 said, "What's up, Pay? Is Beef Chain on the exchanges? I can't seem to find it." I'm not sure, man. I'm really not. I haven't looked into Beef Chain. I just thought Beef Chain was being built on top of Cardano. I didn't know it was going to be its own cryptocurrency. No, we might be listening to John O'Connor Africa. Let me pull it up. We chose this one right here. We could always change it but the main two I thought would be awesome would be Ouroboros, Cardano's proof of stake protocol. I mean, I think that one's going to be a banger. And then we have cryptocurrencies prospects for mainstream adoption. I think this is going to be the most entertaining because everyone is interested in prospects for mainstream adoption. You know, that's what we're all here for. So Tony said, "You're freaking killing it." Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I'd be there with a rainbow afro wig and a huge foam finger with number 1 Cardano on it. Dude, that's what I could be doing right now, man. I could be like, yeah. Really excited for this. Man, I really do wish I was in Florida like it was last year, you know? Because then I could go sit at the beach at the end of it and be like, man, today's been a long day. I'm beat, but at least I'm sitting here in the sunshine, you know?
Welcome back to the Cardano Virtual Summit 2020.
I appreciated talking to you guys. Here we go.
Cryptocurrencies, prospects for mainstream adoption. We are extremely fortunate in this session in that we'll be in discussion with a very special guest, none other than the former Prime Minister of the country of Georgia, Mamuka Bakadze, who was Prime Minister from 2018 to 2019. And Mamuka Bakadze's legacy, more than anything, is that he, in some ways, drove forward some incredible reforms in Georgia, ensuring that Georgia became a hub for innovation and inward investment from technology companies from overseas. And he also ensured that blockchain technology was mainstreamed in government services, particularly with the migration of land registry data onto blockchain. Mamuka Bakadze, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Rod, for this nice words, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me on this very informative online session. Thank you.
Well, let's jump straight into it. Let's educate people who may not know much about Georgia and the attitude it takes toward technology and blockchain in particular. What are current Georgian government attitudes toward blockchain technology?
Well, in order to answer this question, so let's go back to the initial idea when we start creating the new strategic development framework for Georgia, and basically the major idea behind this strategic framework was to make Georgia a multidimensional hub, and with a particular focus on high tech and on technologies general. And as you know, Georgia is known for the low taxes, and Georgia is always doing great in all major international rankings, in doing business ranking, in all other major international rankings. So year after year, our sovereign ranking was improving. But however, all of us had this feeling that we had to do more in order to make Georgia also as a hub for technologies. And basically, this was my belief and belief of my friends that the next big thing, of course, in the global economy will be the blockchain and its endless opportunities. Georgia became the first country in the world that introduced the blockchain technology in the public services. So particularly it was within our national agency for public registry that incorporated blockchain to increase security, accessibility, and openness. So it was a pilot project, and we had some amazing results with it. And actually now the agency is working on the second phase of implementation, which will be most related to the trust contracts. So we had a successful pilot project, and after that we made a decision to use this experience in other fields as well. And I do hope that soon we will have the similar successful cases in other sectors like education, agriculture, and many others.
And I wanted to ask you about your own personal attitude to blockchain during your time as Prime Minister, but I think you've largely answered that question. But when you had the first and ongoing second phases of blockchain adoption, what were some of the successes, even if they were very, very small successes that made a difference to a very small number of people? What kind of problems were solved through the adoption of blockchain technology in Georgia?
Well, if we'll take this as a particular example, I mean the land registry process, of course, it had really extraordinary positive results, because we were facing the same problems like I think many other nations, when people have no old document or paperwork to prove their ownership on the particular pieces of land and many others. So, but what is most important, I think that it also gave us the possibility to have more efficient policy-making process for our agriculture needs. Still, big number of citizens in Georgia are involved in agriculture sector. So by introducing blockchain in the public registry, so we actually created also a very good information field for the government also to be more efficient in policy making when it comes to agriculture. So when I'm talking about the endless possibilities of blockchain technology, I see a lot of synergy effect. So when you are implementing in one particular industry the blockchain technology, it also gives you the possibility to use the data for other industries as well, and therefore be more efficient in policy making. So basically, I mean, this pilot project was really, really extraordinary successful for us and for everybody who was involved.
I explained in my introduction that one of your key achievements was turning Georgia into an innovation hub. What tactics and regulatory changes did you make in order to attract that inward investment and relocation by tech companies?
Well, as I have mentioned, our vision is to make Georgia a multidimensional hub with a particular emphasis on technology. So we had a number of discussions with the tech companies who are doing business on a global level, and so we gathered all this information. So we did a precise analysis. So what we can do to make the environment in Georgia for the tech companies even better. And of course, firstly, we started with taxes. So we introduced the new legal framework according to which for the tech companies, the tax is almost zero in Georgia if they will conduct research and development activities in Georgia, sell their services and products to other countries from Georgia, which was very appealing for the tech companies. But of course, what is the most important, I think, is to have the ongoing process of the human capital development in the country, because these companies, all of them need talented people. Yes. So, and the biggest reform which we initiated, which I believe is the bravest step that we made since our independence, was of course introducing the education sector reform. So I do hope we will have more time to speak about it. And basically, the tech companies, they saw that the tax regime is very positive. At the same time, the country will be investing big and serious amounts of money into the human capital development process. This means that we will have the access to the talented people in Georgia. So I think that the combination of these two factors was the most important. But at the same time, of course, the adoption rate by the state agencies itself, the adoption rate of blockchain technologies. Yes, and so we started with the National Agency of Public Registry. So now we are doing it in our education sector. So I think that is a third pillar, that the state agencies are also part of this process. And I think it's really a win-win situation for everybody, because the state agencies are actually getting a lot of information from the private companies, and at the same time, the private companies are getting amazing experience, which will help them to make their products and services more and more efficient.
Great. The way you're speaking, it sounds as if you're actually on a journey. You say that Georgia was the very, very first country to incorporate blockchain into government services. You're now in the midst of another phase of blockchain integration with some projects you're involved in the education sector. Is this just the start? Are you on a journey? Are you going to do more?
Of course, it will be more, because sky is the limit. But just not to forget a very important piece of information. In 2019, Georgia was named as #2 country in the Global Innovation Index, which was a great success for us, because we were doing very good in all other major rankings. But also we wanted to show that a small country can also be so successful in the Global Innovation Index. When it comes to the education sector reform, it's a very emotional topic for me, because it was a major reason and major motivation for me to enter into politics, because I and my friends, we believe that we could make the transformation of Georgia only via education sector reform. And the major idea behind this philosophy was when we initiated a new legislation according to which any government will have an obligation to invest at least 6% of GDP, which is 25% of our budget, into education, into human capital development process. And of course, I mean, there was a lot of criticism about it, because Georgia is still facing the economic challenges, and there were questions like, I mean, are you sure that Georgian budget can afford itself to spend 25% on education? And what was my answer? Yes, that. And I would be the happiest person if we could have a chance to invest even more. Yes, 8% of GDP to education. But what is the most important about this education, that this is very much related to the concept also of making Georgia a technological hub, because we cannot be successful in our aspirations unless the tech companies will be sure that Georgia will be able to provide the talented people, and that have guarantees that state will continue to invest significant amounts of money into human capital development process. And this reform is particularly linked to the blockchain technology. The input-output is doing a great project within the Ministry of Education. They are working specifically on a qualification verification project, and as we speak, to transform our country via education, this project had its paramount importance. So, therefore, I think that now, as the education sector reform is becoming a flagship project for Georgia, also the visibility of the possibilities of blockchain technologies also will become more and more visible. So this is the reason why I say that for the blockchain, sky is the limit in Georgia.
Fantastic, thanks for that. I want to ask you a few questions specifically about cryptocurrencies. What do you think the prospects are for very broad adoption of cryptocurrencies, and where will we end up? Do you see the near future, the next 5 to 10 year time horizon, being one where we have cryptocurrencies and traditional or fiat currencies coexisting side by side, or do you think there'll be a fairly rapid adoption of digital currencies by the majority of countries? Where do you think we're going?
Well, I think that the COVID pandemic once again showed that it is an inevitable process. And everybody knows that I'm a big advocate of the digital currencies. And moreover, I think that the nations who would like to be successful in the 21st century will ultimately come to this idea that they would have to introduce the digital currencies. But of course, there are a lot of question marks that should be answered. I also understand the opinion from the regulators, yes, because it's a very sensitive topic. But if you look at the bigger picture, what is my opinion, that it is an inevitable process. We know that China is very active in this respect, and it's not a surprise for us, because in the last few years they were pretty active.
Spam chat your answers if you guys want to go hear about
but I
Project
believe
Catalyst.
that's an inevitable
If not,
process.
we'll stay. I don't mean
And
to
I also
switch up on
believe
people
that
that are interested in this.
the countries
so let me know.
who will adopt it at an earlier stage, they will have a significant competitive advantage in the future. But once again, let me repeat myself. But of course, there are serious question marks which should be answered. But at the same time, I do hope also to see that the politicians are more open-minded when it comes to the digital currencies. And I think that the COVID pandemic once again showed that we, as a global community, we should be more active in adopting the idea of the digital currencies.
Great. I want to turn to an issue that seems to really polarize opinion within technology and business communities, within government circles, and certainly within the blockchain industry. And that is that there was an announcement during your time, last summer, during your time as Prime Minister, the last time I was in Georgia, of Facebook's Libra project. Where do you stand, and what do you think it represents? Some say it's a fairly blatant attempt to jump on the blockchain bandwagon. Others say it's a potentially good thing because it will drive adoption and encourage people, will legitimize the idea of blockchain and digital currencies. Where do you stand?
I think that we should give a credit to Facebook for initiating this ambitious idea. And the reason why I say so is that it is very important to educate and also increase the awareness of the blockchain technology, especially of the endless possibilities that it can give to the communities. And,
we are going to switch real quick. I think we got a lot of useful information. I want to go check out about this project that I was really interested in.
Will be eligible for rewards. Proposers, they're not just like make an idea and execute it like a volunteer, but they're actually getting paid. It actually can be their job to do this. If you're good at this, it could actually make a living from improving Cardano. How amazing is that? Of course, there's other additional roles such as experts and voting committee members. So these are those who help administer the elections. And the idea is to make sure there's a system there that rewards people for good behavior. Beyond that, there is the concept of accountability. So, so this is our common treasury, and we definitely don't believe that, people should, for example, make some kind of outrageous proposal and then just take the money and run. So we want to install mechanisms that would prevent that. So that is about reporting accomplishments as people get funded. It's about sharing the outcomes of the work in a way that is Cardano can use it for its development. And then there's also the idea that in order to really be collectively intelligent and really do find the best ideas, best proposals, there needs to be some kind of process of incubation and collaboration. There needs to be an innovation process around it. So you can think about, for example, that a good proposal addresses like real needs for Cardano. It's like acts on strong points of leverage. So how do we gain awareness of what are the real needs, what are the points of leverage? We do it collaboratively. Also, there's there's the simple fact that oftentimes you need teams to execute on something, or sometimes you have maybe a good idea, but not the ability to execute it. So we also need to do some matchmaking and collaboration in order to make the whole bigger than the parts. Lastly, it's about speed and iteration. So there's going to be a recurring monthly voting experiment/experience, so we can really rapidly evolve and rapidly improve. So to summarize, as we do these experiments, those that are successful will be scaled up with the consent of the community to access and manage the treasury funds. So let's move to talk actually a bit about the different components of the project. So first of all, there's the Yermangander blockchain. It's like the same technology that is powering the ITN. And actually, there's still an open possibility that the ITN itself is going to power the voting and some other parts of the process that I will explain later. But this is already, I think, an opportunity for you who are staking or stake pool operators in the ITN to continue to use it and enable this whole voting process to be decentralized. A second element is the Catalyst protocol, which is simply the set of governance and incentive parameters that are set for the experiments, that are shared transparently and iterated on from experiment to experiment. Then you have the Catalyst app, an Android and iOS mobile voting app that you can download and use to vote once Fund 2 will be released. And then lastly, you have the different Catalyst funds. So these are the different treasury experiments, out of which Fund 2 is going to have open for the community for participation. So now I'd love us to move into, I'd like to present you a demo of the Catalyst voting app, and I'm sure that would help bring things a bit to the ground and make things more understandable. So I'm just gonna run this video. As you can see, this is an Android device, and we also have a version compatible with iOS. So this is a quick tutorial how to start. The process starts with registration, and then you can vote, and then proposals get funded according to the desire of the community. With the app, you can discover and discuss proposals, vote on proposals you believe in, and submit all your votes at once. The proposals receiving the most votes will be funded in order until the funds run out of money. Now you can see here the dashboard view. You can see at the top the name of the voting round, Fund 0, and the purpose of the voting round, support innovative projects. Voting power indicates how much influence you have over the voting outcome. The number 10,000 is my current voting power. For Fund 0, we just use testnet accounts holding test data. For Fund 2, the way voting power will be calculated will be different, and we will announce the specifics ahead of time. My rewards shows how much rewards I am eligible for. Currently, there are two main ways to earn rewards. The first, by registering to vote, you will receive voting rewards. And the second, if your proposal receives funding, you will receive a proposer reward. You can also see a list of mock proposals. Let's explore some of them. In the proposal detail page, you can review the proposal. This will include a link to a discussion forum and a link to a PDF specifying the proposal in more detail. Let's vote yes on this proposal. In order to submit the proposal to the blockchain, I will need to go to the My Vote section. But before that, let's vote on more proposals. Now that I have finished voting, I can go to the My Votes page and submit my proposal. Here you can see the list of all the votes I have indicated. In order to complete the voting and register these votes on the blockchain, I will click Cast My Votes, and I will input my PIN code to authorize. Hooray! The votes have been submitted to the blockchain. Now, let's imagine the following scenario. I thought a bit more about it, and I changed my mind about the Cardano to fiat payment processor, for example. How can I change my vote? Well, it's as simple as resubmitting a vote again and just try to do it before the end of the voting period. Only my last vote counts in the end. So for example, here I voted yes, and now I will vote no, and I will cast it. So now I change my vote on this specific proposal. So after going through all this app, I might have some questions or I need some help and support. So I can click on the help and support section, and I can access an FAQ, or I can access tech support and ask for help through that channel. So that's it. Thank you for listening. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the demo. And so this was a very detailed view of how the voting experience look. And I want to zoom out for a second to really talk about the entire flow for as it happens for different types of participants in the system. So first of all, we have the proposers, those who introduce innovations to the Cardano network, and how would their journey look like. So first of all, we're going to release a call for proposals that's going to make a very clear definition of how does a proposal look like, and how to submit it. So expect this this month, the month of July. Then you have a designated platform called Submittable to write and submit your proposals. Then there will be a small process where scammy, trollish proposals will be filtered out, and then they will be available to vote on the voting app. And then we will reach the actual voting stage, where you will be, as a proposer, you'll be invited to join the discussion forum, answer questions, gain support in the community, and I would say not only that, but there might be also include an innovation platform that will allow you to incubate and evolve your proposal. So that would be like right at the start. I just forgot to mention that. Then you have finally after the end of the voting, when you get to the reward stage, that there will be a blog post published on the official Cardano website that will announce the results and which proposals received funding. And the winning proposals would be invited to send reports, progress reports over time, as a condition to continuously receive the funding they were asking for. From a voter's perspective, it's a bit simpler. So first of all, yes, we will announce the start of Fund 2 and all the criteria and how to download the app and register and all these details. Don't worry, you will know everything. And then through the mobile app, you will be able to view proposals. Of course, go to the discussion platform, hear reviews from other people, and ask questions, etc. Then there will be some kind of a mechanism to calculate your voting power that's based on how much ADA you are holding on the mainnet. Then you would be able to complete your registration and then vote like you saw in the demo. Now, there's another type of participant that I won't go too much into the weeds into, but I really invite you to watch Ping Sheng's presentation as he talks about voting committee members. So this is basically the administrators of the election. So imagine in a normal election, in your country, you have these people who, set up the voting spot and make sure that everything is kosher and private, etc. So these are the people, and we'll start with the federated model, but then it will be actually community members who would be part of this committee, and their job is to again filter out scammy or trollish proposals, publish them to the blockchain so they'll be available to vote on, tally the votes in a decentralized fashion, and then publish them so the entire community can learn who the winning proposals are, and then lastly distribute the rewards to voters and projects. So yeah, so we talked about these specific roles, you know, and I think a lot of you might be asking, what's in it for me? Well, for a voter, you will gain the power of influence, the ability to actually have a say, to have a seat at the boardroom table for Cardano. It's also an opportunity for you to earn ADA, because we honor and reward those who participate, those who take the time to register and review votes and make an educated choice. Secondly, as a proposer, this is a huge opportunity for you, not just to earn ADA from creating and executing on proposals. It's also, I think, like it's an opportunity for you to really get involved with the community, learn about cutting edge blockchain technology, collaborate with people. I think it should be, I really encourage all of you that once this call of proposals come out, to really get involved. I think it's going to be a really fun adventure for those of you. And lastly, there's the community champions. So these are people that really care deeply about Cardano and our mission, and want to become a leader, a new type of leader in this emerging ecosystem of decentralized governance. Help keep discussions educated and respectable, and make sure that we are collectively intelligent, you know, and that the process is impactful. So then let's talk about the actual set of experiments that are planned for this year. So the very first experiment, Catalyst 0, has already concluded, and I will report in the future, in probably the next slide, I'm going to share the results from that initial experiment. So this was basically a rough prototype. We worked on a test net. You know, the app is in developer mode. There was no real money or real rewards. Participants were a focus group. Then, and it just meant, it was basically like basically usability and technical feasibility test. And then the next fund is called Catalyst 1. And it will be, the people who participate will be the staff of IOHK. And these people are going to be our poor guinea pigs that are going to test out and do a dress reversal ahead of Catalyst 2, which is like the main fund, the Cardano community fund that you will be all invited to join and participate, that will have real money or real ADA distributed and real rewards. So, you know, like, so thanks for all the people that will be, all the members of IOHK in Catalyst 1 that will just, you know, be able to identify like early issues, so we can ensure that when you guys come along, you have a good experience. So as I said, our first fund was complete. You know, the demo you saw was actually, we actually had a voting round with the focus group with these mock proposals. We had a really great group, and I want to thank everybody there that participated, that are, you know, very global representation. So 5 participants from 5 continents. The early results indicate that people were very happy with the usability of the app, as you can see by the score. But we also learned that we need to work a bit around fairness of like how people perceived in their gut, in their heart, if that this process is fair. It has a lot to do with how we explain things, and that's part of the iteration for us for Fund 1 and Fund 2, like be even more friendly and explicit. So we're learning and evolving. Let's take a closer look. Let's double click on the about the technologies that are used, the blockchain technologies used. So here in the gray, you see the Shelley, the mainnet, and in blue, you can see the Jormungandr blockchain. So as you can see, the voting power with this red arrow, voting power is derived from the ADA you hold on the main chain. There's going to be a very specific mechanism how it's going to be calculated, and we're going to announce it. But it will be based on what you hold on Shelley. Then you can see that the registration, the voting, the opening and tallying of the ballots is going to happen on the Jormungandr blockchain. And you can also see that rewards will be in real ADA distributed to participants in Shelley. And once again, I want to really call, those of you who are like enthusiastic and that are like excited about this idea, that really want voting to be decentralized, stay in the ITN. That's my advice for you. Let's talk about the Catalyst protocol. So beyond it's not just a protocol, it's a team. It's a team it's led by Dr. Roman Olinikov and Dr. Dmitry Kaidalov. And what their job is to take all the knowledge and expertise we learned from the past years of treasury research and models, and put it into practice to achieve the outcomes presented in this slide. So first and foremost, do not harm. Then the understandability of the governance. Then that it's adaptive to the needs of the community. So when I mean do no harm, it means like that we create a safe environment for you to participate. So it's stable. There's no DDoS or there's defenses against DDoS attacks. Your privacy is preserved, and it incorporates mechanisms to protect against centralization. The second aspect, understandability, is its logic, its purpose is because we want the system to be evolvable and predictable. And we want to be able to change it in a safe manner and also have general coherence around the community about what's going on. And so part of it is providing very clear explanations about the parameters, from explaining what do they mean to how the different units are calculated and what's the rationale behind it, and enable you all also to be part of this conversation. Lastly, it's about being adaptive to the community. So from experiment to experiment, as we learn more, we will enhance and iterate on the incentive models in order to improve fund impact. For example, after Fund 2, we might discover, theoretically, nobody knows what will happen, but let's assume, for example, that we want to incentivize more proposals. Okay, so we will increase the rewards for proposers. So this is something we can do and iterate for the next one. Another aspect is our ability to suggest changes in accordance to the will of the community, while preserving understandability and resilience. So to conclude, Fund 2 is going to be the first step for the Cardano community in creating a new generation of bottom-up leadership I really encourage you to join the experiment, experience for yourself, experience and experiment with treasury governance by proposing projects, by being involved in the discussions around proposals, and by voting and discerning which proposals should get funded. Obviously, you must have, I'm sure you have some questions around the process. So maybe you're asking, how can I propose? Well, we will announce it in July, exactly how to do that. Then there's the questions of how much funds, when fund to, how do I register to vote, when does voting start? So we're going to make a very clear, detailed announcement about how to do that before autumn. So stay tuned. So this basically concludes the presentation. I hope that was interesting for you, and and maybe you're excited as I am. Maybe you have a lot of questions. So there's going to be two ways to express that. One is we're going to have a short Q&A session, and I'll be stick here to answer the best of my ability. But really, if you have a bit more deeper thoughts to share and more questions, do go through this link and fill up the form. And I promise you, I will read your feedback, and we'll also try to address it. One way to address it is actually if we see that there's lots of questions that are repeating, we will include the answer in the project's FAQ, for example. So this is already. The experiment has already begun. You already right now have an opportunity to improve governance just by sharing your point of view. So I really encourage you to do that. And we're looking for your questions. So thank you so much.
Sorry everyone, I was grabbing something to drink. I am back though with some water. How are you guys all doing? Let's see some spam in the chat. Alright, so we were choosing Vent Surf for sure, so we can go home out of here now. I wonder if anyone's talking anywhere. We can check out the Cardano effect while we're waiting. Yep, I don't hear anything yet. So we still have about, I think, 13 minutes before that comes on. So
we'll see how people accept it or not, where they have the freedom to accept it or not. But anyway, but it's always susceptible, I would think, to the political whims of the people who are running either the central bank or the central government.
Yeah, I know. I need a mini fridge and 3 cups of coffee, man, some espresso.
And it sounds as if you're essentially ambivalent about central bank digital currencies. Is that a fair comment?
Well, there may be, it may be more efficient. There may be efficiencies run out of that, and maybe it may be more efficient for the central bank then to look after money supply, because that's one thing that, like in the United States, that the Federal Reserve has complained over the years that it doesn't have the way it used to back in the good old days, where they were able to, quote unquote, good old days. Not that I think they were that good, but in that respect, but where they were able to control the interest rates and the money supply much more than they can now. But so maybe that's one offshoot of a central bank currency. I haven't studied it enough to say that or not. But I think to me it's just an extension of a fiat currency, and it's not really anything that drastically new from what's being done in the past, except for perhaps the efficiencies and that sort of thing from it.
Right. Well, Paul, you've walked us through your opinions and shared your insights right the way from state level through to federal government and regulatory level in the US, right the way through to the international arena. I really want to thank you for joining us here at the Cardano Virtual Summit. It's been a real privilege. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you, Rod. Thank you very much for having me.
I had to turn my mic on. We could do some, the chair I have, okay, so I use a blanket. I actually just got a kitten, and the kitten likes to screw up my leather. I wanted to say the F word there, but I stopped myself. I'm getting better at this, I promise. The cat likes to scratch the leather, so I put this blanket over it to protect it. But it is a Secret Labs chair. It's pretty nice. I like it a lot. It's pretty good for my back. I sit in chair for long hours, whether I'm trying to learn coding or trying to work on stake pools and stuff. So it's pretty nice. I appreciate it. So how excited are you guys for Vint Cerf to come on, man? I want to learn more about this guy. I'm really excited to hear what he would do differently with the internet. I think that's going to be awesome. I haven't really looked into much of what he said, but we can pull it up and read the description real quick. My volume's a little low. Sorry about that. I can turn it up. Is that a little better for you? I had it minus 4 decibels so I don't reach that red spot. Wait, Vint is on? I thought he was in the main auditorium. Let me I can do a quick little get out of here and come back. Maybe that'll fix it. I'm not seeing Vent on. Let me unfull screen this and do a refresh. We're going back. Oh, he's on in 9 minutes. You guys had me worried there. I thought he was on right now, and I was missing it for you guys. I'd be a pretty shitty news host, that's for sure. Yeah, it was a false alarm. You guys fooled me. I mean, I'm pretty easily fooled though, for sure. So. Yeah. Oh, he was okay. Charles was live promoting Vince's segment. That's pretty cool. So, what do you guys think so far? I took some notes. See if there's anything cool that I want to talk about before it starts. We got 7 minutes. Okay, one funny thing that I thought was entertaining from Charles' announcement. He mentioned people getting ADA tattoos and like dataless tattoos and stuff, and then he also mentioned someone who named their daughter Ada, and like it made me laugh because he said after that, he said, "Yeah, someone named their daughter Ada," and he's like, "Yeah, we really got to make this work." I thought that was hilarious. Charles said, if you're at work, quit your job. That's pretty funny. What else? What else did I take notes about? One thing that Charles mentioned earlier too that I thought was awesome. He said formal methods take a long time, but it pays off in the end. And I agree with that completely. I mean, we've been all waiting a long time for this, and I think the formal methods is the way to go. I mean, just think about the style of community that's been built around Cardano, just because this is the route that we chose. I mean, someone on my Discord server mentioned earlier, it's one of my moderators. He said that I have never had to delete any chat or link in a Discord server with over 250 people. I think it's because the idea of formal methods and taking this long style approach and writing papers first before iterating it really attracts a certain type of person. And I just see that in the community today, and I think we're building a really strong community that's awesome. So I wanted to mention that. One thing that was also cool was the Prism identity management. I really can't wait to see more on that. It's pretty cool that you can have registered credentials to an address, or be registered to a certain style or a certain group of people, and you can have that identity attached to the address. That's pretty cool, especially for countries with really strict regulations. That's going to be important for getting ADA to everyone, you know. I'm also really excited for all the layer 2 stuff built on stake pools. Obviously the main one there is Hydra. There's an event going on with Hydra right now. It's going to start in 7 minutes, but obviously we're going to watch Vint Surf, so we can't see the Hydra channel stuff. Pretty upset about that. Maybe if we have some free time later on today or tomorrow, I wonder if we can find a link to go watch that. It'd be awesome. We talked a little bit earlier about the proposals for applications. He said like up to $250,000 a piece, I think is what he said. Take that with a grain of salt, but that's awesome. The C Fund is a really cool idea, and then them teaming up with the Wave Financial Advisors. I think Wave Financial Advisors might be the other person putting in that $10 million. So that's pretty cool. Ron Hill says the adults in the community. Yeah, that's. I agree with you, man. Even though that I don't look much like an adult, you know, especially after I shaved. Charles called me out, and I was like, wow, I haven't been outside in forever, man. I gotta fix this. He called me out on the Cardano effect. I thought that was pretty funny. And then obviously Project Catalyst, the cell phone app that we were just looking at. What do you guys think of that, man? I think that's an awesome idea, and I also haven't really ever heard of the idea of incentivizing people to vote. It's really smart, especially when you look at the ITN and kind of how shoddy the voting was there, that not many people even turned out. And there are a couple reasons that happened, but a good way to stop that from happening is incentivizing voting, like we just did. So I think that was awesome. The cell phone app is a really good idea too. Everyone has cell phones. Even people in lesser fortunate countries have cell phones, especially like the cheaper Android phones, and they're obviously going to make it for Android first, because Android is easier to put stuff on. And then the last thing that was crazy that I wrote down, we obviously mentioned this earlier, but Voltaire at the same time as Shelley. And I actually saw someone on Twitter mention that the Voltaire testnet is going to be incentivized. So what do you guys think of that? That's awesome. You know, we're going to be voting. We're going to be getting paid for it. We're going to be probably trying proposals and stuff on there too. And it's all going to be incentivized. So I'm really happy about all this. There's a lot of great announcements going out today. How much longer do we got? Still got 3 minutes, so we might as well wait. I was going to say we can go check out what's going on Twitter. There's a lot of cool stuff going on out there. Charles is only 32 like me, but looks like he's 10 years older. Yeah, running a company will do that to you, man, for sure. That's exactly what it is. Because, I mean, I don't run a company, and I don't look very old. It's pretty simple. I didn't actually realize Charles was 32. I thought he was like 40 or so, until he just mentioned it in one of his AMAs. Rossi said, so far announced Atala, Prism, Catalyst, Project Atlas, and C Fund. It's awesome, man. And they said that there's more coming tomorrow. JJ said, can't handle all this good news. Yeah, me either, man. I commented on Twitter and said it was Tommy. Tommy posted on there. He said he posted all the good news that happened. So then I put I think I'm in love with Hard Eyes, because I really am, man. Hearing all these announcements. I mean, as a content creator, each announcement is just a different topic that I can dive into and make a video about. And them announcing a Voltaire incentivized testnet, dude, think of how much content I can pull out from that. Because I want to explain what Voltaire is. I want to explain what's going on in the testnet. I want to explain how to be a part of it. There's so much awesome stuff that's just coming out of this, and it makes me giddy as a content creator. You know, there's a lot of cool stuff that can come out of this from me, and obviously from Cardano. You know, it's pretty cool. But there is still 270 people here. I think at max we reached 480, but like I said earlier, man, I'm more than happy with 50 people here. You know, it was supposed to be just a little watch party, but it turned into something bigger. We are going to be doing this tomorrow at the same time. Same thing. It's going to be a long couple days for me, but I am having a fun time doing it. I appreciate you guys all being here today. Event Surf's going to be on in about 1 minute, so pretty excited about that. Remember, I do go mute at the start of everything, so then I'll talk in the chat with you guys. But when it's over, we can commentate and share what we just heard. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm having a really good time. This is pretty fun. I've said this before today, but I wish I was there in person. You know, I wish I was sitting in that seat, posting selfies on my Twitter, being like, guys, Vent Surf is 30 feet away from me, and I'm hearing him talk about the start of the internet. You know, that'd been so awesome. I would have so paid $500 to get in there and see this event. Jamie said more announcements coming for sure, man. Cole said any what's awesome. So much of this stuff right now is around the corner. Yeah, for sure. Will they take another snapshot for the ITN for Voltaire? I don't think it's going to be the ITN anymore. I mean, it is an incentivized testnet, so I guess you could call it that. But there will be another snapshot. They're not going to just leave everyone out. I can promise you guys that. It says a lot more people have been joining back. It's probably because I'm talking. Oh, Vince Surf's here. Gotta go.
Okay, Phil, we are live, in case you hadn't noticed. Hello, everybody.
Hi, I'm Phil Wadler. I'm speaking to you from Edinburgh. I'm a senior research fellow at IOHK and also a professor at the University of Edinburgh. And it's my enormous pleasure to introduce Vince Cerf. He's a vice president and chief internet evangelist at Google. I'm not going to go over all his accomplishments because if I did, we would have time for nothing else. But I will give you a very brief introduction. He got his PhD from UCLA in 1972, joined the faculty at Stanford. By 1974, he had written his joint paper with Bob Kahn that described what at that time was called the ARPANET and later came to be called the Internet. He went off with Kahn in 1976 to start working at ARPA, the Advanced Research Projects Agency at the US Department of Defense. Then went to MCI, where he worked on the first commercial email service. From 92 to 95, he was the founding president of the Internet Society. And from 2000 to 2007, he chaired ICANN, which allocates domain names. He won the Turing Award in 2004, jointly with Bob Kahn, and was appointed to Google in 2005. As you can see, he's well known as a snazzy dresser, and he's a distant cousin to the well-known publisher and comedian Bennett Cerf.
That's right.
And if you want to read one of his RFCs, the one I most recommend is Perry Encounters the Doctor, RFC 439 from January 1973, of which I still have fond memories. So I'm going to do a very short personal introduction. I actually know Vint because I was his undergraduate at Stanford at the time that he moved there as a faculty member. And he actually hired me to do some work on the early internet. I think I wrote the very first computer game. We'll get back to that at the end. But I want to talk about the most important thing that I learned while at Stanford, which Vint taught me. And I'm going to preface this with a video. So if you could run the video.
He thinks it's only right to return the compliment. Bad language or abuse I never use, whatever the emergency. Though bothered it I may occasionally say, I never use a big D. What's never? No, never. What's never? Well, hardly ever. Hardly ever swears a big D. Then give 3 cheers and 1 cheer more for the well-bred captain of the Pinafore. Then give 3 cheers and 1 cheer more for the captain of the Pinafore.
Right, so you just saw that video. That was I Am the Captain of the Pinafore from HMS Pinafore by Gilbert and Sullivan. And the reason I ran that was, as I mentioned, I was working for Vint, and he was explaining to me this new idea, packet switching, which is what the internet is based on. And he started talking about reliability. He was explaining to me about drop packets. And suddenly, he starts singing to me this song. And he says, never use the big D. Big D, what never? No, never. What never? Well,
hardly ever.
Right, as a way of explaining when packets get dropped. Do packets get dropped? Never. Well, hardly ever. And that really stuck with me. That was, I think, one of the very first times I understood how important it was to use humor in communication. And that's stuck with me throughout my whole career. So, Vint, I really want to say a big thank you to that. And anybody who's ever enjoyed one of my talks or enjoyed reading one of my papers, I think they may want to say a big thank you to you as well. So thank you.
Well, you're very welcome, Phil. I have to say that with a last name like Cerf, it's probably a genetic, flaw. I never met a pun I didn't like. But I think your point's extremely well taken. That humor is often a wonderful way of helping people understand something and not feel overwhelmed by it, which I hope we are able to introduce into our discussion today as well.
Right. So, first question. I think you're prepared for this one since it's the title of the session. Designing the internet. What would you have done differently?
So many people have asked this. I'm almost, there's this list. This is question number 121. There are some things that I wish I could have done. I'm not sure that I would have gotten away with it, but let's talk a little bit about there. There's 3 in particular. The first and most obvious one for most people who are familiar with the internet is the address space. This is not the domain names, but this is the numeric address space, like an address, a postal address, that tells you where things are in the internet, where the termination points are. When Bob Kahn and I did the original design, we actually did a calculation to try to figure out, how many termination points should we anticipate? We knew this had to be a global system because it was intended to be a possible basis for the US command and control network, which was needed to manage military forces literally all over the globe, and of course also to interwork with allies. So we did a little back of the envelope calculation, and we said, okay, so let's see. It has to be in every country. How many countries are there? And we didn't know what the answer was to that, and there wasn't any Google to ask at the time. So we estimated 128 because that was a power of 2, and that's what programmers think in. So we said, okay, so how many networks per country? And we said, well, there ought to be some competition. So how about 2 on the average per country? So when you do the math, you get 256 networks, so that's 8 bits. And then we said, how many computers will there be in each network? And remember, this is 1973 when computers were big, expensive things, and they were in air-conditioned rooms, and they didn't get up and move around. But we said, well, how about 16 million or something? So in the end, we had 8 bits of network and 24 bits of host ID. That was a 32-bit number. And of course, if we could allocate that absolutely, fully and densely, that would be 4.3 billion terminations. That was more than there were people in the world. And this was just an experiment. We didn't know if it was going to work. So we adopted a 32-bit address space. In the course of development, we went through 4 iterations of the design of the TCP protocols, and then we split IP off. So we had TCP IP. And we actually considered a larger address space and decided that it just didn't pass the red face test. We considered 128 bits, but that's 3.4 times 10 to the 38th addresses. And I couldn't imagine going to somebody and saying, I need 128 bits of address space to do this experiment. So we stuck with 32. It lasted until 2011, but the Internet Engineering Task Force recognized around 1992 that we were consuming the B class address space, especially very, very quickly. So we introduced IP version 6 after some arm wrestling at 128 bits. So if I could have gone back and been convincing about needing 128 bits of address space, it would have been nicer because the transition has been slow and not as efficient as I would have liked. On the other hand, that's a hell of a lot of bits for addressing, and we didn't have a lot of data rate available. It was a 50 kilobit backbone, and wasting a lot of time on addressing just didn't seem appropriate. So that's one thing that I wish we could have done, but I don't think I could have gotten away with it. The second thing has to do with security, and of course, lots of people say, "You idiot! Why didn't you make a more secure system?" It's falling apart all over everywhere. Headlines are all over the place. So what's the matter with you? Well, the honest answer is that at the time, I had actually worked with the NSA on a version of the internet that could be secured, but the equipment we were using turned out to be classified, and I couldn't share information about it with people who didn't have clearances. So about 1976, which is about 2 years before the point where we froze the design in order to get busy implementing it, a paper was published by Marty Hellman and Whitfield Diffie, who were colleagues at Stanford, called On New Directions in Cryptography, if I remember right. And it was all about public key crypto. And of course, that was a powerful, very powerful conceptual shift in the way in which crypto worked, because up until then, the keys had to be symmetric. Everybody had the same key, which meant you could generate messages and claim the other guy did it. Whereas in the public key space, the only party who can be accused of having generated a particular object that's digitally signed is the one that has the private key that isn't shared. So the public key crypto idea really struck me. However, there was no software and no algorithms readily available at that time. And so by this time in '76, I'm at ARPA and I'm running the program, and I really want to demonstrate its functional capability. So we released the system without benefit of public key crypto. But that's retrofittable and has been, as you and many others know. I mean, we use it all the time in order to support HTTPS, TCP over TLS, IPsec, and all these other things have key distribution mechanisms that are very dependent on the public key crypto. There's one other little nuance, and since you're in Edinburgh, in the general region of the UK, your listeners should know that the public key crypto idea was actually discovered by GCHQ, which is the UK equivalent of NSA, somewhere around 1974, a couple of years before Whit and Marty came up with the idea, but they didn't publish it because they wanted to keep it a secret because they were going to use it for their own purposes, and they didn't want anybody else to know about it. So they didn't get the credit that Whit and Diffie did, Whit Diffie and Marty Hellman got. They eventually got the Turing Award and the Marconi Prize as well for their work. So that's the second thing, is I would have put more crypto in if I could have, but I am glad to say we could retrofit. The third thing is a little more obscure, and I know we don't want to consume too much time getting down into too many weeds, but the top level summary is that the first 3 networks of the internet were the original ARPANET, which is built with dedicated telephone circuits linking the packet switches together. But we knew for command and control, we were going to need computers and ships at sea and mobile vehicles and airborne vehicles, and couldn't use wires to tie them together. So Bob Kahn had started, before I even got to ARPA, had started working on a mobile packet radio system and a packet satellite system to go along with the ARPANET in order to serve that aspect of the command and control requirement. So the packet radio system was built in the Bay Area, and we had repeaters on the mountaintops, we had repeaters in mobile vehicles, and a few other fixed locations. And I thought that when we demonstrated that you could drive around, you had an IP address, the IP address never changed, but you got handed off from one router to or one radio router to another, the system worked. And so I thought we'd solve the mobility problem, but what I have failed to take into account is that if you had multiple mobile systems and you moved from one to the other and your IP address changed, the TCP IP connection would break, because the IP addresses were no longer, you got a new IP address and the other guy didn't know that. So that was a mistake, and I wish I had really understood that. It's so stupid, really, when you think about it. Now, as a matter of fact, here it is 2020, and at Google, for other reasons, a new protocol was developed called QUIC, Q-U-I-C, which basically combines TCP and TLS into a single encrypted system with multiple channels that are each independently flow controlled, something that I did not do in the early days of TCP because it would take up too much memory and processing for the computers of the day. I actually considered it, but I didn't do it. But the QUIC protocol has the feature that there is a common crypto variable that both ends generate, and that means if one of them changes the IP address, they can still validate themselves by saying, hi, it's still me, and here's my crypto variable to prove it. And so it actually solves at least a portion of that mobility problem. So those are the three things that I think I would do differently. We can't hear you, Phil, because you are muted.
Someday I will learn to actually press the unmute button. That's not what a PhD in computing teaches you to do. So we've been joined by Aggelos Kalias, who is the chief scientist of IOHK and also my colleague as a professor at Edinburgh. And he's going to ask the first question.
So, okay, thanks. Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks, Phil, and thanks, Vin, for joining us in this session. It's a delight to have you here. So as a cryptographer, there are many questions about crypto that I could think right now and ask you with all the things you said. But I'd rather kick off this, our set of questions with a question about governance, because I think it will be very beneficial for this community to have your insights on this. So the internet is a global common resource that requires oversight, governance, and large-scale coordination. And you contributed personally in a major way to make this a reality. So something that we are all very grateful for. So currently in the blockchain space, we're deploying systems like Cardano that are supported by a growing international community that has aspirations to offer functionalities like smart contracts that will operate at the global scale. So what is your advice to this community, and what are the lessons learned from your journey on how to govern successfully global scale projects?
So let's using the internet as a hobby horse here in order to respond to the question. Let me first of all say that the word governance is a very, very broad term. At least I would like us to use it in a broad way in this conversation. For example, there are such things as technical governance, by which I might mean a set of agreed protocols, because protocols govern your behavior. They determine how computers format things and how they exchange things and in what order your state changes occur and all that. So protocols are a kind of technical governance, and they are absolutely essential. Agreeing on them and holding them in common is part of the reason the internet works. So that's one aspect of all this. And I would like to point out that we created institutions in order to respond to issues arising with regard to the use and spread of the internet as needed, as opposed to trying to invent them ahead of time or anticipate what they were. So for example, when Steve Crocker was leading the network working group on the ARPANET to do the host protocols, he created a very informal network working group, which eventually morphed into the Internet Engineering Task Force and the Internet Architecture Board, and now the Internet Research Task Force. Those institutions got created as the need for them arose. The same thing could be said for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. It was created in 1997 or 98 in response to a need for more management more I would say, organized management of the domain name system and the internet address allocation system. Other organizations also got created, again, out of need. So the regional internet registries for distribution of IP addresses, assignment of IP addresses, came along. There are 5 of them, and sort of a regional, on a regional basis. And they were created in order to bring order to the assignment, unique assignment of IP addresses to the people who were building networks and needed them. The Internet Society was created, again, out of need. In this case, it was a little amusing. We had a secretariat that was funded by the National Science Foundation. It was run out of the Corporation for National Research Initiatives, which Bob Kahn started way back in 1985 or 86, and I joined around that time. So the secretariat was run by one of the CNRI staff. And somewhere along the line, I'm going to guess around 1990 or so, NSF noticed that there was a cost associated with running the Secretariat to assist the Internet Engineering Task Force with its standards making activity. And they said, but we're spending research money on that, but this is increasingly a commercial activity. By this time, the World Wide Web has been announced. We're seeing commercial networking happen. So they said, we aren't going to use research dollars for this anymore. You have to self-fund. And so Bob and I and others said, well, we have to invent some nonprofit thing which can house the Secretariat and be self-funding. So we invented the Internet Society. And of course, that was we opened our doors in January, I think, of 1992. And I served as the first president. So I won't go on this, but the point here is that there are new institutions that got created in order to operate the internet. Of course, companies got started, new networks and things like that. And then many applications, hardware developers, all of these things got created as need demanded. There is, however, another part which you clearly wanted to address and want me to address, and that has to do with the way in which the internet is used. And here we run into much more complicated problems. The internet is a layered architecture, and so the layers are fairly well separated. The lowest layer, the physical layer, often involves what I would call typical telecommunications companies, cable companies, telephone companies that offer communication services, and which we treat in the internet at the internet layer as sort of dumb pipes that just connect packet switches together. So there are regulations associated with telecom carriers, and so that's a piece of governance. Then there are regulations associated with internet service providers. What can they do? What can they not do? And we get into big arguments over what's called net neutrality. Can you fiddle around with the packets and interfere with somebody's application because you were competing with them? I would prefer that to be a no-no. I consider that anti-competitive behavior. We've had big arguments about this in the US. There are other arguments in other parts of the world. So we see governance with regard to policy to be a very big and complex space. In the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, for example, there's an endless array of multi-stakeholder consultation on policy development. And at the United Nations, where normally you hear the word multilateral, in the most recent couple of years, a high-level panel on digital cooperation was established by the Secretary General, Guterres, and a report was submitted to the Secretary in June of last year, outlining issues and proposals for improved ability to generate governance principles. And now most recently, at the UN 75th anniversary announcement in June, just this past June, the Secretary General released a roadmap for digital cooperation, writ global. I mean, these are open possibilities for improving the development of governance principles and potentially institutions. So that leads us to one last point, which is that when you see a phenomenon like the internet, which is rich in its evolution, it's rich in new ideas, new applications, it is a very, very open architecture. It invites people to invent new ways of using it, and they do. But this also introduces new kinds of governance concerns. What do we do about misinformation and disinformation in social media? What do we do about malware, which is propagating through the network? What do we do about someone in one country harmed by someone in another country where we have jurisdictional divides, in some cases international, and how do we deal with law enforcement in that case? What kinds of agreements should we have for commonality on digital signatures? How much weight do we give a digital signature in a court of law where there's a dispute over a contract that was digitally signed by two parties who never met each other? And rattle, I could go on and on here. So for anyone who is interested in governance, there is simply a wide open space here for hard work and for international agreements in order to manage this very complex and very, very rich environment that we call the internet and the World Wide Web.
Thanks for that. That touches on several points that I think we'll get to. So lots of people have been putting up great questions on Reddit. Let me give you the first one from WLFNMN. Which is more dangerous, Facebook and Google or China?
Wow, this is sort of like, when did you stop beating your wife? I think that if there are dangers at all, and perhaps there are, they are not all the same. It is not unusual to see concentrations of capacity in the commercial markets. This happens a lot. In the automobile manufacturing market, for example, in the US, there were 3 large manufacturers. There were hundreds of them when the automobile was first created, just like there were many different network providers. But over time, there are economies of scale that often dictate that the number of actors, successful actors in the market, will diminish over time. So there is vigorous competition still in the internet space, even though the person asking the question might feel there should be more. So the thing that we should be thoughtful about is to make sure that users have choice. And here I think it's very important to recognize that the successes of some of the internet-oriented companies is not guaranteed, nor is it necessarily guaranteed to persist forever. And so we've seen some very successful internet entities diminish in their visibility and success over time. And so Google, of course, and Facebook and others are equally at risk, which is why, as one of the Google executives, I feel like we have to keep running like crazy, because there's probably a couple of students in some dorm somewhere, just like Larry Page and Sergey Brin, inventing something better than we have. And so, so the answer is, I don't think we are as dangerous as the question implies, because we are, just like everybody else, driven by the potential of innovation that will undermine whatever our business model happened to be. China is an interesting alternative, and we don't have time for a complete dissertation here. China has invested very, very heavily in the internet. It's certainly a country that has the largest population of internet users per capita anywhere in the world. There must be at least 800 million, possibly as many as 1 billion users. Not only that, they've invested in the infrastructure, and they have companies which are big, like Alibaba, for example, and WePay and other, or WeChat, and others that are comparable in scale to some of the Western companies that have grown up in the internet space. On the other hand, China has exhibited a philosophy which is less than open, in fact, dramatically less, and surveillance is an increasingly significant component of the way in which they've chosen to implement the internet, or the way in which they've chosen to implement applications on the internet. And so in that sense, there are some risk factors, especially if their sense of internet propagates more broadly, as opposed to the Western openness view of the internet. So we can already see that there are some regimes other than the Chinese that are also interested in controlling and or observing what their population does, limiting what they can see or what they can say. And to the extent that that becomes common or more common, I think it's harmful to the fundamental philosophy of the internet, which has always been to keep it open, allow it to continue to evolve, allow people to share information, and to essentially accelerate progress by virtue of that sharing.
I remember to unmute that time. Thank you for that answer. There's a follow-up question here from, again, from Reddit, something who goes by the name Rody Dick. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that under our the way we run these things, but on we go. Question is, on the internet, no one knows you're a dog. How can we address the explosion of misinformation? And does blockchain help?
So first of all, let me take that last bit. I am a well-known blockchain skeptic. Somebody asked me, what about blockchain? And I said something like, run the other way. Now, to be fair about this, blockchain is a technology. It is, roughly speaking, an theoretically immutable distributed database. And it has some useful properties. I have not seen it scale terribly well. There are people who argue that there are sort of parallel blockchain systems that could be generating or capturing transactions in parallel, and then you build a kind of a Merkle tree to bind them all together. And so perhaps you could achieve higher capacity, higher transaction rates than I have seen before. We use it at Google, for example, in the certificate transparency application. So it's not like it's simply anathema or stupid or anything else, but it might work only under certain conditions. And it might be less attractive than others. If you really had a distributed database where you're replicating data and you're digitally signing content, then you can introduce the immutability and the discovery of alteration, unauthorized alteration, without necessarily using the blockchain mechanism. Now let me come back to the core of the question, though, is misinformation, disinformation, and other abusive behaviors. I will sort of augment the question for the good of all mankind here. There are lots of things that people can do on the net that are very harmful, including the distribution of malware and the launch of denial of service attacks, and also the use of social media. And here I'd like to argue that the social media are the things that are most frequently exercised in order to amplify the effects of misinformation and disinformation. And this is turning out to be an extremely hard problem to solve. The platform is largely neutral. So if you think of YouTube and Facebook and all the other Twitter platforms, they are generally speaking neutral in their form, and anybody can inject anything into them. And then the question is, how do you cope with the things that you conclude should not be visible? How do you filter that out? And how do you filter it at scale? So to give you a concrete example, we estimate that there are 400 hours of video per minute uploaded into YouTube. Just think for a minute about what that means. 400 hours per minute uploaded into YouTube. So there's no way that a cadre of human beings is going to be able to look at all that video and do something about it. So we have to invent automated methods. We train those automated methods against videos that we're concerned about, and then we use machine learning to try to detect other videos that might be similarly troublesome. And then we need to do something about making sure that we detect cases that are false positives. So this can get into an example of detecting copyrighted material, whether it's a song or a video or something else. Imagine for a moment that it's a news program. Somebody's taken a clip in order to be concrete about something they're talking about, but the clip turns out to be recognizably copyright by something else, and so the system automatically shuts down that particular video. We go through a lot of things like that, and I'm sure that some of our colleagues in other application spaces run into similar problems. Let me conclude on this one by saying, A, we clearly have to apply automation. B, we have the problem that it won't be perfect, so we have to have a way of recovering from false positives. And third, I would say that there is also a filter that we could train, which might be even better. It's called wetware up here. I call it, critical thinking. And I believe people should exercise critical thinking about what they see and hear. Where did this come from? Is there any corroborating evidence to support a claim that's being made? What was the underlying purpose behind putting this information up? Is someone trying to fool me, persuade me of something that I shouldn't really believe? But that takes work. And so some people aren't willing to put all the work that you should into critical thinking. But I'd like to see kids trained to think that way because, oh, by the way, that's also the way science works, right? You have a hypothesis, you do experiments, and you verify whether or not the experiments justify the hypothesis. And if they don't, you have to discard the hypothesis because that's what science is all about. So, sorry, a really long answer, a hard problem to solve, many different mechanisms for addressing it, no one of which is perfect.
Okay, thanks for that. The next question is from Reddit user Relevant. You're sometimes known as one of the fathers of the internet. The question here is, who is the mother of the internet?
I love that. That's question number 103. So the answers are a number of women who were very much involved in the internet's development. And some of them are finally getting some serious recognition. I'm not going to try to tick them all off because I'm sure I'll miss one and somebody will be unhappy. But Radia Perlman, for example, was very involved in the routing architecture and especially on doing local area network trees, routing trees in order to avoid loops and things of that sort. She also solved one of the really hard problems of network fragmentation, where you have a network and it breaks in the middle, so there are two halves that can't talk to each other, and somebody's routing traffic based on the IP address space of that thing that was supposed to be connected, and it lands on the wrong half. And it can't get to the other side because the network is partitioned. She found a way to dynamically relabel the pieces in order to allow the routing system to discover the two broken halves and allow them to be routed to independently. It's a really beautiful piece of work. So, and I mentioned Radia because that was visible and very important. Judy Estrin, who is a serial entrepreneur and the daughter of my thesis advisor, was also my student at Stanford in her master's program, and she went on to found 5 or 6 different companies, many of whom, or of which, were internet related. So the answers are quite a few. I've not listed more than 2 here, but there are many more. And thank you for asking the question because I would like to take an action to get more of those women visible in the internet space because they deserve a lot of credit.
And this doesn't come from Reddit, but it was a natural follow-up question that occurred to me, given the circumstances. Who are the BAME, Black, Asian, and Minority Ethnic researchers that contributed that go a bit unsung?
And there are also a number of those. Now, a good place to look for anyone who's listening is the Internet Hall of Fame, because the Internet Society has identified and how do I say this, sort of highlighted a great many people who have contributed to the net in its origins and also during its evolution. And so if you simply do a Google search for Internet Hall of Fame, you will find quite a lengthy list of people, men and women, black and different colors, and people from different parts of the world. In almost every country, there is somebody who originated the implementation of internet. Usually it was an academic in some major university who wanted to be part of the research and engineering network community, who pushed the introduction of internet in the country. So you'll find lots of those in the Internet Hall of Fame too.
Okay. You touched on this before, but here's another Reddit question from the one wondering, what are you most excited about how blockchain will change the internet?
Well, I'm not sure that blockchain is really going to change the internet. It is, again, a useful tool for aggregating things and binding them in time and space, roughly speaking, or certainly in time anyway. And because those things are, in theory, immutable, nobody can go back and change an important transaction. Nonetheless, there's some issues here, like how long do you have to remember everything in the blockchain in order to validate something that occurred a long time ago? Think about some transactions that are important to remember. Real estate transactions, for example. Historically, we've kept records for hundreds of years, sometimes even longer than that. And it's been important to have knowledge of what those transactions were and who was involved in them. The same argument could be made for healthcare information, because it might be very important to know what your condition was when you were younger in order to understand the situation you've gotten into when you're older. Or for doing horizontal evaluations of particular conditions and the response to drugs and things like that. Financial transactions often have to be remembered for legal reasons for at least, in the US, for example, 7 years, in the case of the federal income tax or Internal Revenue Service. So there are reasons why you have to hold on to things for a long time. And the question will be, does the blockchain admit of that conveniently and efficiently? So the answer is that I see blockchain as simply in the application space. Now, the question is does blockchain have a role to play in more down in the core of the protocols? And I have not seen a proposal to use blockchain necessarily in the core, unless, for example, we might be getting into domain name assignments or IP address assignments where it's important to know to whom was this assigned and when, and to have a continuous knowledge of who's assigned to this domain name, who is assigned to this address space. So I can imagine a possibility of using it there. At the moment, that's not what's happening right now. It's more conventional databases that are used to maintain that information.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, sorry to throw all this blockchain at you, but we are a blockchain company, so I thought I should ask those questions. Here's a longer question from my colleague Neil. The internet's long-term sustainability needs revenues to flow to match where costs are incurred, so that no one party is unfairly subsidizing others. Integrated vertical monopolies, I think that's jargon for Google, put too much power in too few hands. Given the hindsight of what has emerged, what would you have aimed to do differently at the outset to ensure long-term economic sustainability?
Well, actually, I would argue that we have long-term economic stability, and look how long this network has been running. We turned it on in 1983. And I was the guy in 1988 who started, when it was not permitted for the internet to be used by commercial entities at all. The government-sponsored backbones had an appropriate use policy that said no commercial traffic on government backbones. And so when we had 4 of them at that point, we had ESNet from the Department of Energy, we had NSINet, the NASA Science Internet, we had NSFNet, and of course we had ARPANET. And I decided that we would not see a sustainable internet. We certainly wouldn't see one in which the general public and the private sector would have access if it could only be paid for by the government, which it had been paid for the first 5 years of its operation. And so I started lobbying to be allowed to put commercial traffic on the government backbones, not because I was trying to get the government backbone to subsidize commercial traffic, but I wanted to break the appropriate use policy in order to show the private sector that internet services could be very useful from the private sector point of view. And so I got permission to connect MCI mail to the internet. And of course, it was a commercial operation. And as soon as I got that permission and we got the interface up between MCI mail and the rest of the internet, all the other commercial email providers said, wait a minute, those MCI guys can't have this special privilege, we want to be connected to, and they got permission to do that. And that same year, it was in 1989 at that point, in that year, 3 commercial internet services popped up in the US, and they became so successful eventually that the NSF team shut down the NSFNet. They said, we don't need it anymore because we can buy the service, the universities can purchase the service from the commercial sector. So the first point is that I believe that the openness of the internet, the freedom to create a piece of internet and find somebody to connect to, was vital to its vitality. And if you think about it, we didn't say what business model the internet service providers had to have. We didn't say who they had to connect to. We didn't dictate what the prices were. We didn't dictate terms and conditions for their interconnection. The system was essentially self-organizing. And so on this score, I would argue that the network has done very well. We're only 50% penetrated. I accept that we should be farther along, but the economic engine continues. And in fact, I'm seeing people trying to drive cost out where they can so that people who have less disposable income can have access to the internet. So some of my projects involve getting Native American reservations up on the net, other projects that Google has been involved in to get internet available in India, for example, and other parts of the developing world. So now the argument that there are these verticalized companies and somehow that's bad, I'm not sure I buy that entirely. I mean, there are things that we need to do, but they have more to do with our concerns about misinformation and disinformation. Keep in mind that, although Google invests heavily in networking capability, it also interconnects on a global scale with an enormous number of different network providers in order to reach potential users of our products and services. And the same is true for Amazon and for Microsoft Azure and so on. So I'm not sure I buy an argument that says the verticality is a bad thing.
Okay, fair enough. Here's a question from another colleague of mine, Paulina. Did you expect you would be putting users at risk in any way? And if so, what group of people would you have thought could be most at risk? And again, this is referring to when you were doing the early design of the internet.
So the honest answer is that we were not imagining quite what we see today. We did see social value in the internet. So the notion of social networking is not as new as some people might think, although its appearance around 1972 or so was, I would say, rather simplistic. Distribution lists from email. Ray Tomlinson comes up with the idea of email around 1971 or so, 2 years after the ARPANET gets turned on and late in 1969. And of course, we all jump on that because it's a convenient means of computer-mediated communication. You don't have to be both awake at the same time. You can be operating in different time zones and have asynchronous communication. But as soon as that got invented, the next thing that happens is email distribution lists. Very early on, and I remember the first one I got on was sci-fi lovers. We were all geeks and engineers. We argued over who were the best sci-fi writers and what were the best stories. And so it was clear that that was a kind of a social phenomenon. And then the next one I remember getting connected to was called Yum Yum, which was a restaurant review that was started at Stanford University and it covered the Palo Alto area and eventually it expanded to broader territory. So we were aware of some of the social aspects of internet use and even ARPANET use very early on. On the other hand, as we look at the social networking systems of today, where we see Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and so on, I had not anticipated, I think, the scale at which those kinds of applications would be operating. The second thing, which I think is relevant as well, is that in the early days of the internet, we didn't anticipate the kind of mobile computing that we have today. And I mentioned my packet radio mistakes, for example, but here I'm trying to speak to something even deeper. So you should know that in 1973, Marty Cooper started working on the handheld telephone. The same year when Bob Kahn and I started working on the internet. In 1983, Marty turned on the first mobile telephone service, AT&T's telephone service, and Bob Kahn and I and others turned the internet on in 1983. But we didn't ever come together. They were running in parallel until 2007. I want to give some credit to Nokia, which had some pretty smart phones before the iPhone turned up, but the iPhone really triggered a whole new genre of communication. And why is that? Well, first of all, the mobile phone had processing capability, or the iPhone had processing capability and a camera, in addition to its basic application capability. And so the internet and the handheld smartphone were mutually enforcing. The mobile phone improved the utility of the internet by making it accessible wherever you had a useful mobile phone. And the mobile phone was made more useful by the fact that it had access to all the content of the internet. And so those two technologies have rapidly reinforced each other. And I think a lot of what we see today in the social networking space is partly a consequence of smartphones. It's true that those same applications work on laptops and desktops, but think about the impact of videos and photographs taken with a mobile phone uploaded by radio to the internet and shared on a social medium. Extremely powerful consequences of that. And so that I did not anticipate.
Fair enough. I'm actually going to go to Agnes now for another question.
Okay. So cryptography was brought a number of times in this discussion. And so a number of ways to use cryptography right now to secure the internet is very hierarchical. So we have DNS security extension, root certificate authorities, and so forth. All these work assuming like this sort of higher level of trust is safe. So to put it differently, you do have single points of failure. And that means that we have to trust governments, big technology corporations to provide the infrastructure. And this type of centralization led to problems in the past. And undoubtedly, it will happen again, that we will have problems with this. So for this reason, a lot of people advocate for alternatives that attempt to decentralize these functionalities in order to address these issues. So what is your take on that? Do you think that the model that is used right now, this hierarchical model, is something that will make the internet safe, or we should look for alternatives?
Well, I don't know what the alternatives would be, to be quite honest with you. And I also think that cryptography is our friend in general, although it does not solve all problems. So we should be careful not to make that assumption. But if you think a little bit about the current uses of cryptography, you will see that it is scattered around throughout the network. And you alluded to several different places where it can be usefully applied. So our PKI, for example, the routing public key infrastructure, is one way, if we could get everybody to agree to it, is one way of getting better control over the way in which routing is done. There is a secure BGP proposal that is coming out of the IETF. There's end-to-end cryptography, which is starting to show up for higher level applications, communication applications, and the like. So I still see cryptography as being a useful tool, and I also do not see that it is entirely centralized at all. I mean, we have the ability to generate public keys in almost any place that we feel the need to do that. We don't have to go to a single place in order to get those keys. You're correct, however, that there are some architectures that are subject to potential undermining. So certificate authorities, for example, you can have any number of them you want to. The trouble is some of them should not be trusted, either because of the weakness in which they've implemented the system that holds the keys, or they are compromised because somebody bribed someone to generate a certificate that certifies somebody as being Microsoft, for example, when they aren't, or Google or something else. So we've seen various ways in which the trusted third party problem has been undermined. And yet, in my experience, trusted third party is almost invariably needed for almost any useful application. So you could say, well, what about self-sovereign, self-generated keys? What's wrong with that? And the answer is, there's nothing wrong with that. I can use that key to generate, digitally sign things. I can make a list of assertions about myself, and I can sign it in such a way that nobody else could have said it but me. The problem is, what's me? And how do you find out how to associate my digitally signed, assertion and my self-signed certificate and my, public and private key? How do you reliably associate that with me? It's not that you can't test the assertions The text of the assertions are digitally signed. You know that you can test that. The question is, how do you know if I lied or not? And so you still end up having to go to somebody else and say, I have this stuff from the guy who holds this public key. Here's what he says about himself, but can you help me validate that? Now, do I have to have only one place to go to validate? No, you could have multiple places to go to do that. But it does seem to me that at some point, if we're serious about this, we're probably going to have to establish some regulations that say, here are the terms and conditions under which you can be trusted to make these assertions or to validate these claims. And in order to run a company that does that, you probably have to meet certain criteria. We probably are going to need international agreements about what those criteria are, so that digital signatures from two parties who've been granted certificates by two different organizations can trust each other that the certificate granting organizations have met all the criteria for trusted operation. Now, there are a few other interesting examples. Dane, for instance, where you put a digital certificate into the middle of a zone in the domain name system, is another kind of way of discovering a certificate. And it has the interesting property that you can't undermine more than just the portion of the domain names, the zone in which that certificate lives. So you can't issue a certificate that's all of Microsoft. You can only issue a certificate that's within a certain part of the domain name system. So I'm attracted to these limitations. But I feel like I could go on, but I think I won't. I want to emphasize to people who are listening that cryptography is very important and very valuable. So is strong authentication, the ability to authenticate yourself strongly. I'm a fan of anonymity being available. There are times when anonymity is needed to protect people. On the other hand, I also want very strong authentication that we all agree to, so that I can make it hard for someone to pretend to be me and take actions in my name. I do not want that to be easy. And that's why I want strong authentication. And that's why I believe cryptography is going to be an important part of the solution to that part of the problem.
Okay, great. We've had some questions coming in while we've done this session. So I'm just going to do a couple of those. One is from Vector. He refers to the phrase surf the web. Does that refer to your last name?
No, it's a wonderful coincidence, though. In fact, Jean Polly Armour, or Jean Armour Polly, I'm mixing her name up, is the one who wrote an article about surfing the net. And she was speaking about all the content that's in the internet or the World Wide Web. And so the article was about surfing the web or surfing the net. And so that particular image was introduced long after my participation in the development of the internet. It's just a delicious coincidence that my name sounds like that. Now, there is another anecdote that's sort of amusing. Around 1989, there was a company called General Atomics in San Diego that got involved in the creation of a network to link the research institutions in the San Diego area. And they were going to call it SURFNet, S-U-R-F-net. And I think that it was an acronym. And of course, they had, all the advertising campaign with T-shirts and surfing the ocean of information and all this other stuff. And a few weeks before they were ready to turn on the SURFNet operation, they discovered that in the Netherlands, there was already an organization that called itself surf.net or SURFNet or something. I guess it was surf.net. And the acronym stood for, in Dutch, stood for a nonprofit organization that was serving the academic community. So they said, well, okay, so we can't call ourselves SURFNet. But somebody else said, why don't we call ourselves the California Educational Research Foundation Network, CERFnet. And then somebody else said, oh, maybe we should call Vint. So they called me up. And said, is it okay if we call our network SURFNet? And my first reaction was, gee, what if they screw it up? Am I going to be embarrassed about that? I thought some more about it. I said, wait a minute, people name their kids after other people, and if the kids don't come out right, they don't blame the people they named them after. So I said, sure, go ahead, So I flew out to San Diego, Susan Estrada, who was the executive director of SurfNet at the time, and I took one of these plastic bottles full of glitter, and we smashed it over a Cisco router, and we launched the SurfNet.
Cool. Okay, our last question is from Justin Fujimoto, and he says, what was the first game Phil Wadler created on the internet? So I'm going to answer that one, if that's okay. I've written to answer it before. And actually, to answer this, Heike, could you please run the second video, please? I hope this is happening.
Okay, we're back.
Okay. Right. So that's a game called
Does everybody know what that was?
You tell them.
Oh, no. You should tell them, Phil. You had a hand.
So that's Space War. And I meant that when I was a student at Stanford, he actually hired me to do a demonstration program for the internet. And the demonstration program that was picked was to take Space War, which was one of the very first video games. It was actually running on a couple of jukeboxes at Stanford University in the student union. We were both reminiscing before about how much we enjoyed playing it there for a quarter ago. And it was vector graphics. I can't remember. Did I implement it with vector graphics? I think I did.
I would guess you must have. Also,
this was before the days of raster graphics.
You also had the ability to fold the system so that it folded in on itself. So the spacecraft that left over here came over on the other side, and if you were fighting,
that's right.
And they didn't know that, you could sneak up on them by going this way. They thought you were running away, and you turned around and fired at them from behind. It was really a tricky game. The whole thing was a wonderful demonstration of what you could get away with. It was so much better than Pong.
Yes, Pong was an older video game, but it was enormous fun. And of course, there's much more sophisticated things now, but give me a chance to play Space War again, and I would do it. I'm sure that must be available somewhere, minus the vector graphics.
It is available at the Computer History Museum on a PDP-1 just outside of the Google complex. It's in the former Silicon Graphics International headquarters. And we occupy what was the Silicon Graphics primary headquarters. So their international one is now turned into the Computer History Museum. So if you should happen to come to the West Coast, I would urge you to pay a visit to the Computer History Museum, where you can play Space War to your heart's content.
And I should mention that the video that I showed, that's a different implementation of Space War, not the one that I did. And neither the one in the student union at Stanford, nor the one I implemented, had the wonderful music that was on that video. So that was a bit of an addition. I can't take credit for that. So I think we will stop there. Thank you ever so much for your time. That's been really fascinating. Thank you to everybody for the great questions and for that time. And we'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Phil. And Agalos, I really enjoyed the session. I hope your viewers enjoyed it as well. And I hope our paths cross again on the net.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
So what did you guys think of that? We had Vint Cerf come on and kind of relate blockchain to the internet and give his opinions about it. I saw a lot of people in the chat were kind of thinking that he was bashing blockchain. I don't know. I don't really think he was. I think he said a lot of good things about blockchain, and I think he tied it into his own opinions and his own experiences about the internet coming up. I thought he brought a lot of useful stuff, but I'm curious to hear what you guys think. We are also having Kaizen Crypto on real soon. I got to get a hold of him and see what's going on if he's ready. But I would love to hear from you guys in the meantime. He said, Tough said, I enjoyed it a bit, but still hurting from some of the stuff you said. What do you mean? Do some of the stuff that I said, or some of the stuff people said in chat? Materes, sorry if I know I said that wrong, but you know who I'm talking about. He said, I am disappointed. Tell me why, man. Tell me what your opinion is. Mohammed said, this had nothing to do with Cardano. Maximal said, or Manimal said, disappointed to be honest. Yeah, I could see where you're coming from. I really did expect him to relate it more to Cardano and then have a little bit more to say about the project. But I do think that he still brought a valuable opinion. I will probably rewatch that again and try to focus on it more because I am focusing on the chat and the stream and everything else at the same time. So I may have missed a couple of things that you guys were actually upset about. Yeah, I was expecting his opinions on Cardano too. I can see where you're coming from in that regard. Yeah, and that's kind of what I mean is like, so him just coming on here and giving him his opinion and relating blockchain to the internet in general is great. It shows how important the stuff actually is. You know what I mean? I mean, he wouldn't just come on here if this was just some niche technology that's going to be used for a few years until something else takes it over, you know? I don't know. I'm happy that he came on here, and I think he did add a lot of valuable arguments, and I don't think he really trashed blockchain in general, but like you said, I wish he did talk about Cardano a little bit more, you know? Let me hop on Kaizen's stream and see if he's ready to go. But while we were waiting, you know what we should do, guys? We should look at the summit. See what's popping. We can see what we're choosing next. So it's currently 2:30 here. So we can see what's popping. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You keep me hydrated. Thank you. QT. I about spilled my yerba mate. Alright, so where are we at? We just heard from Vince Cerf, the man, the myth, the legend. So we can find that to figure out where we are. Okay, so we're right here. We just ended. So we're during our networking break right now at 12:30. And then after that, we have a couple things to choose from. We got a lot of cool stuff coming. We got ADA Pay, allowing merchants to accept ADA as a form of payment. Functional smart contracts on Cardano. Coffee traceability solution. That's going to be a cool one. Emerge's education programs. I bet that one's going to be pretty cool too. And then from governance and regulation, how to break the dam, overcoming the legal and regulatory hurdles to mainstream cryptocurrency adoption. And those ones all sound pretty good to me. If I had to guess what you guys are going to pick, it'll probably be between ADA Pay and coffee traceability. I'm assuming that you guys are probably going to pick ADA Pay. So let me know what you guys think. Philippe said, completely disappointing. It was a great history lesson, but his thinking is stuck on the machine he helped create. And I can't see him being a part of the evolution, and that is now beginning to take place. I'm having a little trouble talking, you know, we've been going for hours upon hours. I wonder if it'll show me a little timestamp somewhere to see how long we've been going, so I don't have to do the math. I think we've been going for at least 4 hours, 3 hours and a half or something. I really appreciate you guys all sticking with me this long. It means a lot. I'm sure all of you are just joining. As I suspected, you guys are all picking ADA Pay. We're going to do that one. Wayne said, coffee traceability sounds cool. Is there an announcement? There probably is going to be some announcements in there, but we can always go watch it back afterwards. I haven't gotten a reply from Kaizen yet. me see if he's messaging me on Discord or something. Oh, cool. Yep, he messaged me on there, so I'm going to go ahead and give him a call. So we are doing this off the cuff, so get ready. I probably will clip this and upload it to YouTube, just my talk with him about this stuff. So be prepared for the off-the-cup style thing. But it is going to be pretty cool hearing from them. We will still be reading questions from the chat. Maybe I got to turn off my camera on here first. So let me go to, we'll go just desktop. And then maybe that'll allow my camera to work over here. IOC said he isn't wrong. He just said there wasn't a use case for blockchains yet. Sales Rocky said, how do we hit your Discord? Do you mean join the Discord server? There should be a link down below for that. If there's not, type in chat again and I'll make sure I get you that link, buddy. Okay, this is my fault. I'm sorry for screwing this up, Kaizen. Hey man, can you hear me? Output device. Hey, what's up, man? I can't hear you. Maybe go into your mic settings and try to fix it. Bring Kaizen over here.
Hey, what's up, man?
man?
How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying this virtual summit.
Yeah, me too. I got to get my camera working. Did you have to turn off the camera on OBS to get it working?
I'm actually using a separate computer right now. I'm just trying to figure this out.
That'll make it a lot easier for sure, man. Because OBS is using the camera, so it's having a little trouble dealing with it, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any way for me to have it so that I can use one computer and then we got the live stream going on another.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's So is it cool with you if I just don't have a camera for this? Sorry, man, but I don't think I can get it working, like, because it's OBS has it locked up.
Right now, I'll make it a lot. Sure.
Let me put
OBS.
just both. Okay, there we go. Can you hear me, Kaizen?
OBS. Yeah. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm with you too. I'm also going through some technical difficulties right now.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
yeah, we did do this off the cuff though, so I understand. Is there like a delay in my voice a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I can hear a little bit of echo too.
Okay, let me see if I can fix that.
Yeah, but yeah.
Do you have some audio going in the background?
No, it's just my speaker on my computer. Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up here.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice hanging out with you guys too. Charles is live. I'm sure a few of you will leave, but I'm sure you'll come back.
It looks like Charles is live right now. I'm not sure if it would be better to see if we can jump on there and maybe talk about that, or what do you think?
Yeah, do you just want to try to resume this later?
Yeah, we can. We can. It's all good. I feel like lots of people in the chat also talking about Charles being live.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I'll message you on Twitter and we can get this going later.
Sure. All right, man. We'll try this again soon.
Yep, see you. Have a good day.
Okay.
So we did just get the announcement that Charles is live. Is he live on Twitter? Let's pull that up. Might be on YouTube. Or no, I'm not searching Twitter. I'm stupid.
Graduate student. Wrote lots of great papers like the NEPA-POWS paper and cross-chain communications papers. And just recently, he finished his PhD. And now he's going on and potentially going to keep working with us or go into a different route. But regardless, the lessons he learned and the things that he did, we all benefit from as an ecosystem. So that's the power of what we've created, and that's the power of this community as a whole. And it's a tremendous honor that we had the opportunity to welcome Vint to come to our conference, get his opinion. He's always been very vocal about certain things, and learn a bit of his wisdom that he brought. And year after year, we'll have that honor with many people all across the spectrum, and we're just going to keep growing. So keep watching the summit. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. I'm having the best day of my life, I think, and every single panels and presentation is just extraordinary. I hope you enjoyed Project Catalyst with Dor and see the cell phone app that we created. We were really excited to bring that to you. We have some cool stuff on the enterprise side. We're announcing that several deals potentially have the ability to bring millions of people into the Cardano ecosystem. Christian's presentation on Ouroboros was just top notch. And I'll remind everybody that if you missed any of these tracks, it's okay, because we're going to port all of the presentations to YouTube, to our channel, the IO Global YouTube channel. So do make sure that you spend some time there and share them. And I hope that you're having as much fun as I'm having. So thanks for watching. Personal thank you to Vin. He's one of my heroes. And I remember when I was at university, learning about how the internet worked and reading about these guys. They were just mythological figures off into the ether. And it's a bit surreal to see them come and, in a sense, pass the baton of challenges that they're having trouble solving to our generation to pick up and figure out great ways to move forward and hopefully solve them in better ways than they came before us. Cheers, everybody, and keep watching.
And then after that, we're going to watch some Rogan. I'm just kidding. I do love Duncan Trussell, though. So let's see what's going on. It said it does, so we have the networking break, so we still have about 15 minutes. Sorry about the issues with Kaizen Crypto. But yeah, I would go back and watch that clip later. I think he was just talking about why he had Vince on and then kind of how he was his hero. I apologize getting to that a little late. But I am excited for this A2Pay event. We can do some exploring in the 15 minutes we have. Pull back up the summit. Let's see if we can find something cool going on. I don't know. I want to see Philippe at least at the Cardano effect. See if he's there talking or anything. Is Philippe on? Yep, he is on. Let's say hi to him. Let me make sure I spell his name wrong. It's Philippe. Okay. So for you guys that did catch it, what did he say initially? What did he say that we missed? Mentor Ricky said, let's get some drinks. Is that what you guys want to do? Get some drinks? Motivation, he said, Vitalik is hitting his head against the monitor. I don't know. I feel like he's probably just sitting in his own little world. If I was Vitalik, what I would have done is shared the tweet of the announcement and said, awesome to see other people in the community doing great things. You know what I mean? I feel like we should all be buddies. You know, I feel like we should have a hug. You know, we should hug this out. Great stuff is happening. If Cardano blows up, it will be good for Ethereum. If Cardano brings more people into the ecosystem, it's going to be good for Ethereum. There's no reason that it wouldn't be, you know? I'm sure that if Cardano does something that Ethereum, or if they write a paper that Ethereum needs, they're going to use it. So why not give us the support now, you know? And then we would have no issue supporting their community in the future, you know? But let's go. Philippe isn't here anymore, so we'll go back home. We can go to the tracks. We haven't been over here yet. Oh, so tracks is how you actually get there. I was using the navigation page to get there. Okay. Let's I got a feedback section. Let's see what's popping at Amerigo. People are just testing things over here. Let's back. Let's go to IOHK. I was hoping I would see Tim Harrison sitting here, man. I love Tim Harrison. Check out Signum. We can go check out the tracks and see if anybody's talking in the meanwhile. So that one's starting in 10 minutes. I bet there's someone still talking. I know they're going over their time. I don't like it when they just pull up the chats immediately. See, like it kicks you out and pulls up the chat. Charles made a quick video to not dogpile on Vent. Is that what he said? That's pretty funny. I mean, that is pretty true, though, you know? We don't want to just give him a bad opinion of us because we didn't like a couple of things that he said, but I didn't have any issues with anything he said. Crypto Simp Stake Pool with the ticker SWAG said, Charles stated he wanted surf because he would bring a different perspective to show that it's okay for a community to not have the same opinion, but those with competing opinions can help us grow. Exactly, man. That's what I was trying to say after that, is if he's saying something that, if he's saying something like that, and it's an actual issue with blockchain, or we're going to figure this issue out and fix it. You know, there's no room for there is room for people to have competing opinions. There is room for completing blockchain projects. And that's kind of why I was touching on what Vitalik said earlier. You know, so we can just go to the main auditorium and wait. Doesn't look like there's anything interesting going on, and all the other ones just kick me out immediately. Could also check my chats, see what's been popping. Doesn't look like there's anything interesting. What do you guys think of this font right here? It's a pretty interesting font choice in my opinion. Oh, that's at the top, close tutorial. So what has been your guys' favorite event so far? What they call them is tracks. What has been your guys' favorite track so far? I think mine and probably a lot of other people's is just Charles' kickoff. You know, he announced a lot of cool stuff and really got us talking. Do you guys have any ideas for some good project proposals for Project Catalyst? I don't know if that, or I think that might be the C Fund. I think Project Catalyst, well, I guess they're kind of both combined in a way because you have to vote on the projects and the proposals. So Project Catalyst and the C Fund. So, been sitting in this chair for so long. Need to get up and move. Houghton said, or Houghton, however you pronounce that. Charles. David said, Charles. I agree. Sean Walker said, I just got off work, so what did I miss? And what did Vitalik said? Vitalik didn't say anything. I was just acknowledging that he didn't acknowledge this event at all. You know, I just feel like, I don't know. I'd be interested in watching an Ethereum summit. You know, I wouldn't mind hearing what other people have to say. And I said that I wish he would give us his support. But as far as what you missed, everything else, really the main thing that I would watch is Charles' kickoff video. He talked about a lot of stuff. He talked about Project Catalyst, and it's a cell phone app for voting. And the ITN Jormungandr might be built on top of Cardano as a way to vote. In the one presentation we watched, a guy kind of threw that in there at the end, so that take that with a grain of salt. Also, the C Fund, it's $10 million from the Treasury almost, $10 million from IOHK, and then $10 million from someone else. And this is going to go to support dApps and any project proposals. Like for me as a content creator, if I had a good idea, I could write a proposal, propose it to you guys, and have you guys vote in the cell phone app, which is also really cool. They also talked about the expert class. An expert class is going to be people in Cardano, kind of like Andre Antonopoulos, I think that's how you pronounce his name, where they're just people who are very knowledgeable on the ecosystem, and they're the style of people that go on to bring this message to other people and educate other people on cryptocurrency and specifically Cardano. And then I also said it would be nice if I could educate myself enough to be a part of that expert class. It would be really cool if I could be one of those people. And then, one final thing, Voltaire at the same time as Shelley. And that's not a full release. There's going to be an incentivized testnet for Voltaire, and that's going to be coming right after Shelley's release. So that's pretty much a breakdown of everything that you've missed today. I hope that was good enough for you. Jason Mercer said, Vent gave a lot of value in my opinion. He gave some golden ideas in regards to governance and the direction of blockchain in general. Yeah, I agree, Jason. I didn't think that he really called Cardano a S-word coin by any means. One Man Army said, who the hell do I have to talk to with a dApp idea for musicians? I've been a musician for 30 years, and I know this would be an awesome thing. What kind of dApp idea do you got, man? I'm interested. Another thing that'd be good for musicians is checking out Libra. I'll have the link down below in my description for that. But what Libra is it's a decentralized YouTube almost. So, for example, I can't custom my videos. I wish I could, because I am speaking to majority of 25. My demographic is 25 plus. So I should be able to say the F word when it's necessary to get my point across, because it is a good word sometimes. And Libra takes control of that. And as far as for musicians, you own the content that you put up on there and you get paid 100% for it. Libra doesn't take any of it. So, I mean, it is a work in progress, but I really do like the idea behind it. And I'm hoping that in the future, they will make that platform good enough for it to appeal to a wider audience, you know. Porto said, absolutely. Besides the spirit of competition, we can all win with more amazing projects. Exactly. Especially if one of those amazing projects brings more people into the ecosystem, you know. QA8 Blazer said, he's the father of the internet, not the father of blockchain. I'm sure he lacks knowledge about some of the possibilities. And he said, one of his quotes was, I don't think that blockchain can solve everything. And I don't think he's wrong. Blockchain can't solve everything, but blockchain can solve a lot of things, you know? And that's, I mean, but it's also important to hear that, because blockchain can't solve everything, but it can solve a lot of the problems that we have in our society today. Ross C said, Science of Blockchain up next for me, part 1 and 2. Yeah, we're going A to pay over here. We might switch to another one if it is boring. We have done that before, but if it's real content driven, we will stay there. I don't like switching too much, but sometimes the information is just a little bit slow, or the speaker's a little bit slow, and there always is at least one good project going on. Like the last hour, for example, there was a lot of cool stuff going on. I wish we could have watched all of them at the same time, but we don't have enough brain bandwidth for that, you know. Micha Pavlik, I know I pronounced that wrong. When I said doctor, I would like to pay him with BTC. He said, you know what? No one liked BTC. No, ADA needs to become regular people with useful application. Coffee is a good start, but who uses this application needs to be paid with ADA. And if they like, later change it to fiat. We are good. Wayne Morgan said, is there a time for cell phone voting app is available? They were demoing it earlier. I actually have that previously in the live stream. I don't know about the actual time it will be available, though. They haven't announced that. I think they said next month or during that incentivized testnet, which might be in August or maybe the month after August. Take everything that I say with a grain of salt. The Love Farmer said, thank you, Big Pay. Thank you for being here, The Love Farmer. Mentor Rick cussed and got bleeped by YouTube. The Love Farmer said, in the Cardano community, we trust. Yes. Toranaga said, wow, Pay, love to see so many people here watching, growing more and more every day. Yeah, man, it's awesome to see 227 people here. I had this idea kind of on a whim last night. I also mentioned it earlier, but when we first started Toranaga, we had like 490 people here at first. And that, I mean, that's pretty crazy, but I said initially I'm fine with more than 50 people here to keep this going all day. But yeah, there were like 480. I am starting to get a little burnout and sick of this chair, but we're going to keep going. We're going to make it to the end of the event, and I'm going to be doing the same thing tomorrow. Matanu said, Ada Pay, please. That's what we are doing. That's where we're chilling right now. We got about a minute and 30 left until that. G. Sean Walker said, are there any talks about when the mobile version of Daedalus Wallet? I haven't heard any talks yet. I will let you know when I do hear anything. Prefer Not To said, he's an internet evangelist. Was wishful thinking. He'd change religions now. Yeah, true. One Man Army said, I need a serious private contact to pitch it. Get a hold of me on Discord, man. Pitch it to me. I'd love to hear it. JJ Burns said, yo, Pay, what's going on? What's up, JJ? How are you doing today, man? Oh, I intentionally bleep when you mentioned you couldn't cuss. Yeah, I know. But I have probably cussed about 10 times in this live stream. Earlier, we had the cryptocurrency cowboy from Wyoming. He got me demonetized within the first hour. He said, like, a couple cuss words in his accent, and I loved it, but he got me demonetized. So I won't be making any money off this other than the super chats. But it is what it is. I'm doing it anyway. I enjoy it. But we do got about 37 seconds until I mute myself. So if you guys have any last questions, I would pop them in there and I'll get them answered before we have Ada Pay come on. And not Pay as in me. I wish I had an event here. I will get better at talking and better at doing these things. And when I do, I'm sure they'll be more willing to promote me and have me on and stuff. Because I am new to this, you know. So they don't want to have some pleb come on here, you know. But the more I do stuff like this, the better I'll get. I'm sure you guys are seeing me iterate on this every single day. We got about 7 seconds. Mentor Rick said, really? Yeah, he did demonetize me, that crypto cowboy from Wyoming. We'll keep that small right there just in case they start putting some stuff up. But I will see you guys
Hello,
later.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the summit. I am Shachaf Bar-Geffen, Coty's CEO, and with me is Dr. Alawani, Coty's CTO. I'm a father of 3. We live in Israel, and I've been an entrepreneur for the past 15 years, co-founded and sold 2 companies after an army career. I was also the founder of Web3 online media group. Today we'll tell you about Coty, about Ada Pay and how it was built, and then show you a video demonstrating everything. And of course we'll have time for some questions afterwards. But before further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Alawani.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Nir Alawani, Coty CTO. I have a PhD in applied mathematics and have more than 20 years of experience in leading research and development teams in both startup and enterprises. As part of my experience, I founded and sold the company to IBM and was the head of research in IBM real-time compression. I also hold 13 patents in data compression, data analysis, and machine learning.
Coty is currency of the internet. We are a fully encompassing finance on blockchain ecosystem that is designed specifically to meet the challenges of traditional finance, specifically fees, latency, global inclusion, risk, and so on and so forth. You can maybe think of us like Cardano, but focused on finance. Now, how do we do that? We do so by introducing a new type of DAG, direct acyclic graph based protocol, and a payment infrastructure that is scalable, fast, private, inclusive, low cost, and is optimized for real-time payments. The ecosystem includes a DAG-based blockchain, as I've mentioned, a proof of trust consensus algorithm, multi-DAG that allow token issuance. We're the only ones that are doing that. A global trust system, a system that allows you to actually check via an address how reliable your counterparty is. A universal payment solution that can process both credit cards and cryptocurrencies, and we're doing so today for more than $7 million a month, as well as consumer and merchant applications. And we offer all of that service as a white label for enterprises, and this is how we came about to Ada Pay. Ada Pay. Ada Pay is a way for an online merchant to accept ADA as a form of payment. So it's like PayPal, but for ADA payments. So if you have some ADA and you'd like to pay for a product, you can just send the ADA from your ADA-based wallet to the merchant's gateway that we've created, and it's called AdaPay, simply put. It allows merchants to accept ADA payments as a cryptocurrency with near instant settlement, and the merchant can later on convert that through the solution to 35 fiat currencies with a global coverage directly to their bank accounts, giving them essentially the best possible way to deal with ADA. We've created a demo video showing how the solution actually works, but we'll show you that after Dr. Halawani here will describe how the solution actually works behind the scenes.
Okay, so if we drill down a bit about how the solution works and how we built it for AdaPay, then Kotti white label platform and SDK basically allow not just Ada but anyone to write and support the cryptocurrency that they have on their mainnet over our mainnet. Our SDK enable AdaPay merchants, for example, to accept and integrate Ada payment as part of the existing cashier and website by using a unique solution that we created called the payment request mechanism, which offers integration which is as simple as PayPal-like button. The flow is the same, the integration is the same, and we basically support most website and e-commerce website. The payment flow basically enable merchants to receive other payments on the website, as I said, but without the need for them to support the infrastructure and the transaction on their own. I mean, everything is off the shelf. Every payment status is reported back to a merchant website as it would be in PayPal or any other solution, using IPNs and webhooks and callbacks. The other payments sent by customers are credited immediately at the merchant's Ada wallet. And all the payments are sent to the AdaPay are on-chain payments, meaning the transaction and validation are basically made by Ada blockchain and not by Kotti blockchain. And everything is, the validation, the authentication, and the fraud elimination is rely on the blockchain itself, the Ada blockchain itself, and everything is in real time. After a merchant finishes the setup of the account, he gets access to his dashboard, which allows him to see the activity and also the balances, the payments, and everything that goes around it, and all the necessary details, which later on would also support off-ramp liquidity and other more sophisticated solutions.
Looking into the future and the sort of things that we can do today and may become valuable for AdaPay, one is of course on-ramp. We've been developing our own on-ramp for a while now, allowing users to use a credit card to buy a mix of cryptocurrencies, and ADA can be one of them, of course, and that will allow users to actually on-ramp to ADA. We're also supporting connectivity to the DeFi space directly through wallets, so users can actually gain interest and give loans through our SDK. So this may be in the future of ADA. Before showing you the demo video, I'd like to personally thank the Cardano Foundation for working with us, and the support teams for everything, and the wider community. Couldn't have done it without them, of course. So sit back and short video showing how AdaPay actually works. Thank you.
I gotta get up from my slumber. I guess that ended a little early. We can go find something else to watch, I'm sure. I think the other interesting thing going on. Oh.
Hello, everybody. This is Shachaf Bar Geffen, Coty's CEO, joining from Tel Aviv, Israel. I'm here to answer all of your questions. I see we already have a few, and I truly hope you like the presentation and that you're having a good summit so far. All right, so let's just get to it. I see some questions that are unrelated, but I do see a question from Andrew. Andrew Wild asked, does AdaPay have inspirations to integrate into other point-of-sale software solutions, such as Shopkeep, Upserve, Toast, etc.? Okay, well, first, AdaPay is a decision that will be made by the Cardano Foundation, but what I can tell you technically and business-wise about the POS marketplace is that it's and we've dove into this in the last 2 years. It's a highly fragmented market, not just globally, even on a country basis. So a lot of providers, and it's actually a market that is super ripe for innovations, because most of the solutions that you'll see there, especially the national ones, are ones that are not cloud connected. So for instance, if you want to add something, an app, you will just need to go and just sign a deal with a legacy provider and have this lengthy bespoke integration with it. So we've been looking at this and trying to figure out what can be, the best way to connect, crypto-based solutions, payment solutions, and ADA, of course. And what I can say is that we did find, some providers, global providers, that have a very good outreach and APIs that you can join in. There are also some like meta solutions that you can integrate once and then find yourself with various providers. Fortunately, not the big ones. But once this hurdle is solved, then for sure we can connect a Coty solution and then ADA to point of sale globally or locally. Joshua Miller, our friend, asks, when are you going to get it on Shopify? So Shopify is actually easier. It's web-based, and this is where we love to operate. So we do have that in the pipe, not just Shopify, of course, Magento and other online providers. Andrew also asks, who pays for AdaPay service, merchants or users through transaction fees? So actually, it's the merchant is the one that pays for the transaction. It's a small fee, especially when you compare it to what he would pay, for credit card processing. So the merchant is the one that pays for the fee. That's the way it works with these other solutions. Raja, sorry if I've got this wrong, says that it's a great presentation, so thank you. And he asks, do you see a larger partnership between Coty and ADA beyond AdaPay? So actually, we have a very good relationship with the foundation, Dan Friedman, Jeff Pollack, and even Charles Hoskinson himself. We are looking at other things as well, especially around Shelly and the opportunities that it brings. We'll keep everybody updated, of course. We're working hard not to announce announcements these days, so we'll let you know once something is there and ready. But out of the top 10 out there, ADA is our favorite, so we'll let you know. So Tom Lombardi, another friend, says that he's a big fan of Coty. So again, thank you. So he asks, how are staking rewards managed in AdaPay system? If you're asking about Coty's rewards, I'll assume that you are. So for those of you who aren't aware of it or the system itself, Cori is one of the, I think we are the only one out there. I may be mistaken, but node operators and stakers, meaning people that back node operators, actually get a fee from each transaction that they help us facilitate. So again, all transactions on our network, regardless of the original currency they were created in, are put on the trust chain, which is Cori's chain, and then node operators and stakers get rewarded. So it's the same idea here. Christopher Pollock asks, who are your competitors in the space? So that's a great question, and you know, we're doing a wide range of things. So it depends on what aspect of what we do you're looking at, and it also depends. You know, some people ask, are you a competitor of Ripple or Stellar? And to them, I always answer that no, because you know, these are the other people out there that promote the same ideas that we promote and Cardano promotes. So I would say that our competitors in the space are probably PayPal, mostly. You know, this is the giant that we're trying to outbid. I know it's a huge endeavor, but this is what we're looking at. And then maybe when you look, if you're very focused on cryptocurrency processing, then you have quite a few like bigpey out there that may be considered a competitor. But I always say that what we compete with essentially is old habits and the financial system that tries to keep everything the same. This is our competition, and people not trying new things, not trying to adopt new things. This is our competition, old ideas. Josh wanted to know what are the plans to get merchants to adopt AdaPay. Well, basically, once the product is out there, merchants can adopt AdaPay. It's super easy to do and implement. It's a few minutes actually, just adding a widget. It depends a lot on what Cardano wants to do with it actually, and how they want to roll this out. But again, it's very easy to do if you want to do it. Jorge Escobar wanted to know, can the AdaPay functionality be added to a mobile application? And if not, what is missing for this functionality to be available? So yes, AdaPay can be added to a mobile app. We support all sorts of integrations, whether it's through APIs, SDKs, and direct implementation. Andreas Folle wanted to know, will you have an ADA debit card? So that's beyond my pay grade. This is not something that Cori is doing with ADA. It's up to ADA to let you know. But essentially, most of the cards out there, or most of the plans and partners out there, work pretty much the same. They're not related directly to a certain cryptocurrency. So the way it works is that you just provide liquidity with whatever currency that you have, and we're going to have that with Cori. And then the big partners out there, like Up2 or Simplex soon, will let you create a debit card. Marines, I think. That's a nice nickname there. Says, thank you for this talk. Thank you. And asks, how are you interlacing with regulators, in regards to payments and loans? So first of all, payments and loans are different, and they have different regulations. And without boring you with all sorts of licenses out there, I can tell you that transacting with a cryptocurrency and storing a cryptocurrency has one set of licenses, like for instance in Gibraltar, the DLT license. Transacting with fiat has a different license. So if you want to allow users to give you fiat and give them crypto back, that's a different license, usually an exchange license. I can tell you that in Europe it's quite, it's not that easy to come by, but not that complicated as well. If you want to store fiat, store a balance for your user, that's that sort of license is called EMI license. It's different. It's more complicated. Has different capital requirements, of course. Coty has the first two licenses, by the way. EMI is something that we aspire to do, and we will probably do. Before you do EMI, you can do financial institution license. That's easier, and this is in our roadmap soon. Now, giving loans to people, that's a banking license. That is far more complicated. I think, I may be wrong about this, but I think I'm not, that even PayPal, when they give working capital loans, don't do that with their own license. So they actually do that with banks and so on. So that's different. If it's just straight on cryptocurrency sort of lending, like centralized finance, like maybe
Cardano in the Shelley era. If one transaction transfers funds to another, then this is always in terms of ADA, or actually in terms of Loveless, which is 1 millionth of ADA. We generalize this to a multi-asset setting by allowing these ADA funds to be accompanied by other custom tokens, whether they are fungible or non-fungible. This structure, where we tokens into one transfer, we call token bundles. These token bundles are the basis for our system. This representation, as you're seeing now, where we just have the quantities and the token names, is fine for custom currencies, just like this MyCoin. But once we're going to non-fungible tokens, especially because in reality they are usually represented by cryptographic hashes, where you can't derive a relationship between different types of tokens which belong to the same type or group, it's actually quite convenient to go to a two-level structure, where we have inside the token bundle a set of assets, and under each asset there can be multiple kinds of tokens, both fungible and non-fungible. Of course, it's crucial to extend this structure in a manner that the standard ledger rules still hold. In particular, we need to be able to add these quantities up. So if we are having two token bundles, then we can add them by adding those which are applying to the same asset type, just numerically, and the others we combine into their respective asset groups. Now, this simple but powerful structure immediately allows us to easily implement one of the most important operations on a multi-asset system, an atomic swap, where Alice pays her coins to Bob, and Bob pays Alice in terms of ADA. Now, what's crucial is that if one party fails to pay, the other payment doesn't get through. So either both payments or none. That's what we call atomic. If you look at the Cardano UTXO ledger, then this works quite nicely with a single transaction. Let's assume Alice locks the 51 MyCoin with her key, and Bob locks the 300 ADA. And now we create a transaction consuming both. This transaction, because it consumes tokens locked by Alice and tokens locked by Bob, must be signed by both. Otherwise, it will not be valid. And then the output just assigns the tokens to the two parties in the opposite order, and that gives us a swap. Now, if one tries to cheat, let's say Bob doesn't pay all the ADA to Alice, then Alice, upon inspecting this transaction, will just refuse to sign it, which means the transaction won't be valid at all. This provides atomicity without any further mechanism. We just have standard UTXO and token bundles. This simplicity makes it a rather lightweight system, which has a great advantage for users. Because if we look at a single transfer, and we do that in a system such as Ethereum's ERC20 non-native tokens, then we have to execute some smart contract functionality, in particular the transfer function of ERC20. That execution attracts an execution fee called gas. So you pay for transfers extra money. On a native multi-asset system, transferring your own coins is as easy and as cheap as ADA transfers. No additional execution or smart contract execution fee. Even better, if the transfer is not between two people, but two contracts, then on Ethereum with ERC20, there's even more contract code in ERC20 which needs to be executed, which makes this even more complicated and more expensive. Again, in a native multi-asset system such as Cardano, using ADA or your own cryptocurrency or your own tokens, it's all the same, easy and affordable. Now, it is great to have a lightweight and affordable system, but it's crucial for it to be safe. We haven't talked about how to forge custom tokens. Now, a UTXO transaction has some inputs depicted as red lines here, and some outputs depicted as black lines. Now, each of those, the inputs, are associated with some value token bundles that flow into the transactions. And similarly, the outputs are also associated with a value. Now, crucial is the ledger property of value preservation, which means that the sum of all the inputs equals the sum of the outputs. For the multi-asset extension, we generalize transactions and introduce what we call a forge field. A forge field is also a value. It is a value which is contributed to the funds which are manipulated by this transaction. So they are a sort of input and handled in the equation in a corresponding manner. Now you may ask, can anybody just forge any tokens by including them in the forge field of a transaction? That wouldn't be a particularly safe system. Now, and let's go to back to token bundles to explain this point. So far, I've used easy to understand names for the asset groups, but in reality, they're actually cryptographic hashes. They're not just any old cryptographic hash. No, they're a hash of a script, something we call the policy script for that particular asset. A policy script is a smart contract which inspects the forge field of a transaction and makes sure that only the tokens which are permitted by the asset's policy are being forged and no more. In fact, it is possible for these forge fields to not only have positive values, which means we mint new tokens, but they can also be negative. So we can use the same mechanism to burn tokens, which is quite important in some contexts. Overall, we can think of this policy script for cryptocurrency as a sort of monetary policy, or for non-fungible tokens, their way to guarantee uniqueness. Because we are using as the hash of the policy script itself as the asset identifier, we tie the two together. Whenever a transaction appears on the ledger with a forge field with a non-zero entry for a particular asset, the ledger guarantees the policy script matching the hash gets executed on that transaction. And only if the policy script permits the forging, then is that transaction valid. That means the only custom code you have to write in order to create and manipulate custom tokens on Cardano are the policy scripts, which typically are quite simple, and we'll provide a library of the standard ones. This makes the system also very lightweight. Moreover, this tying the hash to the asset identifier means we don't need a global asset registry, which means creating new assets is super cheap and easy. The system remains lightweight and easy to use. So we have a system, it's lightweight, it's affordable, it's safe, all sounds great. So what can you do? Of course, all the standard use cases apply. Creation of your own cryptocurrencies, even if they involve complex monetary policies, that's totally supported. And also non-fungible tokens using the same mechanism in order to represent virtual and physical goods. That's also supported by the system. But there's more. Because the creation of new assets and tokens is so lightweight in the system, we can use them for many more purposes. In particular, we use them to control smart contracts themselves in order to trade roles or access permissions and being able to trade them as well, just like first-class objects on the ledger. Let me give you an example. Smart contracts are best described as state machines. And in previous work, we have shown the correspondence between so-called constraint-emitting machines and transactions on the Cardano ledger. Now let me illustrate this in terms of one example. The state machine you're seeing here is for an on-chain multi-signature state machine. It's a multi-sig contract, but one where no off-chain infrastructure is required to collect signatures. Everything happens on-chain. Now, such a state diagram consists of states. Here we have two, holding and collecting. Holding is when the contract is just holding down funds. Collecting is when it's collecting signatures to approve a particular payment. Now, the transitions, the arrows between these states is guided by inputs or actions. Here we can propose in the holding state a payment by a particular deadline of a particular amount of funds to a particular party, and then we get into the collecting state. In the collecting state, we collect signatures. This is an N out of M multi-sig contract where M parties are involved and N, at least N, have to sign a particular proposal. For example, we could have 3 parties involved maintaining the funds, and for any payment, at least 2 signatures of 2 of these 3 participants need to be collected. Once sufficient number of signatures is achieved, payment can happen. If this doesn't happen by the given deadline, the proposal is cancelled. Now, for each of the inputs, there are particular constraints that the transactions implementing the transitions have to fulfill. For example, when I propose a payment, this has to start with no signatures provided. That's the constraint underneath the proposal. We represent this on the ledger by a sequence of transactions. The first transaction in the initial state is in the holding state. Now, we can chain a second transaction as input providing a proposed input together with the parameters for this particular proposal. This takes us to the collecting state with no signatures so far. Then in collecting, we can add signatures. If we add a signature, the state is extended, and so on. Unfortunately, without custom tokens, this has a problem. What if somebody just creates a transaction which represents a state in the middle of the execution of such a contract? This is a problem in this particular case. I could create a rogue state with already 1 signature included, but an incorrect, unauthorized signature. Nobody's going to check that, as you'll see in a moment. If we do a payment, all we check is that the number of signatures we have collected is exceeding or equal to M. No particular signature check beyond that is done. That is done in fact, in the addition of a signature to the state of the contract. But because we created a rogue state, we basically jumped over the addition of the signatures. Hence, the check for validity has never been executed. The problem here is that we didn't start in the initial holding state of the contract. So that's something we have to enforce. And we can do this very nicely using custom tokens, using what we call a state thread token. A state thread token, given its policy script, can only be forged in the initial holding state and then must be passed from transaction to transaction together with the state of the contract. This is checked by the smart contract, otherwise the transactions will not be valid. Now, such tokens we call proof of provenance because it allows the smart contracts, the presence of the token allows the smart contract to assert in every state that it actually originated from an initial state, here the holding state. And that avoids the problem of rogue states. This is just one example of how tokens can be used in a very flexible and lightweight manner to improve the development and use of smart contracts. We had proof of provenance. We can also use tokens to indicate participation, rights of participation, requirements of participation. We can use them to provide degrees of fairness. And there is a wide variety of other applications that can be derived from that. In fact, we can even trade access to contracts and ownership of contracts as goods themselves, virtual goods themselves on the ledger in this way. Now, if you've seen the talk on the Hydra off-chain scalability protocol in the science track, then you have already seen a very sophisticated application of this idea. If you haven't seen this talk, well, why not watch it later? Now, if you're interested in more details, there are 3 research papers by the Plutus team on the IHK library, which give you a lot more detail on the Cardano ledgers, UTXO model, and our support for multi-asset, including everything I've talked about in this presentation and more details about applications. Finally, if you are interested in seeing this in action, on Friday there's going to be a presentation called the Plutus Platform, where you will see the system in action and you will see how these contracts are executed on actual implementation of the system. Here in this screenshot, you see the representation of the atomic swap transaction, which we've discussed before in our new user interface. Thank you very much for your attention. And next up is Simon Thompson with details about the Marlow domain-specific language for financial contracts.
Hello, I'm Simon Thompson. I'm research lead for the Marlow team. What I want to do in my section of this presentation, which comes after Phil's introduction to functional programming and Manuel talking about what's going on in Cardano and Plutus, I'd like to talk about Marlow, which is a domain-specific language for expressing financial contracts. Let me start off by saying a bit about why domain-specific languages are interesting and particularly why they're interesting in this context. What we're trying to do in building a domain-specific language is tailor a language to a particular set of use cases, not to fit the blockchain, not to fit the computer, but to fit a particular area. In this case, we're looking at the area of financial contracts. And if we write a domain-specific language, we get some very definite benefits for users, for programmers. Because the language is specific, some mistakes are just impossible. We have a language which describes financial contracts. We can't describe things that have nothing to do with finance and accidentally have them come into the language. We control the construct of the language, express the things that we need to do to build a financial contract. And because of that, because the contracts are more specific, it can be easier to write these contracts. We can build tools that help us to write contracts effectively. A really important aspect of this is that we can analyze the contracts that we write. Now, by that, I mean, Of course, we can run those contracts, we could run them on blockchain, but we can analyze them without having to run them. And what's more, we can analyze all the possible ways that they might run with different inputs, different values from oracles and so on. And so we can do this for Marlowe, our language. We can check all the possible ways a contract can be evaluated, can be implemented, and that can be done without running the contract at all. So we can get certainty about how it will behave without running it. And also, without running it on the blockchain, we can simulate it. We can allow users to step through a contract, allowing it to evolve a few steps, undo some steps, try some other steps, so that you can get a very strong sense of how a contract behaves, either by simulating it or by analyzing it, before you commit your money to running it. So that gives us trustworthiness. It gives us a degree of robustness that you don't get with a general purpose language. And what we wanted to do was see how DSLs worked on blockchain. And of course, there are a whole lot of ideas that we might build a DSL for. We might decide to try and describe insurance contracts, for example, on blockchain. And we might do that because we want to keep a record so that people can see that a certain thing is insured, and that record is there transparently for anyone to inspect. We might want to monitor the supply chain of a particular good or service. But what we decided to do was concentrate on financial contracts. And we did that because there's an existing body of work on building languages to express financial contracts. So we wanted to build in an area where we knew it was possible to build successful DSLs. We can also see a number of potential markets for this work. For example, financial institutions might want to offer this contract language to their customers as a way of customers checking constraints that have been checking that contracts are running in an appropriate way. Contracts in the real world can be mirrored on the blockchain, so we can build a record, a trace of what's gone on in a contract on the blockchain. Or we might want to do something peer-to-peer. We might want to build contracts that in DeFi space allow participants simply to build contracts and execute them for a loan or something without a third party intervening. And we see it also as a prototype for other DSLs. So it's not simply we want to do financial contracts and stop there, but we can see a whole range of DSLs on blockchain. And finally, there is a standard out there called the ACTA standard which describes a taxonomy of all the different kinds of financial contract. And we wanted to look at that and use that as a test for what we were doing with our financial contract language. And if you want to find out more about that, there's a presentation on day 2 in track 3 at 17:30 UTC, and I'd encourage you to come along to that. But let's get started thinking about what a financial contract actually consists of. Financial Contracts 101. What goes on when we build a financial contract? Well, money gets transferred from participant to participant. Some choices might be made. A participant may decide to continue down one track with a contract or go down another. They might choose to sell an asset or stick with an asset. So we need to model how those choices can be made. Also, the contract will probably take in information from the outside world. As well as choices, there's real world information. The spot price of oil on the Aberdeen market at noon on the 29th of February, for example. That information can be used to control how the contract will evolve. We need to think about how to deal with that in our modeling. And also, when we look at financial contracts in the real world, they are controlled, they exist within a legal system which ensures compliance. If participants don't comply, then other participants have recourse to the legal system to get compensation. If we're living in a permissionless world, we need to think about how to ensure compliance in a different way. So what do we do when we go onto blockchain? We have to think about a number of things. We have to think about payments. And what we've chosen to do is model payments as two separate things. We think about payments into a contract, we call those deposits, versus payments out of a contract or within a contract. No, we just call those payments. And I'll talk in a second about why we make that distinction. How do we handle oracles like something that gives a stock price? We simply, within Marlowe, treat the oracle as another participant. We know how we accredit that participant and how we choose, how the participants in the contract choose to use that oracle is not within the language itself. We see it's a place from which we get information. And what we need to do in ensuring and trying to get as strong compliance as we can, there are two aspects to that. We need to avoid bad behavior. We need to avoid people doing the wrong thing. But also, and equally important, we need to make sure that good things keep on happening. We need to ensure engagement. And let's think about that in terms of payments. The contract describes payments out to participants, and it's easy to see from that where the money goes. So the contract language describes that very clearly. And we can indeed automate that process. If the contract is holding some money, we can automate the transfer of that money to someone's wallet. But what about payments in? What do we do there? Well, all we can do, the contract can't make somebody make a deposit. All we can do is ask for a deposit. And in the contract asking for that, we have to avoid somebody simply walking away. In the contract here, if we've got Alice, Bob and Carol, suppose Alice has committed some money to the contract and then Bob is asked to commit some money and he just decides to walk away. Alice's money could potentially be locked up forever. So what we need to do is ask for a deposit, but never ask for that indefinitely. We always ask within a timeout. We say, Alice or Bob, please make a deposit by this time. Otherwise, we'll do something else. And because of this, all the contracts we write in Marlowe have a finite lifetime. There can be no indefinite commitment of money to a contract. And that's one of the ways in which the design of the language ensures certain sorts of things can't happen. We ensure that all the contracts written in Marlowe have finite lifetimes. There's no indefinite commitment of money. Now, what does the language look like? It's modeled as a data type in Haskell, and we've got 5 constructs in the language. We can close a contract down, we can make a payment, we can switch according to some observation, which might involve external information or the current slot number or a number of things. And finally, we can wait for something to happen. We can wait for a case to happen, and cases are triggered by actions. And finally, we have a let, which I'm not going to talk about anymore here. It's a way of capturing a value like the value of the oil price for use later on in a contract. But the key combinators, the key combining forms here are closing, payment, if, and when. And let's talk about those in a bit more detail. What happens when we close a contract? When we close a contract, we refund any money left in the contract to the owners of accounts within the contract. All the money locked in a contract belongs in accounts so that we know who the money has to go back to when the contract ends. We can ensure that money goes back to the right person. We can make a payment, pay a value to a payee from a particular account, and then what happens next? That's the fourth thing in this term, is we call it continuation. It's the contract that we carry on executing. And similarly with an if construct, we have a condition. If the condition is true at this point, we do the contract T. If the condition is false, we do contract F. So we do one of two contracts according to whether or not the condition is true. And finally, in the when case, we have, inside a when construct, we have a list of cases, we have a timeout, and we have a continuation. And each case is an action paired with a contract. And what we do is we wait up to the timeout to see when one of the actions happens. We then perform the following contract, the corresponding contract. So we wait. When the action happens, whichever of the actions we're waiting for, we do the corresponding contract. But if none of those, and that might be, for example, a deposit, we could be waiting for someone to deposit money in the contract. If none of the actions happens, then at the timeout, we do the continuation. We do the contract, as it were, the default. So in a when, we know that something will have happened by the time of the timeout, either because of an action happening or because we hit the timeout. So things keep progressing. Now, how do we write Marlowe contracts? We can just write them as text, but we can provide two other ways of building contracts. One is we can build them by linking together blocks in a system called Blockly. And that allows people to build contracts without writing any code. We're building the code entirely visually. And there's a block corresponding to each of the constructs of the language. You can see in the example there, we have a when, which is waiting for a deposit, and after that, waiting for another deposit, and then a payment is made. And we assemble those together in a visual editor. Alternatively, we can, because the Marlowe language is a data type inside Haskell, we can just use that fact to use Haskell to describe contracts. You can see on the left, we've got a top level contract called unimaginatively contract, and that's got a short expression, but it uses other things defined elsewhere in the file, like the inner part of the contract, which is defined further down. So we're able to describe contracts using abbreviations, using functions defined inside Haskell. So we have a number of ways of writing Marlowe contracts. We can also simulate the action of a Marlowe contract, because at any point during a contract, and this is another advantage of using a special purpose domain specific language, we can predict the next actions for a contract. So we can, for example, see that we're waiting for the investor participant to deposit 1,000 ADA. And so as we simulate, our tool can tell us, oh, the next thing to happen is that the investor needs to make a deposit. So we can try some actions, we can then undo them, try some other actions, and so on. And just to be clear, this is simulating from an omniscient point of view. We're in the perspective of all the participants together. Now, of course, when you're running the contract for real, you can only do actions which are like deposits being made by you or choices being made by you. But in this simulation, it's a godlike simulation. You can do what you can simulate the actions of all the participants. We can also analyze Marlowe contracts. We can check every possible path through the contract without running the contract itself. And we can check to see that certain properties hold. A major property is that when we make a payment, that payment can happen. And what we want to look for is there any possibility that doesn't work? And what we can do is generate a counterexample based on an approach called satisfaction modulo theories. Using the Z3 tool, we can actually generate counterexamples. So in the example you see here, we're seeing that the analysis has resulted in a warning. There's a partial payment transaction in a transaction. The contract was meant to pay 1,010 ADA. It could only pay 110. So we've got a problem there. So we can do that without this happening in a running contract. It's happening as part of the analysis. And finally, we can use what's called formal verification to prove mathematically inside what's called a theorem prover. We use Isabelle. We can prove properties of the semantics. We can prove that accounts can never have negative amounts of money, which is a nice property to know. We also use a property on which we build a more efficient static analysis. So without loss of generality, each transaction that we use to implement something in the contract has at most one input, and that allows us to do more efficient analysis. But we can also prove with this approach, properties of templates, properties of contracts where we don't have concrete values for payments, we just have variables. So we can potentially prove things there as well. All of this analysis and simulation and composition is embedded in the Marlowe Playground, which is a browser-based environment for developing and simulating, analyzing contracts. You can find this at alpha.marlowe.iohkdev.io, and there's a tutorial which will take you through this in detail on day 2 of the conference, track 4 at 21:30 UTC. And I encourage you to go along to that or view the recording. So Marlowe as a domain-specific language, where it just works for financial contracts, and that gives us these advantages. We can check all paths and give a result in our static analysis. It means that when we simulate a Marlowe contract, we can say exactly at each point what the inputs will be. We write languages that are more readable because they're written in the language of payment and deposit and so on. And because it's embedded inside Haskell, we can use Haskell sparingly to give us abbreviations and to give us definitions of functions or templates, if you will. So that's where we are with Marlowe. Where we're heading is that Marlowe will be part of the Cardano system. Marlowe is implemented as an interpreter in Plutus for Marlowe contracts. And what we see is it's building very clearly on the EUTXO model, on that functional approach to building blockchain. As I say, it's interpreted as a single Plutus program. And we use the multi-currency in Cardano to give us tokenized and securitized roles. So we can transfer roles in a running contract, and indeed we can split a role in a running contract into a number of pieces. So each owner of a piece of that gets a payment from the contract, for example. And as part of that, as parts of the contract run on the blockchain, we'll also be providing an off-chain user interface to allow you to interact with your running Marlowe contract, and in particular to support automation of those contracts. So I think just to conclude, we have Marlowe, which is a language for expressing financial contracts on the Cardano blockchain. It allows us to author, simulate, analyze, verify Marlowe contracts. There's the address of the playground. There's a reminder of where the playground presentation. And also, if you want to find out more, there are tutorials embedded in the playground. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner there. And also, there's a link there to a set of YouTube videos which go into Marlowe in a bit more detail. So thank you very much.
So I think that was a really cool presentation. I've actually done he released something on Coursera that was like a Marlowe guide, and it just taught you, it was a couple videos that showed you how to actually write in that language. I did that probably about a year ago. I thought that was actually pretty cool. Another thing was that cool infographic that they showed, where it showed Haskell in the background, Cardano node below, which was really cool.
Hello, everybody.
And then above
Welcome to the Bluetooth
that was a cool infographic.
Q&A. We have got quite a few questions here.
We do have to vote real quick on what we want to see, so let me pull that up real quick.
The questions will be answered by the presenters of the Bluetooth session. So this is Phil Bottler, Simon Thompson, and myself. And let's start with the first question, which is, what are the advantages?
All right, so what would you guys want to see? We got IOHK's identity. Well, IOHK's identity solution, functional smart contracts, joining Hyperledger. I think this is the second one we're watching right now. Joining Hyperledger Consortium, an opportunity for collaboration and innovation. Once upon a time, digital assets exchange anywhere and everywhere. Oh, Phil's back. Yeah, we'll go back and watch this.
that are not what somebody trained in designing programming languages would do. In comparison, Haskell was designed by a team of people who were trained to design programming languages. I think, I'm biased, of course, but I think it's quite a nice language. There are other nice languages out there, right? Most of the functional languages out there are quite nice, I think. JavaScript has a core that's functional, I think is quite nice, but then there are lots of things in it, like the coercions, right? You'll all have seen the What video about all the strange coercions that happen in JavaScript, and those are the sorts of things you want to avoid. An example of something in Solidity that you wouldn't do if you were a trained programming designer, reliability is really important in Solidity, and yet if there's a wraparound error, it's got very large numbers, 256-bit large numbers, but if there's a wraparound error, it just wraps around silently. It doesn't say there's an error here. And there are actual scams committed worth millions of dollars that were based on writing code that exploited that error to defraud people. So these are standard things that you just wouldn't do. I've actually sort of had a campaign to say right, people know that if they design a system, they should get somebody who knows human-computer interaction to review their interface. We should start doing the same thing with programming language design, but we haven't got there yet. You've got fairly clunky languages like Solidity and JavaScript that then take off because there's nothing else filling that part of the space. And then when something better design comes along that does fill that part of the space, well, it's already been colonized by these other systems that got there first. So there's something very interesting going on with the economics of programming languages. But basically, there's a huge advantage to using something that's well designed. There are other things in the crypto space that are well designed, but what we're doing with Plutus, I think, is actually unique in that I don't think there are any other systems out there based on existing functional languages. Have I got that right, or am I missing one?
Well, I think there are systems which are based off, they use subsets or variants of existing languages, but I don't think there's one which uses a language off the shelf in the same way as we are doing that. Which is
right, and there's something really nice about being able to use something off the shelf, because then you can benefit from all the libraries that are out there. If you do something based on something else, you don't get that benefit. So it's interesting that nobody else has taken this position. But I think that's a good part of the design. In fact, we were off busily designing our own languages when Manuel came on board and said, no, just use Haskell the way it is. I think that was a very good direction that you pointed us in, Manuel.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's good to make use of the existing developer communities, the libraries, the documentations, all these many hours of educational material, videos, books, and not just start from scratch without a really good reason. So,
okay, well,
yes,
let's move on.
Go on. Okay, so the next question, Simon, could you explain what kind of documentation developer support there will be for Plutus and Marlowe? And in particular, people have been asking about the Udemy courses, which we published earlier and which are now out of date.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So I think that the Udemy course has been popular, and we still see people following that. So I think we'd obviously want to listen to what people say about how they'd like to learn about Marlowe and Plutus. I think one of the problems with building video courses is that we're building platforms that are quite fast moving. So we'll release Marlowe, but then we'll be adding new features and so on, and the same with Plutus. So video courses get out of date almost as soon as you release them. So that's one downside. But I think we will, it's one of the things that we look at. But I think also we'll have online documentation, tutorial documentation, which is written, so that's much easier to keep up to date as we incrementally improve what we're doing. Looking at to-dos, looking at examples of
case studies and so on, FAQs. So I think we'll be looking at a whole range of documentation when we come to releasing the platforms. But I think we'll look at the Udemy as well. It's a matter of whether we have the effort and the time to get that right for the release when that happens.
Great, thanks very much. So for the next question, somebody asked, isn't there a danger that we will see an inflation of ADA due to the multi-asset extension, where we can bundle ADA together with other tokens in a transaction, and where we can forge new tokens? If I may, I will address this question. No, there's no such danger. So the system is designed in a way that for every single currency or token, and this includes, of course, the native currency ADA, the monetary policy of that particular currency is guaranteed to be safe and independent of the policies of all the other tokens. So the amount of ADA on the system cannot be in any way influenced by the creation of new tokens or by any other token policies. And that's the same for your own cryptocurrencies. If you create a new currency on Cardano, then it's in your hand what the monetary policy will look like, and no other user of the system can influence that. So that integrity is certainly a given. So let's move to the next question. We have a question again about the ecosystems.
So we have heard a lot about smart contracts. I would like to switch up. We do have a couple things that we can choose. We can either choose what's in the main auditorium, which is, scroll down to it, which is IOHK's identity solution, which would be awesome. The other one that sounds really cool for me is the Hyperledger. You guys can just join. Type IOHK or Hyperledger in chat for what you guys want. Prism's in main. It sounds like that's the way to go. Let me know. Where we going? We're losing a lot of viewers probably to IOHK's identity solution. Man, I hate this delay. I'm going to fix it in the next stream for sure. Got 3 main auditoriums, 1 Hyperledger so far. I'll give it about 20 more seconds. IOHK, okay, IOHK it is. The vote has been decided.
Implementation on Bitcoin. It's important to note that Prism will be an umbrella of identity solutions, and some of those solutions will focus on on-chain identity solutions. We're currently evaluating 4 different approaches for bringing a native identity experience on Cardano, and over time, we might build all of them. So what's the value for the Cardano ecosystem? Atala Prism is really key for mass adoption of Cardano. It enables us to give digital identities to millions of people around the world and provides a bridge for them to access financial services that will be built on Cardano. It will enable a native identity experience differentiated from other platforms like Ethereum, Tezos, or Algorand. We plan to enable new use cases that are aligned with each Cardano release. And that enables us to showcase the technology every time we have a release. Atala Prism will enable $1 trillion market for regulated assets that require identity at the core. The Atala Prism team is engaged and contributing in industry forums such as the Decentralized Identity Foundation, the W3C, and this is also helping to build Cardano's brand and reputation. We're working right now with the government of Georgia on the digital identity and credential verification pilot. There are several other engagements in the pipeline, and we'll announce those at the launch of Atala Prism. So that's all I have in terms of a short overview. So thank you for listening. I'll now hand over to Mark for the demo. Mark, over to you.
Thank you, Donal, for introducing Atala Prism. Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Griffin. I'm the product manager for Atala Prism. I will now demonstrate how Tala Prism can power a smarter world using our interactive city map, which is part of the Tala Prism website. Called Metropole City, this is a forward-thinking city that wants to embrace cutting-edge technology. It wants to leverage digital innovation to ensure secure, trusted, and private city engagements. So Tala Prism can help achieve this. So I'm going to launch the interactive city map. So we're going to take a journey through Metropole City with Joe. Joe is a recent college graduate from one of Metropole's third-level universities and will be using a Tala Prism in her everyday life. Over time, we will add additional citizens, each of whom will have different sets of needs that will be fulfilled by a Tala Prism. Part of the mobile first generation, Joe uses her phone for everything. Instead of old-fashioned documents, she wants to store, manage her identity and credentials straight from her phone. So let's select Joe. So now you can see the interactive map. I'm fully able to interact with it. As a smart city, Metropole is focused on building a sustainable economy with clean energy such as solar and wind, communications infrastructure such as Wi-Fi, 5G, and smart transport such as cycle lanes, electric vehicles that will help improve citizens' quality of life and reduce pollution. So let's start to install the app. So we have both an iOS and an Android mobile app. In this case, I've downloaded the iOS app onto the iPhone here. So let's get started. So on startup, it asks for access to the camera. This is needed in order to scan QR codes in order to receive your credentials from issuing authorities. Okay, so there's a splash screen. Let's get started. So what we can see here are the benefits of a Tala Prism, and they are owning and sharing your data, controlling your personal information, and getting instant access to services. So let's create the account. So before we do that, we're going to accept the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Let's accept that. So next, on creating an account on the app, on creation, a unique decentralized identity or DID is generated. So it's important to note that this DID and all the data is encrypted in the account on the mobile app. So we use a 12-word mnemonic seed phrase here for the recovery process. So if you do lose your phone, you can basically reinstall the app on a new phone, and then using the seed phrase, you'll get your data back. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to accept that. I'm just going to take a picture of the seed phrase, and I'm going to accept. So it's now going to ask me to verify the seed phrase. So that's 1 and 2. So jealous and any. So I'm going to verify those words. So once verified, the account on the mobile app is created, and it's now asking to basically to connect with any issuing organization in order to receive credentials. So let's continue the journey. So Metropole City, like other municipalities, wants to provide its citizens easy access to services. It is recently announced that all residents will be issued with a new digital identity. As a forward-thinking initiative, this will give its citizens fast and friction-free access to many government and municipal services, making it easier than ever before to take public transport, pay city taxes, and vote on local issues straight from their phones. So they are using a Tala Prism's management console, which allows them to create, manage, and issue digital credentials in a safe and secure way. So in this instance, Joe is going to visit the local government office. So let's see her getting her ID now. So once Jo is identified as a resident, she can then be issued a digital identity. So how is a digital identity issued to her Atala Prism app? So this is done by creating a unique QR code you can see here on screen using the management console. Jo's then going to scan that using our Atala Prism app. So this will set up a secure and private connection between Jo and the government to issue the credential. So let's scan that now. So Metropole City resident Jo is excited that this verified digital identity will enable her to live smarter straight from her phone. So she is now going to accept, going to connect, and then she's going to confirm that connection with Metropole City Government. So you can see Metropole City Government is now added to the contact list, the app. So it's asking me to check the notifications. The notifications, you can see there's the government ID. I can now view that. And this is in the credit card style. And you can see information such as the name, date of birth, identity number, and expiration date. So that's now added to our credentials list. So let's continue the journey. So next, in Jo's journey, she wants to graduate. There's a graduation ceremony where she will receive her physical-based paper degree. However, the university has piloted a new and exciting project, that of issuing digital copies of paper-based degrees. This will help reduce fraud and streamline the credential issuance process. So Jo can access the university's website and using her digital identity can authenticate herself in order to receive her digital degree. So let's get her degree now. So again, a unique QR code for Jo is generated on the university's website, and then Jo will then scan it using our Atala Prism app. So let's do that now. So once we've connected to the university through the mobile app, the university will actually ask for some of our credentials, and these are the government ID. So basically on the mobile app, it's asking me to share the government ID. Let's do that. So once shared and received by the university will be able to check their records whether Jo is eligible for a university degree. In this case, they then can automatically establish that Jo is eligible and issue the degree digitally. So again, we can see the university added to the contacts list. I'm going to go to notifications. And there's the university degree. I'm going to view that. And again, like what's on the website, that's an exact copy. You can see details of her name, her degree, their award, and the issuance date. So let's continue with her journey. So Jo wants to settle in Metropole City. She starts job hunting and sees a suitable position with a new startup. Decentralized Inc., they want to speed up the hiring process and ensure they are receiving legitimate academic credentials. They have integrated Atala Prism into their careers page on their website. So using the Apply with Atala Prism link, Jo can submit an application in one click. So let's apply as Jo now. So after applying for the job, the company issues a request to Jo via the mobile app, asking for both her identity and her educational credentials. So let's do that now by scanning the QR code. So again, it's asking me to confirm I want to connect with Decentralized Inc. So once I do that, Decentralized Inc. then ask or request the following information. That's the government ID and the university degree. So using the management console, these can be instantly verified. So after offering her a job and she accepts it, they issue a proof of employment. This will help Jo when she looks to rent an apartment. So again, in the notifications, she can just see this new credential, which is the proof of employment. Again, a proof of employment will contain information such as the employee name, employment status, and the employment start date. So let's continue her journey. So next on our list is to ensure that she gets a comprehensive health insurance. So she visits an insurance provider's website. Again, she can apply for insurance with one click using a Thaler Prism. In this instance, using a Thaler Prism to verify the holder's identity and employment status in order to process and issue the insurance policy. So let's sign up using a Thaler Prism. Again, I'm going to scan the QR code. We're asked if you want to connect with Verified Insurance Limited. You go confirm. So then they're going to send a request for their identity and the proof of employment. And through the Thaler Prism app, I'm going to select to share those. So again, that's now shared. And in the notifications, I can then see that new credential. So again, with the health insurance, it has a class of insurance, policy numbers, and policy end date. So with her health insurance policy on her phone, she will be easily able to access health and medical services within the city. So at this point, Joe's journey is complete. So I hope that this demo has showed the power of a Thaler Prism in enabling people to own their personal data and seamlessly interact with organizations in a secure and private way. So the website at thalerprism.io is now live. So we invite everyone to try out this experience. So thank you for your time and attention. At this stage, we'll open up to any questions that you may have.
Sorry about that. I was just having a little chat with somebody. Is there anything going on elsewhere? We are currently at 421, so I'm sure there is. I bet science is still going. Where would you guys like to go? We still got this guy over here. I do like this guy. He's always entertaining. He's always giving out useful knowledge. Enterprise, I'm sure we still got stuff going on. I guess we can just pull up the thing real quick. Ask what question? Wait, is this still going, but we're just asking questions now? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure what the website name is. I think we should go back to science, man. I mean, in my opinion.
Doesn't mean you don't get.
If this is not cool with you guys, let me know and I will change it. But I do like this guy.
There are two people trying to buy it.
And I like this guy here, so I think they're going to give us a lot of good information.
You're going to give it to. Right? You only get to see which transactions win out and get put on the blockchain. So that's good. That level of complexity is dealt with underneath, and you don't need to deal with it in your smart contract. The smart contract just says it gets a very static view of the world. Right? Here's a transaction. Do I approve it or not? And then for things that go on and do have ongoing state, right? You talked about modeling that in your talk. We can do that with the data fields of the validator. And so you can have things that progress by saying, right, I'm only approving this transaction if I'm copied onto one of the outputs with the appropriate data. And by using that data, you can carry some state forward, but it's not a global state. It's a smaller bit of state, and it's local to the contract. So we can have state when we need it. It's not necessarily going to be cheap, depending on how big the state that you want to maintain is. And then there are ways of dealing with that. So it is very important that we can deal with state when we need it, but it's done in a much more static way, which is very important. It means when you're thinking about writing your code, you don't need to think, what are all the possible things that could happen and how could they interact, which is what normally makes imperative and concurrent code so difficult to write. So it's just built into the system, something that makes it simpler. And then we can do state when we need to. In some ways, it's a little bit more complicated, right? State's not built in. You have to do state for yourself by saying, right, what is the data that I'm going to maintain as this contract progresses? But we've got things for state machines in the library to help people manage that. Did that answer the question that you wanted to ask?
I think that the answer, I mean, I didn't invent the question. It came from one of our listeners, but in my mind, it answers the question. Maybe if I could summarize, what we are doing here is we let the ledger, the blockchain implementation, deal with the non-determinism and expose to the application developer a deterministic programming model. So in a way, Cardano does the hard work, and that's why IHK employs a lot of smart engineers and uses a lot of sophisticated technology like formal methods to get these difficult things right. And in that way makes the application programmer's interface simpler. And I think that's a fine thing. That's abstraction, right? Something we want to see. Okay, so let's maybe talk a little bit more about Marlowe. So I've got a question here for you, Simon. What kind of contracts can you develop with Marlowe?
Okay, so I think one thing that we can do very clearly is develop simple financial contracts. So there's a standard called Actus, and I did talk about this in my presentation. And what we're doing in the simplest possible version of those, what we're doing is we're explaining flows of currency between various participants. And those flows could be completely statically determined at the start of the contract. That would be the simplest possible case. In other cases, the flows might be determined by some data coming from outside, the change in a risk factor, for example, or the fact that a participant wants to pay, wants to make an unplanned payment into a contract, for example. You want to pay back more of your mortgage, for example. So as you move towards contracts like that, which are more dynamic, we're able to express aspects of those in Marlowe. But if you want a completely dynamic model where you can, at any time during the evaluation of the contract, make unexpected payments, consult risk factors and so on, we would tend to do that in Plutus. Because the advantage we get from programming in Marlowe is that we have this predictability about how contracts will execute. And that allows us, before we execute the contract, for example, to predict that however this is executed, the contract will not fail to make a payment. If people at the start of the contract deposit money in the appropriate way, then we can be sure there will be enough money in the contract to pay out as the contract evolves. So we get that advantage of being a domain-specific language coming out very strongly there. So we constrain what people can do, but then we can give greater guarantees on that basis. So, and as I say, that's in the financial domain, but that's what we've been looking at as a model for Marlowe. We're not trying to do everything. It's a domain-specific language. But it is a model potentially for other DSLs in other areas. Perhaps you want to model, I don't know, the way insurance works, or model aspects of the supply chain. You might build different DSLs to embody what's going on in those particular areas. But we're concentrating on financial flows of currency between a fixed set of participants.
Thanks. You also kind of answered another question, namely what are the advantages of domain-specific languages? So well done.
Okay, 2 to 5 yeah.
Maybe what do you think, could this work on Marlowe be leveraged into developing other domain-specific languages? Maybe could other people do this? Could another company which wants to build on top of Cardano, could they take that work on Marlowe and take it into a different domain? What do you think?
I mean, one of the things about IOHK is all the code is open source.
right? So people can pick up the code and they can do what they want with it. I mean, we have collaborators at the University of Wyoming who've just been funded by IOHK with a blockchain lab, and some of the researchers there have taken Marlowe and they're looking at ways they might add features to the language. So yeah, certainly, I think that's one of the reasons, as Phil was saying at the start of the talk, how he liked working with IOHK because of their approach to peer review and publication. I mean, I agree with that, but the other reason I like working with IOHK is the fact that all our code is open source. And I think it keeps us honest. We're not, anybody can look at the code and see precisely what we're doing, and can take the code and run with it, extend it, do what they wish. So I think that's a great advantage of what we're doing.
Great, thanks a lot. So there is continuing with the language questions. Somebody has been asking whether it would be possible to use languages other than Haskell on top of the Bluetooth platform, or on the infrastructure which we've been building to tie the language into the Cardano ledger. And maybe I can answer this quickly. So again, as Simon just explained, everything we do is of course open. We publish all conceptual advantages as research papers, and all the source code is available on GitHub for anybody to look at, but also to extend and reuse. So if somebody wants to develop a programming environment based around a different programming language, which ties into the same functionality, generating Bluetooth Core, and having a different setup for the on-chain, off-chain code, or even using two different languages for on-chain and off-chain code, that's technically perfectly feasible. And all the knowledge for how to do this is in the work which we have open source. So we would be very welcoming of anybody who's interested to work on something like that. It's definitely possible. Now we are getting close to our time. So I'd like to quickly get around to this earlier topic of learning Haskell, because there have been quite a few more questions around what's the best way of learning Haskell, how can you teach children Haskell, and so on. So maybe if each of us could share one or two tips on how to approach this, how to learn Haskell, to write Bluetooth contracts, how to teach your kids or anybody else Haskell. Phil, do you want to start?
Sure. So one resource that's out there is a website called code.world. It's for learning Haskell. It's very similar to the Bootstrap approach that I mentioned before. So it's very graphical. I wish I had it when my kids were young. It's aimed at younger people. It might be very helpful as a way in for somebody else that wants to fiddle with things. So we had somebody saying, what do I do for my 11-year-old? This is definitely where I would go. Code.world is a good place to start. And then there's zillions of books out there. Richard Bird and I wrote one a long time ago. I recommend that one highly, but it's out of print. The one that's in print that I'll recommend highly is Simon Thompson's book.
Thank you, Phil. That's very kind. I mean, it's difficult to know where to start, isn't it, with Haskell? I mean, I think as soon as you feel confident, find an open source project where you can start adding things. I mean, this is not for 11-year-olds, but I think if you're wanting to move into Haskell programming from doing programming JavaScript or whatever, there's a very big and very supportive open source community, and Cabal, Hackage. There are lots and lots of community contributed programs there, and trying to find a hobby project that can bring you in is a great way of learning a language and also joining the community. And there are Haskell meetups around the world. It's remarkable how many So getting to a meetup, you will find there are other people who are wanting to do very similar things to you. If you're in Europe, get to Zurich Hack, which is in Zurich, and 500 or so Haskellers meet every June. But getting in, finding other people you can work with. And I think there are groups where people will work through. I know Julie Moroniki does a number of things with women learning to program, and Haskell, is it Haskell Code Camps? And there are a number of those which she's been involved with. So I think there are lots of different routes in, but trying to find other people. So I think if you're not so sure, not so confident, finding other people you can learn with is a great way of building up your confidence. And it's more enjoyable programming with other people rather than on your own. So that would be my bit. Back to you, Manuel.
Thanks a lot. Yes, there are also a lot of free resources on the internet. There are many nice meetup groups in many cities, so it's always good to have a look around for local meetups, and it's also more enjoyable depending on your personality. But for some people, definitely kind of having other people to talk about the same interests. And if I may be so free as to pitch a resource I was involved in, if you Google for Learning Haskell, free tutorial is one of the tutorials. But if you go to haskell.org, there are many other tutorials, and then you can have a look at which one suits your style and go with that. Okay,
just so that Manuel's not,
Phil.
Just so that you're not left touting your own tutorial. I didn't know about it before. I saw it fairly recently and really found it very well done. I think I'm going to be pointing my students at it for the next year. It looks like a great resource to me.
Thank you, Phil. That's very nice. Thank you, Phil, Simon, for sharing the panel with me. It was a lot of fun going through these questions. We do have more questions, but there's limited time. But we are all online, and I'm sure there'll be other opportunities to raise these questions on various online forums. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our listeners, and have fun writing functional smart contracts. Bye-bye. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Bye-bye.
That was a really cool presentation about Marlowe and all things smart contracts. It was pretty sweet. What did you guys think of that? And then there's probably some more stuff going on. I know the thing in the main auditorium ended. We can go check it out, though. Yeah, Blow kicked me right out. I know there's some more juicy stuff going on somewhere. Wonder what's in the community. Okay, yeah, nothing. Nathan?
Of activity that's going on in Hyperledger, and not saying we all have
Grace
all the answers,
Hartley,
but
everybody.
I think a lot of us have a lot of interesting point of views that we can learn from each other,
wrong
and I
button.
think it's exciting, to have new members always joining, new projects joining, new working groups always sparking up, because I think, as you can tell from this conversation, it's pretty early days and we're still all learning, and but I think it's pretty exciting times. So very excited.
Well, that sounds upbeat for me. I've learned about the Cambrian explosion, which I'm going to look. I found out something actually about the word deflowering a virgin. It came from knights with a K. Whenever they were trying to court a woman, they would go into the forest and try and find a rose that no one had ever touched before, and then deflower the rose. And that was the way that they won the heart of the woman. It's not for everybody, but, I put it in my little book as an interesting fact. Thank you very much for an extraordinarily insightful panel. I think I was out of my depth a little bit on a couple of the things that you said, but I'll fix that by some reading. And if I'm, befuddled a little bit or perplexed, but still interested, I hope the audience feels the same way. You can now get rid of me, and I think you all know how to do it. A Q&A for the panel, I think that will be of great value to all of you. I'm Monty Mumford, the co-founder of BlockSpeak. I've been your host, your moderator, your stand-up idiot, whatever. A big round of applause to my panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. And onwards.
What a wonderful getting to see the end of that. All right, so let's see what we got popping. I want to.
I'm Abby from Shoshone High School.
What?
And I'm Kana from Shoshone High School. We want to.
What happened? Why is everything blue? Did I somehow highlight everything? I think I did. Gonna have to do a nice little refresh, aren't I? So what do you guys think so far? You guys have asked me what I think. I want to hear what you guys think. I want to see Philippe. See, that's the thing, though, is if this was actually in person and I was there, I would be meeting Philippe and probably meeting Charles, just whoever. I'd be meeting a lot of people, and I really wish COVID-19 didn't take this opportunity away from me to finally meet some of my heroes, you know. Yep, Philippe is in here talking to people. He did reply to me. He said, "Hey Peyton, doing well. How are you?" I'm doing pretty good, Philippe. Doing pretty damn good. John said, "Is it over? I just got home." No, there's still about 2 more hours of content, John. There's a lot of stuff going on. Let's see if we can find some interesting stuff going on. Raghindra, sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I know I botched that. But I will release all of these announcements into a video. My original plan was to put all these announcements into a video and release that tomorrow morning for you guys to sum up all the announcements for day 1. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm pretty burnt out, and the idea of me spending two or three more hours parsing all this information and making a video kind of makes me want to die. Motivation, he said, "Can you say damn?" I can't, but I'm already demonetized thanks to Crypto Cowboy this morning, so we're going loose. Yeah, but I'm not. So as far as the video goes, I'm going to try to release that video Saturday morning, summing up all the releases from day 1 with some good clips, all of it combined, and then Sunday I'll try to release the second day's video all condensed. Give about a day or two, about 1 day air margin on that, because I am a person. I have been streaming for about 8 hours, or I want to say 6 or 7 hours now. So let's see if we can find some entertaining stuff going on. I don't think we can. I think we've finally caught an actual network break, because they've been lying about these network breaks all day. So we got 47 minutes over there. Maine still kicks us out.
Community as well, the kind of everyone else who are stakeholders in that ecosystem. But there are plenty of places to look at that kind of integration. I mentioned, I think, a project called Hyperledger Cactus while we were talking, which is an integration framework. Actually, I don't think I mentioned it. So Cactus is a technology to build bridges between Fabric-based networks and Vesu-based networks, but also Corda and Quorum. And it could be a tool for building a bridge with the Cardano network or other related networks. So that's one place potentially to look. And I think that reaction will become clear. You know, if you show up with bug improvements, with enhancements, or even new technical projects to host at the labs or under Hyperledger's greenhouse, that'll be great. If the thing that doesn't work in open source communities is if somebody shows up and says, "I've got an idea, I want somebody else to build it." So we definitely wouldn't want to do that. Wouldn't recommend doing that. But otherwise, it's an open source community, so it's really it's all about people showing up and doing the work.
We have a question from Dominic. What are likely initiatives or activities that Cardano would contribute to? What difference can Cardano make to Hyperledger? We have several projects that we could contribute to the Hyperledger project consortium. For example, we have ScoreX, which is a modular blockchain that we built in the past that has actually 2 versions. And we could submit that project. We have many other open source projects that we are developing and could submit. Brian, actually, in the selection of the project you incubate, do you apply filter? Like, do you want diversity, or do you want us to publish yet another Ethereum, for example,
right,
client?
So there's 2 ways in which technologies come into Hyperledger if they're not already, improvements to an existing Hyperledger thing, right? There is kind of the top level projects, the 15 or so projects that we have that are at the level of Fabric and Sawtooth and Cactus that I mentioned. And there's a process for bringing those in that involves a public proposal and then evaluation and a vote by the technical steering committee. And the technical steering committee are a group of 11 developers elected by all the contributors once a year. And that means that you're asking the existing projects to make room in the greenhouse for a new project. And that can be hard, right? If you are a developer on Besu and somebody proposes another Ethereum client, you're going to ask yourself, well, what's different about this client? We can have competing projects. Besu and Fabric compete with each other for sure, but they have very different points of view, very different architectures. And so there's some good purpose to having that competition. But if somebody came in with something that really duplicated something else, or was a lot of code and only a little bit was really tied to the additional value over one of the existing ones, the overwhelming recommendation would likely be, well, why don't you just join up with one of the existing projects or bring that improvement to Besu or to Fabric or to one of these others. And that's really because that's in the best interest of the whole community. It's not more code. You should never judge an open source community by how many lines of code they have under management, right? This is these aren't assets. Lines of code are more of a liability than an asset. So that's one way, though. There is a filter. There is that approval process, and it's partly based on the technology and how distinctive it is. It's also based on, is there an existing open source community, or at least the very clear potential of building a multilateral community? Because what we definitely want is to build a set of projects that are able to survive the departure of their original proposal company, right? The company behind the original proposal. Just because, times change, companies exit businesses, you want to build something that will last. So there's the key criteria. The second path has a lot fewer requirements around it. That's something called Hyperledger Labs. And that's more intended for, the weekend hack, the result of a hackathon, the research concept, the mentorship project, but also potentially, a project that could become a full-fledged project at some point, but is still very young, is still looking for its footing. And so things like Cactus actually did start as a project in Hyperledger Labs, and we've got lots of interesting stuff there. And there the threshold is you just have to convince one of the lab stewards to sponsor that project, to be willing to act kind of as a connector, as a mentor to the team coming in, to help understand how the processes work and eventually evolve into some direction. But those are kind of the 2 tiers for coming in, and we would welcome contributions from Cardano on either those 2 approaches or on improvements to the existing projects like Cactus or something else.
Definitely integrated Cardano into Cactus and preparing templates, recipe for bringing or integrating rapidly Cardano to enterprise solutions can be interesting. My first idea joining Hyperledger was to bridge Hyperledger Fabric or Sawtooth to the Cardano mainnet to help basically pushing assets to the mainnet in order to share assets that they can't really share if they are in different silos. So what do you think about this approach, and are the enterprise clients that you have interested in doing so? What do they like about joining a public chain?
Yeah, well, I think there would be, we've heard our members talk about projects that involved anchoring checksums, like the tip of the Merkle tree on a permission blockchain, or a hash of specific assets that are being tracked on permissioned blockchains, anchoring those as a checksum on a public ledger, right? Paying the gas, paying the fee to have a public transaction written for the durability and decentralization and security that can provide, but still using the permission ledger to do a majority of their transactions, right? Because there you don't have to worry so much about gas or about 15,000 people knowing about a transaction. So part of it is a confidentiality thing. Part of it is you might just not want to share that high degree of granularity of those that transaction record with the public ledger, but just record a checksum. Now, that doesn't require any special integration between those two systems, right? Anybody who has access to those two networks can read the transaction or the tip of the Merkle tree or the document referenced and the history and to a hash, and then write that over to the Cardano network or the Ethereum mainnet or something like that. Where it gets more interesting is if you want the same degree of trustlessness to emerge between scripts running, smart contracts running on the permission blockchain and assets or even smart contracts running on the public ledger. And that's what Hyperledger Cactus is about. It's about establishing enough points of commonality run diversely by different organizations between those two networks that a smart contract on one can base its operations, its logic on assets and operations it views on a public blockchain or on some other blockchain somewhere, public or private, without needing a trusted intermediary, because you essentially have n different trusted intermediaries, and if any one of them is wrong, you have rules around how do you broker that issue. So lots of different approaches to it, but I'd say those are the two main patterns to apply. But those are both distinctly different from like side chains or shards or anything like that that are worth looking at.
How can you actually bridge different smart contract technologies? Because we have our Plutus smart contract engine that we will launch this year, and if you are talking of integrating different smart contract languages, what's the process here to actually being able to chain to smart contract to different flavor smart contracts? Or building them?
Yeah, good question. So it is all about the runtime, right? And I don't know Cardano well enough or where you're going to be able to speak intelligently to any of this, but let me talk about the way it works in Fabric and the way it works in Ethereum. With Fabric, you essentially have a container, and within that container can run any type of software that you want, and it's kind of bound within a Docker container. There's also something that's called chain code. There's something called system chain code, which allows you to run things outside the container, but for efficiency. But let's just talk about kind of the most portable way to do it, and the kind of standard way to do it within a container within chain code is to write something in Go. But there is support for doing Java and JavaScript, and some, I think, experimental support for Python, and interest in extending that to Haskell and other domains that might be higher level security. And obviously support for running the EVM based smart contracts in that, and that comes through something called Burrow, which is another ledger project at Hyperledger. So lots of options there. And the interesting thing is, on a Fabric network, you don't need everybody to run the same script. Fabric is not based on an entirely computed world state from the smart contracts and data set. Data you track, but the scripts are presumed to only be shared with the parties that need to know that, which might be the full network, but it usually is more of a subset of the network. And what you need are basically other nodes to endorse the output of those of that script. And so and you set your rules, but if 3 or 4 or more parties endorse the output of a transaction the same way, then it can be written to the ledger by everybody else, or accepted as a right by the ledger by everyone else. So that's a way to get some portability there. And adding support for new smart contract languages is partly technical, but it's more just a matter of policy for whatever network is built using Fabric. On Ethereum, obviously the standard there is the EVM, and there's lots of languages that compile down to EVM. I know, my understanding at least, is that they are looking at for Ethereum 2, moving to an ASM.js kind of basis, a WebAssembly basis, WASM, sorry, WASM. I think that's evolving a bit, but there already are WASM compilers in Hyperledger for that kind of thing. One in the Burrow community, another one kind of emerging out of the Sawtooth community. And so there's a lot of preparation for that. And I think any smart contract language that compiles down to WASM makes a lot of sense. I think there's even work about modifying one of the standard C compilers out there to basically take almost any programming language that has a front end for that language in what's the name of it? I can't remember. Anyways, hopefully WASM will be a pretty portable and pretty ubiquitous runtime environment. And so, but obviously supporting complexity and optionality is expensive. So I'd be interested to learn what Cardano's thinking is on this, but I would hope that there'd be room inside of Hyperledger for any of those approaches.
We'll look at Cactus and pursue the integration of creating some bridges between Fabric and Sawtooth and our Cardano public mainnet. We have a question about Hyperledger focused more on fintech sector or broadly based on other subjects like supply chain, healthcare, etc.
As an organization, we're not focused on any one sector. We're not limited to any one sector. Let me be clear about that. And historically, since we've been less about tokens and coins, that's meant there's a whole category of kind of use cases that have perhaps been less of a focus for us than for certain other applications. Like there isn't really much DeFi activity, for example, happening in the Hyperledger community. The sectors that have been most eager to use this have been, any sector dealing with supply chain traceability. So that's everything from like diamonds and food supply and automotive and other things like that. And closely related to that, obviously, is trade finance. A large part of trade finance is knowing the history of the actors involved and their banks involved, almost like a KYC kind of thing. And so those two use cases are very closely tied to each other. And I hesitate to call them industries, but they are certainly common. Every industry has a supply chain. Every industry has a way of financing its inputs and outputs. So those get used quite a bit. But we have something in Hyperledger called special interest groups, which are basically a way of trying to go to the people who do have interests that are specific to an industry, such as healthcare, such as capital markets, such as the public sector, so government-style applications and social impact applications, and saying, what are you interested in using this for? How does that match up to the underlying technology? And then the other really big meta use case, which again isn't specific to any industry, has been digital identity. And seeing this stuff applied to national ID schemes or to credentialing for academic credentials, those sorts of things, has also been a big area of deployment and interest in our community. But we are very interested in seeing it used across the sector, and ultimately it is used for tracking things of value and things, and it is common for highly regulated industries like healthcare and finance to be more interested in this than the unregulated stuff. Like there's not a lot going on around like social networks or chat applications or that sort of thing. So hopefully that answers that question.
Well, yes, for sure, supply chain and banking services make sense. Is the enterprise by blockchain, in your opinion, are they worried about its complexity? What's your feedback from the enterprise when we talk about enterprise adoption? What's their
I think interoperability gets brought up a lot because people worry about the long-term future for any technology they build upon, right? This is one thing that makes it hard as a startup to sell into enterprises because if you haven't been around for 10 years, it's a lot harder to claim you'll be around for the next 10 years. So enterprises, when they buy technology, are used to looking for companies that have been around for a long time, that have a track record, that have a history, and that's what they trust, right? And that's just the nature of selling to enterprises. And I say this as somebody who has started a couple of companies trying to sell enterprise software. You really have to go above and beyond to sell that. And so when they ask about compatibility, they also want to make sure that they aren't buying into something that isn't going to have a big community around it. It's why, I spend less time, frankly, talking about why Fabric is the best technology or why Bezu is the best or why any of our projects are the best, and instead trying to talk about the importance of the community we've built and the commercial ecosystem, because I think history has shown that you need at least a good enough technology in order to solve a problem and get adopted, but it really needs that sense of a phenomenon around it, that sense of adoption, and not just usage but also commercial support and that sort of thing. And so building that ecosystem is just as important as building high quality code, and that's where I think a lot of this quest for this question of compatibility comes from. And then thirdly, I kind of hear that interop as an echo of what I hear more deeply as a concern, which is when companies that are forming permission blockchains, get bootstrapping these networks is really hard. How do you launch that initial cohort of, it has to be more than one, probably more than two, ideally more than three, and it's best if it's at least 5 or 7 organizations to serve as anchor nodes on a permission blockchain, so that no one has to worry about one company departing or one company buying 2 others and then suddenly owning the majority of that blockchain. None of our stuff is based on 51% attacks or anything like that, so there's a bit of resiliency against that, but it's still, you want a diverse network, and launching those with the consortium around it is a really important thing to do.
Do you agree that the enterprise will have to use a combination of blockchains, private, consortium, and public chains in the future?
I definitely believe that they will be using a mixture of blockchain networks. They'll be on one for tracking a supply chain around a certain commodity or resource. They might be on another one that's a set of payment rails. They might be on another one that's about verifying identity, and there might even be a couple in each of those categories, right? And so definitely enterprises will be on more than one. I kind of view consortium and private as the same thing, although I know that there are some companies that are large enough and are essentially, kind of conglomerates that they don't trust each other. So, a private blockchain, even within one company, might make sense, between the different divisions. But most of them will be consortia chains. And there is the possibility that public blockchains will be, in widespread use by enterprises, I think at the very least for digital identity purposes, because there you really want to see, what does everybody know about this person, or I want to be able to verify the credentials this person is presenting across all the different contexts that might be relevant. And then we'll see around payments. It is kind of a race between the cryptocurrencies and the central bank digital currencies and the existing payment rails like Visa and MasterCard. Who can get to the most easiest to use, the cheapest, the most responsive, the one with the best policies, right? Which can become the real payment rails. I think that's a really interesting and important fight. And even the concept of DAOs and public blockchain smart contracts and other systems to mitigate third-party risk, counterparty risk, especially in global trade. I think there's some real use cases there, but I think that will still be that'll live in harmony with the permission blockchain work, and I think the majority of transactions will be on permission blockchains.
So we have a question from Ada Boy. Who will benefit most from using the Interledger fabric? And where does all the value go? I don't know how to answer that one, but I think
and when they say Interledger, I wonder if they're confusing Hyperledger. I know that words are similar, but Hyperledger with there's an effort called Interledger. There's actually a standard called ILP, the Interledger Protocol, which is a real lightweight standard for correlating payments between two different blockchain networks, and it came about from Ripple, and so you can pay with XRP on one hand and pay with Bitcoin on another, and have that be a coherent transaction. And we have support for that in something called Hyperledger Quilt, which has been interesting, but kind of a quiet kind of project for us. But let me who will benefit the most? Our sincere hope, obviously, is that everybody involved in this process has both direct and indirect benefits from both participating in Hyperledger, but also in setting up blockchain networks. There isn't a make money fast kind of option here. There isn't a I get to be my own bank kind of thing, the way that there is with, say, the public cryptocurrencies, where the value is really created is in optimization, is in digitizing processes that were much more difficult to digitize before. I was on another call earlier today with some folks in the healthcare space who say the cost of paperwork and bureaucracy in the healthcare system is probably 40 to 50% of the total cost of health. And if you can optimize that by half, then you're probably in a really good spot. That's where I think a lot of the value is going to come out, and perhaps even new resources.
There's something that is interesting, and we will be discussing that tomorrow on another panel. But blockchain is about removing intermediaries, and most of the enterprise are, by definition, intermediaries or third parties. For example, you were talking about the healthcare, but hospitals don't really like collaboration between hospitals. Or patients record are actually owned by the hospital, and it's part of their value. So sharing those assets can be seen as an issue. How do they react with that decentralization aspect and resource sharing?
You've dropped out for me a little bit there, so I wasn't quite sure that I heard the complete question. Is there a way you could repeat?
Sure. So I was talking about specifically healthcare, and some data, like the patient records, is owned by the hospital. So how do they feel with decentralization and free exchange of data? Basically, how does that conflict with the fact that they are intermediaries and gatekeepers of a system?
Yeah. No, change is really hard if you're expecting it to come from people who own all the data, own all the assets, own all the power, right? And so it's probably not going to be by force of a hospital that our health records become decentralized and become more in control of the individual. But it will come through both a mix of startup companies that have a motivation in this space, who can provide value to the patients, to the consumers, to organize their healthcare records and show that there's a way to look at your entire health picture and not just glimpses of it. I think there might even be a role in countries like the United States where we have a really heavy insurer-driven kind of picture for the insurers to act as a forcing function to get health data to be more portable. However, there's a lot of patients who aren't comfortable sharing their health records with insurance companies. So I think there's an important role to play for government in this. I am a believer in small government, but I do believe there's some core functions that governments need to play in markets, and one of those is to set standards and regulations and rules for how data gets treated. And one of the big ones in the United States is HIPAA, which really does confer a lot of the same rights and expectations that the GDPR creates in Europe, in terms of if a healthcare organization has data about you, you have a right, full stop, to get access to that data, to get a copy of it, a digital copy, and to do with that data what you want. So that doesn't mean the hospital has to give it up. The healthcare organization has to surrender it. But it does mean I get a copy and I can take that elsewhere. Now, there's been a lot of friction in that system, and intentional and otherwise. And I think blockchain technology can help cut some of the friction, which hopefully cuts the cost of doing the right thing here. But you need that mandate sometimes in order for the rights of the individuals, ironically enough, to be exercisable.
We have a new question. Do you see blockchain eventually taking over the elections infrastructure to guarantee transparency, traceability, and preventing electoral fraud? So actually, today, Dor presented our project Catalyst, and the fact that we can, through the blockchain, vote with or without transparency, because you can have both cases. For example, for the elections of a president, for example, presidential election, you would like to keep your vote confidential. But if you are voting for a senator and you delegate your vote to that senator, you would like to know how the senator is going to vote. So transparency, and both transparency and privacy is important in voting system. Yeah. Brian, blockchain taking over the voting industry.
I think given the existing rules about how voting tends to work, right? Especially the prioritization of being anonymous in how you vote, and having trust that the system protects that anonymity, while also guaranteeing access, that everybody has a right to vote. I do think it's somewhat dangerous to consider using blockchain technology for the actual casting of a ballot, the actual like voting from home. First off, voting from home, no matter whether blockchains are used or not, I think voting by internet is a really bad idea. Voting by mail is okay, where you're sending in a paper ballot and that gets stored somewhere. There's some clear risks with that, but we've been managing that as at least in the United States, vote by mail from home. And the thing is, when it's all this paper, it's really hard to be fraudulent. If it's all a digital record, there's basically no way to guarantee that you can't have mass election fraud in a way that is impossible to audit and impossible to verify. And I don't think blockchains really actually help with that. I think there are technically cryptographic ways, zero knowledge proofs, that kind of thing, to cast ballots, but and using blockchain technology to help with that. But an important part of an election system is that it's not just auditable, but it's understandable, and understandable by the majority of the population. And if we were to say, here's this magic crypto pixie dust that guarantees your privacy in the casting of the ballot. And by the way, it also guaranteed that Donald Trump won 51% of the votes. But there was no other way to independently audit that, and that ran in the face of public polling. You would have a crisis. You would have a disaster, because there's no way to wind that back and figure out, well, did we really have 51% people vote one way or the other without having another election? So I really don't feel there's a role for blockchain technology as a solution in the digital casting of a ballot. But I think using it for voter registration, and we have this in the States, maybe it's different elsewhere, but like making sure that like the register of who's registered to vote, where are they allowed to vote, et cetera, is a matter of public record, right? Or should be. Having that be tracked in a public blockchain would be better than the system we have today, where there's a lot of room for fraud and abuse, and in particular to disenfranchise people with the right to vote. And then finally, after votes are cast, after I go to a local voting office or send my mail-in ballot to a local place to get them counted, the reporting up from that up to to get the overall national total, that is also something I think blockchains would be really good for. A public accounting of where those, this polling place saw 1,000 voters, 41 votes for Trump and 500 for somebody else, I'm hoping. That basically that data would then be aggregatable up, and you'd see that recorded in a blockchain, and it would allow for local validation. Wow, 1,000 votes counted at my local polling place. That makes sense. So those are the two places where distributed ledger blockchain technology makes some degree of of sense and could improve the integrity and verifiability of elections. I just wouldn't do it for the middle, and that's unfortunately where a lot of people have been focusing. When you say the word blockchain voting, they think of that central piece.
That's interesting standpoint, because we in Cardano have to organize a decentralized political system or economy or ecosystem. So actually, we will have to vote on chain, because it's the only way you have to update the system, to finance the system, because you are going to take funds out of the treasury, for example. And
really in the context of a national vote, for a president or for, a politician, in the context of voting for the allocation of resources in a community like Cardano, where some essential transparency into how people voted is actually a feature rather than a bug, then blockchain voting makes a ton of sense. You should just be a little cautious that, direct democracy does have some complications. Finding ways to try to depersonalize that would be really good. I am really a fan of the concept of liquid democracy. This idea, like you mentioned, of voting for somebody who then organizes and casts those ballots on my behalf for something else. That's a really cool system, and I hope you're looking at some of that in Cardano.
You will have a chance to discuss this year, and you'll see that we are bringing great technologies with this delegation of vote to experts, etc. We have maybe a few minutes left and two questions. One was about real estate industry and what type of enterprise we foresee being created in this industry. And the other is, let's answer the real estate first. The second is not related to the industry. Do you have real estate enterprise that are part of or leveraging Hyperledger technologies?
There's a group called the National Association of Realtors, who are like a nonprofit consortium focusing on how real estate transactions are conducted. They're the ones who come up with like all the standard contracts in the real estate sector, and they've been a member of Hyperledger for quite a while. They have an innovation lab that has been doing blockchain work. They've been working with Cook County in Illinois around reforming land title systems to use blockchain technology. I think an important thing to remember is that land titles are not tradable the way that tokens are, right? Land title is a probabilistic asset rather than a deterministic. And what I mean by that is, when you go to buy or sell a house, you're given the whole history of that land, but that history may be incomplete, and so you buy title insurance to insure you against the odds of somebody showing up with a mortgage deed that applies to that property that was never recorded anywhere properly, right? So, but it's a paperwork intensive process. It's a signature intensive process. It's one, even just buying or selling a house. So there's a lot of opportunity to use blockchains to optimize that process. And there've been projects around, but none that I'm aware of that have really, hit it out of the park in terms of a success to talk about. So it was just surprising to me, because actually land titles in emerging markets was the use case that pulled me into blockchain technology. That was the one that said, okay, here is something that could not reasonably be done with a central system, because central systems are vulnerable to theft, to fraud, that sort of thing. Where I think there's been more success has been in digitizing some of the fractional ownership types of things out there, REITs, for example, real estate investment trusts, and selling tokens that associate ownership in a REIT, so that you get a distribution out of that. At least I've heard of more companies pursuing that, and I'm not sure what level of success they've had, but I've heard of that happening out there, and that's pretty interesting.
We have questions about how blockchain can help countries and states in development or organizations. We talked about the voting system, but I think for the treasury mechanism or financing projects in countries, or even building monetary policies or stable coins or currencies that are more stable or faster, or I think there are many ways states can actually leverage blockchain technology on top of the classical identity and credential feature. By the way, we released Atala Prism in the context of this virtual summit, and be interesting in looking at ways we can collaborate with Hyperledger Indy, because we need to make our solution interoperable ecosystem.
Identity thing seems to be the first area to focus on. There's, as I think we were mentioning, there's a couple of projects in Hyperledger focused on digital identity that all are complementary to each other, and they're all based on this concept called self-sovereign identity. Sometimes we call it user-centric because there's some people for whom the word sovereign is an issue, but self-sovereign identity, user-centric identity, and the underlying standards used by those communities used by those technologies are distributed identifiers, or DIDs, and verifiable claims, verifiable credentials, the VC. And these are standards being worked on at the W3C. So standards track kinds of things, and with multiple implementations out there, and a couple of different networks emerging as what are called identity utility networks. So you've probably heard of Sovereign, SOVRIN, which is one of those. There are a couple of others kind of beginning out there as well. And the whole idea here is an inversion of how we think about digital identity, away from kind of a server storing everything interesting about you, on the other end of a name and password, to identity credentials you hold in a wallet that attest to things like your passport, your driver's license, your healthcare record, your diploma, and these are things you can present without creating a trail back to the issuer of those credentials. So we avoid all the surveillance issues that enter into the way that digital identity is normally used online. And that's the big picture. There's a lot of momentum now behind that, and even for nation state levels, there's a nonprofit called Kiva that's been doing microfinance lending, and they're working on a project with the government of Sierra Leone to do not only a national ID system for every one of the 8 million citizens in Sierra Leone, but also a privacy-first credit bureau system, so that loans can be made and the risks are more accurately calculated to help that country build up its commercial ecosystem. So that's really exciting, and I think it's a much more promising approach to the way digital identity works compared to the more centralized approaches like Aadhaar, and that's the root of everything. On top of that, you can build whether it's public benefit systems, for shelter, for food, for other types of payments, or other types of ways that governments can kind of manage the growth of their economies and provide citizen services. Another stellar example of this is the government of British Columbia, which is using this technology for business permits. And there's a whole long story around that. You can find out more on the Hyperledger website about that. Actually, I don't want to swamp us with too many examples, but these are ways this technology is being used today to help countries digitize their processes while preserving citizen privacy and sovereignty.
I will cover some of the question rapidly in the few seconds left. So one question was about blockchain in Africa. So we have John O'Connor presenting at the virtual summit, and he's our business developer in Africa. So he will have a lot to say about this. And we have a question about Atala Prism and being a great technology, but if there's anything that person missed today, that we announced the project Catalyst, so which is within the Voltaire effort to build a voting mechanism and study the treasury mechanism to finance the ecosystem. Thank you, Brian, for your time today, and thank you for.
Thank you for hosting me, and thank you for hosting the Hyperledger panel as well. We're really excited about Cardano becoming part of the community and looking forward to what we can do together.
Well, to it too. Thank you all.
I once again have to awake from my slumber. What a great presentation. I really did. I liked the guy that made Apache. He was pretty cool. I'm going to have to look more into them, like Ensalada said. Do I pronounce that right? Ensalada? Just curious. But how are you guys doing today? John said, ordered a gaming laptop, so I'm not locked to the desk all day. I've been locked to the desk all day, man. Jiu-jitsu does start in 45 minutes. I'm thinking about going and fighting. But let's see what we got on the schedule. What's coming up? Steve-O said he didn't seem very pro Cardano. Yeah, he didn't. But he did seem like he did come speak at the Cardano Summit, so that does say something. But he did talk about a lot of cool stuff. So, I pronounced it right? Okay, cool. Just making sure. Okay, where are we at? We just heard from... Are we at 16:30? No, I think we're at 15:30, aren't we? Okay. So the main auditorium, we have code audits and security. Why do we hang our dirty laundry in public from Charles Morgan? And then we have building light clients, Dr. Prios Chiados, Kostis Karatias, Dr. Pita Gazi. English names are so basic compared to how awesome like names are from other countries. Like my name is Peyton. Like imagine, Steve-O said you're a good guy, Peyton. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. But just think about how basic the name Peyton is compared to Dr. Prios Chiadados and Kostis Kalantias. And then we have Shelley Unbound Achievements, Improvements in the Future of Cardano. That's with Dr. Kevin Hammond and Dr. Duncan Coutts. They're both awesome people. I've talked with them personally a few times. They're really cool people. They're kind of who coerce stake pool operators. And then we have My Stake Pool Journey, a stake pool operator's mistakes, successes, and lessons learned from Umed Sadav. He's an awesome dude. He was on the Cardano Effect podcast with me. Really did like that. So that's another cool one to watch. And then U.S. regulations for stablecoins, Bloom or Doom, from John Collins, FS Vector. These are all really cool. These are all really cool things that we could watch. What are you guys choosing? What are you guys choosing? Paste in chat. What's next? This is true democracy right here. What is next? I've had people complain about me spinning in my chair, and my response to that is get over it. I am ADHD, and this is what I do. I twirl, I spin, I flick things. Carlos Obita says Peyton will sound exotic to a non-English speaker. You think so? I do like my name. I wasn't complaining about it. I was just saying it didn't sound very exotic, you know. But I guess their names probably aren't very exotic to their language, you know. Imant says, hey guys, do you know what happens to your ADA and your Roy Light wallet after Shelley? Do we have to do anything, or do we have to set up a new plugin? Imant, you might have to get a new plugin, or you probably will just update your Roy wallet. And then there's going to be a new process. It'll probably be a 3-button click process for you that'll say, create a Shelley wallet and move that over. And from the stake pool side of things, the reason you have to do that is because you currently don't have your Shelley keys. So by moving to another wallet, you're going to have your Shelley keys and your payment keys. Because currently the wallet you have right now is just payment keys. Red Orange says stake pool journey. Kevin says stake pool journey. Paul says Duncan and Shelley. This is going to be a hard one, isn't it? So Shelley Unbound, Shelley with Duncan. Okay, I got to realize that Shelley Unbound is with Duncan. Okay, so it seems like we have 5 for that, 6, 7. So we have 7 for Duncan, and then we have 1 for main content. So it's seeming like it's going to be Duncan. I'll give you guys a little bit longer to vote. All right, Shelley Unbound it is. Dr. Kevin Hammond and Dr. Duncan Coutts. Another thing that I can botch for you guys. Well, I should probably see where that's actually at, shouldn't I? Whoopsies. Okay, that is in the Delivering Solutions for Businesses and Enterprises. My nose itches. Ensalada said, I'm neutral here. I feel that, man. These are all pretty good. Ross says, Drunken Duncan. Heck yeah, man. The transmission will start in about 3 minutes. Let's get some chats going. What's going on? We have about an 18-minute watch time. There's still 183 current viewers here. That's pretty crazy. There have been 6,700 playbacks. This is definitely the most playbacks I've ever had on my channel. So it's been a pretty important day for Cardano and also for your boy bigpey here. I am going to fix this delay tomorrow, guys. This delay is pretty annoying to me. I'm going to do some low latency stuff to make sure you guys are only like a couple seconds behind, maybe 3 or 4 seconds, so it can be much more interactive, and then you can also be caught up with the other stuff. Because I think right now it's probably about 30 to 40 seconds, and that's pretty trash in my opinion. We are going to fix that. Evan says, what do you think of the price action of ADA today? I don't really have much thoughts on it. I'll tell you that although this is not financial advice, I am bullish on ADA long term. But as far as today and tomorrow, I'm not going to be buying at 9 cents. Not price advice. Maybe you buy at 9 cents and make a lot of money. But I'm not buying at 9 cents. Not when it's been 3 cents for a year. 3 to 7. Pool P said, steak pool man. I am the steak pool man. So is Duck and Ensalada. And probably a few others here. Yeah, Malky Dot said, can you tell me what the big announcements were today? I did tell you that I would do that, so I got you, man. So there's Project Catalyst. It's a cell phone app for voting. That's going to be awesome. There is a demo on that. I will make a video on that in particular. They also announced proposals for applications for dApps and services. $20 million total. $10,000 from IOHK alone, and another $10 million from someone else. I think that was Wave Financial that offered that. Then Prism Identity Management. That's really cool stuff. It's registered credentials to people. There was some stuff on that earlier. I will have more on that in a video. Voltaire. The incentivized testnet for Voltaire is going to be happening right as Shelley is released. That's a crazy update today. They also said that there's going to be a new class of people in Cardano called the expert class. And these people are going to be like Andreas Ananopoulos. Probably botched that name too for the 50th time today. But this expert class of people is going to go around and educate the community. And then they want the network to sustain those people. And these people are going to be experts in Cardano and experts in blockchain and cryptocurrency. And their goal is to go around and inform the wider public on what's going on in Cardano, how it can be useful. But yeah, those are the biggest announcements. I probably missed some. So Will P said, hey, Pay, so there's no need to move funds from Yoroi? Nope, no need to, man. Mentor Ricky said, I will buy it 9 cents and sell it 3 cents. Win-win. I agree, man. That is a win. There is my boy, Kevin Hammond. I'm really excited for this. Let's get going. Waiting for Duncan to join. I'm going to make this a little smaller in case they start adding some slides up there for you guys. You guys are going to like this
good
guy.
Evening, everybody.
Before. He's awesome.
Duncan and I are going to tell you about some exciting work that's been going on to bring Shelley to the Cardano blockchain. This is work that's been going on, as many of you know, for an extended period of time. It's work that's involved a great many people. So we're representing here many of our colleagues in various teams, the Formal Methods team, the Haskell engineers, but also quality assurance, the communications documentation teams, etc., etc. So what is Shelley and why is it important? Well, Shelley brings a number of key features into the Cardano universe. And in particular, it brings the concepts of staking and delegation, where you can effectively lend your ADA to block producers. It brings the concept of earning rewards. It has decentralized block production, so it takes us much closer to the idea of a fully decentralized financial instrument that Charles was describing earlier. It also brings a number of important commercial features, including the ability to have multiple signatures on transactions, and also to embed transactions with metadata. And in addition to that, there are many, many improvements under the hood, including a new consensus protocol based on Ouroboros Preus, Sybil protection using pledging, pool metadata aggregation so that stake pools can advertise their identity and preserve their identity in a sensible way, etc., etc. So how did we get here? Well, the road to Shelley has been a long one, as I said, but recently we've been moving very fast down this road. So we started off with the Byron SL implementation, which has been running on Cardano for an extended period of time. And recently in March, we released the Byron Reboot implementation, a complete new implementation of the Byron era ledger and consensus rules, but written in Haskell. So using BFT consensus, Byron ledger, plus various other features. We're now about to go through a hard fork, and this hard fork is going to move us out of the Byron era and into the Shelley era. And in the Shelley era, we'll have all the features that I described to you before, decentralized block production, etc. But we'll also have these important new internal features, a new consensus mechanism based on Preus, new ledger rules based on Shelley, extended CLI database functionality, client API, transaction metadata, etc., etc. So the Byron Reboot, as I said, it's important because it complete rewrite of the original Byron SL code base in Haskell, a purely functional language that you'll have heard a lot about during this conference, using a new formal methods approach that our Director of Formal Methods, Philip Kant, will be telling you about tomorrow, but also using an easily extended and modular design that means that we are going to be able to very quickly and easily bring in new features in the future. So we think it's an incredibly important feature of the new implementation that because it's modular, because it's easily extended, we will quickly be able to bring new features like smart contracts, etc. It's also, as I hope many of you know, is much faster and, as our DevOps will tell you, much more reliable than previous codebase. And this is great because the Shelley implementation is based largely on the Haskell Byron Reboot codebase. So what's involved in Cardano? Just to give you a peek under the hood, and Duncan will tell you a bit more about this tomorrow, but the node is the center of a complex ecosystem of components that collectively deliver the high quality Cardano experience that we expect. The node is comprised of a number of components. The two most important components are the ledger mechanism that tracks the movement of ADA through the system, and the consensus mechanism that makes sure that the nodes in the system synchronize properly and collectively work correctly to produce the blockchain, the Cardano blockchain. But in addition, we have the wallet backend, we have the Smash metadata server, we have the dataless GUI wallet, we have synchronization, database synchronization that feeds into these components, and many, many other things. So it's not just the node, it's not just dataless, there's much more under the skin here. So what have we done with the new Cardano node? Well, we've delivered the Byron Reboot. We have produced a formal specification of the Shelley ledger rules, and from this we've produced an executable specification in Haskell that corresponds provably to the ledger rules, or demonstrably to the ledger rules. we've produced a key piece of technology, something nobody's ever done before, in the form of the hard fork combinator. We're incredibly proud of this. We're so proud that EDSCO, who has been working very hard on this over the last several months, will be telling you all about it in his own talk tomorrow. And we've also delivered various network improvements, performance improvements, a completely new database schema that builds on and extends the existing Byron schema, allowing the Explorer and other tools to deal with Shelley era transactions in addition to Byron era transactions. A new command line interface to allow people to interface and interact with the node, plus new cryptographical primitives that will greatly extend the security and integrity of the Cardano system. So this is a major endeavor. And I counted it the other day, and I figured that in total we have 1,753 Haskell source files. This includes all the tests, and tests are incredibly important to us. And in total, 330,000 lines of code, which, given this Haskell code, is incredibly impressive. You can think of that as being roughly equivalent to maybe a 3 million line C program or something of that size. So it gives you a measure of the complexity of the system that we've developed. The Daedalus GUI wallet, many of you will be familiar with because we've prototyped most of the new features in the ITN. And what we were doing is to bring those developments over to Haskell. We'll be deploying them on the mainnet in the very near future. And the main new features are delegation of stake, including ranking of pools using something called the non-myopic utility function, rewards accounts, wallet import, and many, many other features. So what are we trying to do here? What we're fundamentally trying to do is to build a distributed blockchain. And the way we're doing this is using a proof of stake mechanism. Charles has mentioned this. The idea is that stake is collected into a number of pools. Each of the stake pools runs a node, and these nodes extend the blockchain, forming a worldwide distributed network of block-producing entities that will collectively extend the Cardano blockchain under the agreed consensus. And the pools are selected to produce the blocks in rough proportion to the ADA that they hold. This is the proof of stake concept. The pools are selected to be slot leaders, and the slot leaders are going to produce blocks. But very importantly, only the leader knows it's been selected. Duncan's going to tell us a bit more about that later on. But one of the key security principles in the Ouroboros Praeus consensus protocol is that you cannot predetermine who is going to be the block producer and therefore attack that entity and bring the chain down. And the probability of election is also proportional to the stake. So the diagram on the right, I think, is quite nice. The little figure here on the right, it shows the geographical distribution of the first Haskell Shelley testnet stake pools. This was on the 12th of May 2020, and as I'm sure you will remember, we started the Pioneer testnet on the 11th of May this year. So already within the first day of operation, we had gone global. We had a distributed network of block producing nodes. I think it's incredibly impressive. Less than 1 day to a distributed blockchain. Great work, guys. So how does this block production work? Well, we've got a network. Here I've just got 5 nodes, but in reality, unlike blockchain, we're going to have many more than 5 nodes producing blocks. This is just for illustration. And say I've got 1 node that has 4 million ADA stake, 2 nodes that have 2 million ADA stake. The ones on the left are the red one and the blue one, plus a couple of 1 million ADA stakes. So what's going to happen? Well, one of these nodes is going to be produced, it's going to be selected randomly to be the block leader. Here is the one in the bottom left, one of the 2 million ADA nodes. And that is going to produce the candidate block for the upcoming slot. In the next slot, another leader is going to be chosen. Here is the 4 million ADA node. This is obviously has a greater probability of being selected than the 2 million one, but it won't be selected all the time. In the next slot, maybe it's selected again. So slot 2 it was selected, slot 3 it was selected. It's been selected twice as often as the 2 million ADA node, but not in a predictable way. And then maybe in the next slot, one of the 1 million ADA nodes gets the chance, because it has a non-zero probability of being selected. It has a lower probability, but not a zero probability of being selected compared with the other ones. It gets its fair chance of producing blocks. And in the next slot, maybe the other 2 million ADA node is selected. And you can see that over 5 slots, then the 4 million ADA node has been selected twice, 2 million ADA nodes have been selected once each, and one of the 1 million ADA nodes has been selected. So what we've ended up with is a distribution of block producing nodes that roughly corresponds to the amount of ADA that each of them hold. And that is the principle of proof by stake. Block production according to the relative amount of stake that each of the pools holds. So how do we do this? Because clearly we're not going to have millions of stake pools running, but there are millions of ADA or billions of ADA that are present in the system. Well, how we do that is by providing rewards to pools that are well performing in proportion to their ADA holdings. And the rewards we're giving, these are for producing the blocks and for maintaining the network. So basically for being good citizens, keeping the blockchain going. And they obtain their ADA from third-party delegators, normal people, people like you and me who maybe can't run our own stake pools, or maybe find that we don't have the time to run our own stake pools, or don't have enough ADA to make a difference individually. But by delegating our ADA to people who are willing to put that time and effort in, they can maintain the Cardano blockchain on our behalf. And in return, what's going to happen is that we are going to earn rewards from them. Now, of course, it isn't fair to let people do all the work and not give them something back. So, of course, the stake pools are allowed to deduct part of the something to cover their expenses, and we allow them to deduct the cost of operation plus some percentage fee, which, as we found on the incentivized testnet, is typically fairly small, but it's there to give an additional income to the pool operators to allow them to cover their operational costs, and so we can have a proper, well-functioning Cardano blockchain, because that's how we're all going to make this a success in the long term. So an operator, shown here in green, runs the pool. The operator needs some technical knowledge, but there may be multiple owners for a stake pool in the Shelley system. So how does that work? Well, the operator runs the pool. The owners pledge some of their stake to the pool, and pledging is a more serious action than simply delegating. It's a long-term commitment to the pool. And in return, what happens is the operator receives rewards for running the pool, as we've described, and then distributes them amongst the pool owners. So the pool owners obtain a share of the rewards, typically better than they would simply by delegating. And this is used, as we'll see a bit later, to improve the reliability and robustness of the network. There's no specific mechanism for how the rewards are going to be distributed to the owners. Everyone has to agree on it. The operator has to agree with the owners how each of them should receive their ADA rewards. They have to trust the operator, but the operator also has to trust the owners to honor the pledge that they've committed to. So the pool owners, they pledge some stake to the pools, and in total, they delegate a specific amount to the pool to help it run. The pledge increases the rewards that a pool gets over and above the average. And by doing this, it makes the pool more attractive to third-party delegators. And what that does, in turn, is to give some protection against Sybil attacks by requiring an attacker to own significant stake to be able to launch what we call a 51% attack against the Cardano network. You can also, of course, increase your pledge. So if you were to see an attack developing, the honest pool operators, who will be by far and away in the majority, can react to this by increasing their own pledge, attracting more delegation to their pools. And so we end up with an honest, well-run, efficient network. I mentioned trust before. A key aspect of the pledge mechanism is that the owners must meet the pledge that they've set out. If they don't do that, nobody gets any rewards. None of the other owners, not the pool operator, none of the delegators. As you can imagine, that's going to severely tick people off. So owners have to be honest, trustworthy people. They have to be people that the pool operator can trust implicitly because their reputation depends on the owners. At the end of the epoch, we give the rewards. The rewards calculation consider a number of factors related to the network performance, including the performance of the pool, how well the network as a whole has performed, something called the saturation limit, and the pool pledge. And there's a simple little formula that we use to calculate this. Don't worry if you don't understand it. It's all been worked out in great detail by Duncan, by Lars, by Philip, and by other people. And it's calculated very carefully to deliver sensible rewards whilst making sure the pledge has some influence on the reward level, the desired influence on the reward level. So what happens during a typical cycle is this. In Epoch 1, the pool will register. It needs to do this before the epoch end, before a window before the epoch end. In Epoch 2, it is registered on chain, and now it's eligible to be staked to. Meanwhile, in Epoch 1 or Epoch 2, a user, or even before, a user will register their stake key. In the next epoch, they can now delegate to the pool that's been registered. The delegation is active from Epoch 4 onwards. I've coloured this in blue. So the first epoch is coloured in blue. The delegation is active. The pool produces the blocks for the delegation. At the start of the epoch, we take a snapshot. And at the end of the epoch, we provide rewards we calculate the rewards for Epoch 4 in Epoch 5, and we deliver them in Epoch 6. And then in Epoch 5, we do the same thing, assuming the delegator doesn't remove their stake, they choose not to redelegate. We take another snapshot. The pool produces blocks, again according to the stake. The rewards are calculated for that in Epoch 6. And in Epoch 6, we take the red snapshot, we produce blocks according to the red stake, and so on and so forth. So I mentioned the saturation limit a couple of times. Now, this is an incredibly important parameter to ensure the healthy operation of the network by making sure there are enough pools in the system that can produce blocks, whilst making sure that the pools simultaneously receive enough rewards to be profitable so that we have a good, well-functioning system. So the idea is that if there's a target number of stake pools, and if a pool has more than its fair share of stake, it becomes saturated, at which point the rewards that it receives are reduced. So in the diagram on the right, the pools below the threshold in the dark blue, they're unsaturated. And as they reach the threshold, they become more and more saturated. So the pale blue pools up at the top, these are very heavily saturated, and they will receive proportionately less rewards than the other pools. So what that does is two things. It incentivizes owners to create new pools so they get the maximum amount of rewards, and incentivizes delegators to move their delegation to other unsaturated pools, and therefore to increase the number of pools in the blockchain. So to distribute the block production amongst more entities. So it's one of the key mechanisms that means that we will have a distributed blockchain. And in the theoretical limit, what will happen is there will be k block stake pools, all of which will have the same delegation and all of which will be saturated. But that's a theoretical situation. It's very unlikely that we will ever see that in practice. In practice, pools will be bobbing about above and below the saturation threshold, roughly there, and we'll see many more pools than simply the number k. So what have we chosen for k? Well, initially we're going to set it to 150. That's to balance the initial distribution of pools against the initial rewards, so to make sure that we can provide sufficient rewards to get things up and running, but also to have sufficient distribution. And what we found on the incentivized testnet, that when we set k to 100, we could support about 225 or thereabouts active stake pools. So 150, it's a target number, but the actual number of operational pools we expect is going to be quite a bit more than that. And then we're going to increase this to 175 and so on and so forth. And thinking ahead, we're thinking, well, once we've increased it to 500, we should have about 1,000 stake pools operational, which was our technical target. And we will do this in such a way that the stake pools are viable, that there are enough rewards to go around these stake pools. That's the goal. So the pledge, I said, influences the rewards. It can influence the rewards by a greater or lesser extent. Higher settings give better Sybil protection, but we have to balance this against the pool operation costs to get the right balance, the right economic balance. So in the initial setting, we're proposing to set the influence factor to 0.3 initially. And if you look at the chart on the right, this little diagram on the right, what I'm showing you is the effect of the Sybil protection varying from 0.8 down to 0.1 for varying pledge levels. And what you can see is the level of protection decreases as the Sybil protection the influence factor declines, but it's still present even at very low levels of influence factor. So what that means is that even a setting like 0.3 will be effective in theoretical attack situations. The pledge factor and other things are also used in the pool ranking calculations that the wallet displays to allow users to choose their pools. So the non-myopic utility, which is based on game theory, the idea is that what is good for the network is also good for the delegator in the long term. In the short term, delegators might do better, but by playing the game, by abiding by the rules, in the long term, the delegators win, the pool operators win, Cardano as a whole wins. So what we do is we rank pools by desirability, which basically is a metric that tells you how well behaved a pool is, how much of a good citizen a pool is. And roughly speaking, you can say, if you look at this little formula down here, that the desirability is the rewards a pool gives minus its costs, multiplied by the return that it's going to give back to the delegator, so minus the percentage that it's taking as its own cut. And higher ranked pools are more attractive to delegators, linked directly to the rewards calculations. So everything is in balance. Rewards are in balance, pool ranking is in balance, delegators are motivated to do the right thing, pool operators are motivated to attract delegators, pool operators are motivated to protect the system to make it work well. So it's a really nice balanced system that's been devised here. So let me hand over to Duncan now and let him tell us about some of the technical details of the system. Duncan.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the hard fork combinator very briefly. I would also advertise again, as Kevin did, that EDSCO, my colleague EDSCO, will be giving a talk on this topic in a lot more detail tomorrow. So if this piques your interest, then do pay attention to his talk. So what is the hard fork combinator? Let's just start with the terminology, which is frankly a bit silly. I mean, a hard fork is a piece of terminology that we inherit from Bitcoin, and as I say, it's not really a great term, because the whole point of what we're trying to do here is to avoid a fork in the network. We're trying to avoid the community, the whole system forking between two different groups. So people talk about hard forks like Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. We're trying to exactly avoid that kind of situation by having an orderly transition from one protocol to another protocol. So what is the hard fork combinator? Right, putting aside stupid terminology that we've inherited, what is it? It's a pretty impressive piece of technology that we've developed, which lets us move smoothly from one protocol to another. And that is actually much harder than it might sound on the surface. I mean, for starters, none of this gets covered in papers. When people write a paper about some awesome new blockchain protocol, they just assume that you're starting the world from that new protocol. They don't assume that, oh, you have to, you were in one and now you've got to somehow move to the other, and how do you match these things up? And that's all very difficult. And yeah, it is actually very difficult, because you have to do chain selection, across these boundaries. And what does that mean? You have to know what time it is. Proof of stake protocols are based on time. Ouroboros is based on knowing, what is the current time in a slot number. But that very notion of time starts to sort of shift underneath your feet as you start to do these transitions between protocols, because the slot length changes. And yet you don't know when the slot length is going to change, because when it is going to change depends on something on the chain, depends on when the protocol update proposal goes in to cause the change. So it turns out that you end up not even necessarily knowing a priori like what slot you're in. All sorts of problems become almost chicken and egg problems, but we've managed to unravel them and sort it all out. So one thing it does is just it gives us the ability to do these orderly protocol transitions at all, full stop. That's kind of the big thing. In a way that we believe is secure, and we can run all our simulations and be assured that it's correct. But the other thing it does is it gives us modularity. So it means that we can write, as we have done, we've written the Byron ledger as one thing in isolation, and then we've written the Shelley ledger, more or less, again, one thing in isolation. And we've written those as two separate pieces. We were able to develop those two things in parallel. While we were building the Byron ledger for the the Byron reboot, we were at the same time, we published the Shelley ledger specification last year, over a year ago now, over 12 months ago. So we were building those two things in parallel. We didn't have to build one big monolithic Byron Shelley ledger. We were able to build them in a modular way, and that will carry over into the future as well. So the hard fork combinator lets us take these separately defined ledger schemes, ledger rules, and compose them into a single set of ledger rules, which can run sequentially, one set followed by the other, where we can smoothly move from the Byron into the Shelley. And then we can continue to do that into the future. So, when it comes to Goguen smart contracts or Voltaire or whatever else is coming down the pipeline in the future, it's not just combining two things, it's combining n of them, where currently n is 2, but it's designed in such a way that we can have as many as we like. So that's what the hard fork combinator is, and tune into EDSCO's talk tomorrow to get more details about that. Another little demo. This is a screenshot from a video that our colleague Philip put together the other day, which is just a quick demo showing running the nodes and demonstrating this hard fork business going from Byron mode into Shelley mode. So the demo he put together, he simply is running the nodes on his local machine. He submits an update proposal that changes the protocol version from 0 to 1, and that corresponds to when we did the change on the mainnet for the Byron reboot to move from Ouroboros Classic to Ouroboros BFT. That was a version number change in the protocol from 0 to 1. And then he submits a second protocol update shortly afterwards. We're doing this, faster than real time, of course. And that moves SES from version 1 to version 2, and that invokes the Shelley hard fork. And in his demo, which is just like scrolling walls of text, which all the best demos are scrolling walls of text, you suddenly see, now we are in Shelley mode, and you see some of the effects of being in Shelley mode, which is suddenly that slots are now 1 second long, whereas previously they were 20 seconds long. But you don't produce blocks in every slot, because that's not how Preos works. In Preos we have short slots, but we only produce blocks in on average 1 in 20 slots, so we end up with the same block rate. Anyway, so if you want to see that demo, there's a video of that, which I think we put out early this week. And we will be demonstrating the same, of course, on a public testnet in the near future, which will give everybody, including stateful operators, third parties, etc., the opportunity to see in public us moving the whole system in a testnet environment from Byron mode into Shelley mode, and people to test that things work smoothly across that, and test their own systems, if their own integrations against that. And we'll do that multiple times so that people have an opportunity to test these things. All right, let's move on to talk more about the ledger as well, and Ouroboros implementation. So, as Kevin mentioned earlier, Shelley uses Ouroboros Preos. So let me just briefly say what are the major advances that we have in Ouroboros Preos. So Ouroboros is these days, a whole family, a whole zoo of different Ouroboros variants. If you go and look it up, you'll see there's Ouroboros, what we now retroactively call Ouroboros Classic, and then there's Preos, there's Genesis, there's Crypsinos, there's ones about time, there's all kinds, there's loads of them. But the Preos is one of the major steps. It's not like just a little feature on the side, it's a substantial revision of Ouroboros itself. And it brings with it, I think, primarily two major advances that people will notice. And these are both really security advantages. So the first one is, as Kevin mentioned earlier, that the slot leader schedule is private. So what does that really mean? So let's compare it with Ouroboros Classic, right, where we have a public slot leader schedule, or indeed Ouroboros BFT. So with a public slot leader schedule, that means that everybody in the system knows whose turn it's going to be in every single slot in the entire epoch. So by the time of the beginning of the epoch, everybody can simply calculate whose turn is it going to be in every single slot, and that's just known. Whereas in Preos, that is not known. It's not known publicly. So if I'm a slot leader, if I'm a stake pool operator, I can calculate, or the node can calculate on my behalf, in which slots I'm going to be slot leader. But nobody else knows that, and I can't predict, when other people are going to be slot leader, which of course has a side effect that it's possible for there to be multiple slot leaders at the same time, and the system takes that into account and resolves that kind of thing. So what's the point in that? What's the advantage of that? Why is that a security feature? The private slot leader schedule means that as an attacker, you don't know who to attack, and why is that an advantage? If you've got many like 150, or as Kevin was saying, scaling eventually up to perhaps 500 major stake pool operators, if you don't know which one of them is going to be producing the block next, it's harder to do attacks like a targeted DDoS attack. If you were trying to disrupt the system, one relatively low-tech way is to kind of just do a network level, low-level DDoS targeting just that next slot leader, and you target just that one because it's going to be you saturate their network connection for the next 20 seconds when you know it's going to be them to produce the next block. And then you go on to target the next one, and then the next one, and the next one. So you keep repointing your DDoS attack engine. But if you have to simultaneously attack 500 state pools, and it's not just one machine, it's all of their relays, because each state pool runs multiple relays. And generally the state pool node itself is not actually on the public network, so it's only the only bits that you see are the other state pool's relays, and there can be many of those. That's a substantially larger attack. Then you really have to DDoS the entire network at once, and that's much bigger and much harder for a network that is itself globally distributed. That's a much harder DDoS attack, much more expensive thing to pull off. So that's one major security advantage, the private slot leader schedule. And the other one is the key evolving signatures, KES. And this gives us what is called forward security. So what is that about? That is saying that suppose someone is able to hack into the machine that is hosting a state pool operator. That means that they will find on that machine the signing, the operational keys, right? We operate a hot cold scheme, but it does mean that the hotkey that is being used to sign blocks, or hotkeys, there's more than one, that's being used to sign blocks at that time would be compromised if someone is able to hack into one of those nodes. So KES is about mitigating what happens in the situation where someone is able to hack into one of those nodes. And what does it do? It says that, yes, okay, you managed to compromise the keys that are being used to sign right now, but the forward security property means that you cannot use the keys that you have compromised for right now. You can't use those keys to sign blocks in the past. You can't forge a false history. So the keys that you find now are only valid for a current period of time, and that would be up to about 24 to 36 hours maximum before now. And before that time, you can't produce false signatures. So you can't hack into a node and then use that to bootstrap an attack where you try to construct a false history. And that in itself is another major advance, because one of the big critiques, sort of theoretical critiques that people have made about proof of stake systems is what happens when 5 years later, you come along and you somehow manage to recover a key, or you bribe someone to give them their key that they don't care about anymore, 5 years later, and now, you can reconstruct a false history, years and years later. And that's a reasonable concern that people talk about in the papers. You can go read the details about it. But this is one way of mitigating that kind of thing, is that there's quite a short limit on how far into the past you can forge blocks. So it really severely curtails the ability to create these false histories. Okay, that's enough about Preos. Let's talk about the ledger specification, or the ledger implementation. So we, as Kevin was saying earlier, we did this in a much more formal way than was done for the original Byron implementation. And I think it's a reasonable claim to say it's really much more formal than pretty much anyone in the whole space is doing. And that formality brings us higher quality. So what is this? So, I mean, we've both Philip and I have given talks about this before. So if you're particularly interested in this, see Philip's talk or see some of our previous talks. Let me just touch on it briefly. What we've done is we've used mathematics, the language of set theory, to describe very precisely and mathematically what the ledger rules actually are. What are the rules of accounting? How do state pools work? How does delegation work? How do the rewards calculations work? All the rules that have to be executed by all the nodes, we have to write them down and specify them in a very precise mathematical way. So figure 36 here is it's a snippet out of a much bigger document. You see on the left, the formal spec, which we published last spring for everyone to see. And we've made a few tweaks and improvements to it since then, but it's substantially the same as what we published well over a year ago. So that's the spec. That's the intention, and we review that amongst ourselves. We review it with researchers. We review it with Charles. We review it with other people, and we publish it. We have published it for everybody else to see and to get that kind of peer review and feedback on. There's not formal peer review in the sense of being submitted to a journal, because that's not the kind of thing that they do. But it is peer review in a much broader sense of asking our peers, putting it out there in public and asking for that kind of review and feedback and scrutiny. So Then we go from formal specification to an executable specification and, as we'll see, implementation. Now, it's no accident the random snippet of code we have here corresponds to the random snippet of mathematics that we had on the previous slide. Because what we do is we take that mathematical specification and we basically transcribe it straight into Haskell in such a way that you can match them up side by side and just go through and audit that they are the same. So that's our going from the world of set theory and mathematics into the world of executable running code that you can use as at least as a test oracle, or in fact what we have done for Shelley is we have used that executable specification as our real implementation as a way of saving quite considerably on development time. So if you attended any of the talks that Philip or I have given about this in the past, you'll have heard us talking about how we use testing to compare an executable specification with a real implementation. And that is what we did for the Byron ledger implementation. But for the Shelley implementation, because we didn't have a kind of legacy baggage to deal with, we were able to design the Shelley ledger rules from scratch in a way that we're happy with. We were able to do all that in such a way that we can use the executable specification directly as an entirely adequate real implementation. We just have to be a little bit more careful about making sure we get the right asymptotic complexity and the right data structures and whatnot. But we're still able to maintain this very close one-to-one correspondence with the formal specification and the executable specification, and have that be something that we can really run. In addition to that executable specification, we also do some formal proofs, so what we're looking for, we're interested in how are we assuring ourselves that this is correct. So first of all, you've got to say, well, what does it mean to be correct? There's kind of two aspects to being correct. One is kind of sanity properties, where if it violated that sanity property, it's plainly wrong. You've plainly made a mistake in your design. And then you've got another kind of property, which is just like, is this what I want? Is this design, is this choice of how rewards are going to be handed out what I want? So it's less a question of like, is it right or wrong? There could be many right answers, but is it the right answer that you want? Is it the design that you want? So we separate those out and we say, okay, so for the questions of is it what I want, you have to do that simply by talking about it, reviewing it, reading it, reviewing it with stakeholders, reviewing it with the researchers, reviewing it with Charles and other people, and saying, here are the rules, we are presenting them, publicly, published them, and we obviously review them internally first. And is this what we really want? Is this what we want Shelley to be? So that's the basic process there, is just review, understand it, read the mathematics, read the corresponding text, and think about it. Is this actually what we want? You can also do experiments and say, here's the effect if you do that. But it basically comes down to that. And then the other aspect is, as I said, this kind of, if it violates this property, it's plainly wrong kind of thing. So what kind of properties are we talking about? The most obvious, most general one is that like money should not be created or destroyed. It's a fairly straightforward property that any accountant's ledger, no matter how complicated, ought to obey. And indeed, that's a property that we can write down, and we can test it, or we can prove it. And we have done a combination of both. So the property is the same either way, whether you test it or whether you prove it. So with formal proof, what we've done is we have taken certain key properties. Right, we've not done this for everything because formal proof is more expensive, it's more time consuming. But for certain key properties within the ledger rules, we have formalized those ledger rules. We've taken that mathematics and we've turned it into formal machine-checked language in a theorem prover. The particular theorem prover we use is called Isabel. And then we have done machine-checked formal proofs that certain properties hold. We don't do that for everything, as I said. It is more expensive, and we do it after testing, because you catch most bugs, in fact, by testing, which I'll come on to in a second. But then when you think you've done enough testing, you're fairly confident everything's right, then you can get that last extra bit of assurance by, for certain properties, certain key things, pulling out the theorem prover and trying to prove it and have the computer check it for you. And that's really that's the gold standard of proof. And we've done that for a few select things. And that did actually turn out to be useful. We did actually find some subtle things where it was unclear, or it could be improved, or actual bugs, which we caught by that method. So let's talk about testing, because that's actually what finds the majority of issues, and correspondingly, when those tests pass, assure us that we're probably safe from certain classes of flaw. So we use a testing methodology called quick check, which is based on this notion of properties. So what sort of properties are we checking? Well, it's exactly the ones that I mentioned a second ago. It's these like balance preservation properties. But this time, we don't do it by proof, we do it by testing. So how does that work? What we do is that the quick check methodology says, okay, you have these mathematical properties, you translate those mathematical properties into executable code. So the balance property is, you add up all of the pots of money in the system, add up the reserves, the UTXO circulation, the deposit pot, the fee pot, blah, 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 add them all up, and they should always sum to, exactly what the initial circulation, or the initial total value of the system was, and that should never change across, the whole execution of the system at every step of the way. And that's relatively easy to write down in code, to translate that mathematical property into a testable property in code. But you still need to test that against something. And so what we do, the quick check methodology here, is to systematically but randomly generate inputs. So they don't have to be realistic inputs, because they're supposed to explore kind of all the dark corners of the input space, even the unlikely ones, especially the unlikely ones, because that's otherwise normally where you would be most likely to make mistakes. So it's random generation in this case of valid or invalid ledgers, and checking that these properties are true for all these ledgers. Some properties, of course, only make sense for valid ledgers, but some properties we're looking at, you want to be able to test them with deliberately slightly invalid ledgers to check that they are indeed detected as being invalid and rejected. And one of the really nice things about this is when it does find a flaw, it will very often be able to find the smallest or a very small example of that flaw. And that is excellent for then tracking down the problem and fixing it. So what's really good about this is that when it's done, it can generate thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of examples and check that the properties hold. And that gives you some assurance, quite really good assurance, not as good as formal proof, but really very good assurance that you've covered the whole space and that the properties are indeed true. So one example, this is a bit of code which is writing down a property, the no double spending property, which you can write down in a mathematical way and then translate it, as we have on this slide here, into some code that expresses that property as well. So this doesn't cover the the generation part of it. This is the property that the randomly generated inputs would be expected to satisfy. Okay, let's talk about networking. So Shelley, and in particular, really its Preos, has some quite difficult to satisfy networking properties. The security and the timeliness are intimately tied up together in Ouroboros. If you can't deliver blocks from one slot leader to another within the required times, the system will not work. Overall, I mean, it can tolerate a little bit, but it can't tolerate failing to meet those deadlines all the time or frequently. It has those deadlines. And the real world with networking is on the internet, the public internet, is complicated and difficult, and we have to try and achieve these high levels of reliability and predictability, and do so on the public internet. And it has to be a worldwide distributed network. Of course, we want to achieve that democratic and fully distributed worldwide. We don't want it to be concentrated in one part of the world, and it needs to work with standard internet protocols. It has to get through firewalls and all the rest of it. We can't do anything too exotic, and it needs to run on ordinary people's machines. We don't want people to be having to fiddle with their firewalls. That's not the sort of thing Daedalus users want. So yeah, this is a hard problem, and if you want to hear more about this, Neil and I will be giving a talk about this tomorrow. Neil is a colleague of ours who works for a consultancy that what they do professionally is they tend to work with big telecoms companies, ISPs, mobile phone operators, looking at how they operate their networks to achieve higher degrees of performance and reliability, and making economical use of resources. So yeah, he and I have got an interesting talk on this topic tomorrow. I think I won't go into detail about that aspect because I think we better cover that in our talk tomorrow. So I will hand back to Kevin.
Thank you, Duncan. Very fascinating. So I'm going to wrap up by telling you a bit about where we are, what the state of play is, what some of the future directions are, and then we'll open up to questions. So I'm pleased to say that we have already got to a stage where we have over 250 pools running on the testnet, on the Shelley testnet. So already we've achieved many times more decentralization than Bitcoin, for example. And you can see this in this diagram here. This is taken from the pooltool.io website. And what it shows is the interconnection between all the state pools that are on the Haskell testnet at the moment. You can see all the connections, you can see the distribution, and you can see the interconnections. What about the future? Well, lots of exciting things that we need to do. What comes next? The first thing is we need to investigate the peer-to-peer topology to make it easier for pools to find each other. There are various extensions that our colleagues are going to tell you about to do with dealing with multi-asset tokens, smart contracts, but also new protocols, new voting mechanisms, hardware signing, etc., etc. And Shelley makes all of these possible. So it's an incredibly important technology for the Cardano ecosystem. So to conclude, many important new features in Shelley, principally delegation, distributed block production. The new implementation is certified correct. It's modular and extensible. It's designed for robust and scalable worldwide performance, and it's a major step to full decentralization of the Cardano ecosystem. We are going now from the federated Byron era through the hard fork to the distributed Shelley era. So thank you. Let's open up to questions.
So okay, let me take one that I like the look of. So one of the questions here is, I'll read it out. I've heard that stake pools in Germany were getting the most rewards for some reason. Could you please explain why? Yes. So that was indeed the case on the incentivized testnet. There was this effect that we all noticed of everybody moves their server to Frankfurt. I mean, it just happened to be randomly to be Frankfurt. Why was that happening? It was because there was an incentive to be nearer to each other. It was a centralization tendency, so that you had a greater chance of winning, your slot battles if you were nearby to the other slot leaders, and so that is not a good thing, right? From our point of view, right? We do not want that kind of centralization pressure to push all the professional stake pools to end up, in one data center or one city or even in one continent. So we have actually looked at that in detail, and we have taken measures compared to the incentivized testnet to mitigate against that incentive. Now there's multiple reasons why the incentive would be less strong on the mainnet anyway, due to the the performance numbers and how the network works. And as I say, we'll cover some aspect of that in the talk that Neil and I have tomorrow. We'll look at the timing and Preos calibration. But the other major reason, the other thing that we've done, the other mitigation that we've implemented, is to add more deterministic chain selection. So that says that even if someone didn't, so here's the situation you've got to imagine. Two slot leaders produce blocks in either the same slot or adjacent slots, and they're kind of racing to get to everybody, and whoever gets there first wins. Right? That's kind of the problem. That there's this then race, and you being a few milliseconds faster, and then everyone kind of moves to Frankfurt. A few milliseconds faster, and you win. So if instead we say, well, it's deterministic who's going to win between those, then there's no need to race, right? If we just say, and this is what we do, we say whoever has the lowest VRF output, and that's not something that you can forge. The VRF is part of the Preos slot leader mechanism, and the cryptography there means that you cannot forge that. So that means that we can use whoever produces the smallest VRF, they win. And it doesn't matter whether you got there first or you got there second. And that means that will very substantially reduce the effect of this kind of everybody moves to Frankfurt effect. And if that turns out not to be enough, we will take further measures. So we are dead set on making sure that this system is properly globally distributed. Kevin, would you like to pick the next one?
Thanks, Duncan. So, question from Sean is about decentralization being 1,000 times that of Bitcoin, and how many node operators do we need to achieve that? So the answer is you need quite a lot. We would expect operators on average to be running less than 2 or 3 pools each. So if you have 1,000 times the decentralization blockchain, you would have about 2,000 to 3,000 pool operators, and that in itself will prevent a single source of power, because each of these pool operators will have some proportion of the stake. So the system as a whole is naturally going to be highly decentralized. Exchanges, for example, they will have some influence, but they won't outnumber the pool operators. This is going to be a very, very decentralized system, and quite democratic, we believe.
It's worth noting that you don't need to be a lot more decentralized to be.
So I want to check out one final event, and then this is actually going to be the closing. This is the last time you guys will see me. Once this is actually over, I'm going to end this. But remember, I'm going to be doing this tomorrow, first thing in the morning. You guys will see that post up here tonight, so you can know what time. You can click on that and wait till morning. It'll be on there. But I want to see the last thing for the singularity. But I want to say I had a great time. I really appreciate you guys all being here today. I really like this guy right here, so I think you guys are going to enjoy this. He's actually been on Joe Rogan before. He's a cool dude. It should be pretty cool. Let's see this. I hope to see you guys here tomorrow. Also, thank you guys for all the super chats and the donations. I actually just got that donation, Darko, man. I really appreciate that. It feels good to actually get an ADA donation for once, man. It really means a lot. But let's tune into this. And also, I had a great day. The summit was awesome. Can't wait for tomorrow. Can't wait for Charles's closing tomorrow, too. So.
Hello, everyone. This is Ben Gertzel. I'm the CEO of SingularityNet, the blockchain-based decentralized AI platform, and I'm gonna talk to you a bit today about some of the things we're doing with SingularityNet now, bringing AI on the blockchain, and then more. Hello, everyone. This is Ben Gertzel. I'm the CEO. Hold on a moment. I'm getting some peculiarities. The blockchain-based. All right.
He said I'm getting some peculiarities here.
Had some internet coordination issues, which seem to be cleared up now. So let me continue. Yeah, I'm Ben Gertzela, CEO of SingularityNet, the blockchain-based AI platform. And I want to talk to you today about some of the interesting things we're doing with SingularityNet so far to bring AI onto the blockchain and use this to rapidly move toward higher and higher levels of applied AI and general intelligence, but with underlying decentralized control. And then, as well as what we're doing today, I want to go through some of our future plans, near future, and things that are a little further off. And what's interesting to me about talking about the future of SingularityNet in a Cardano context is a lot of the really interesting things we need to do to bring SingularityNet from where it is now to where it really needs to be to serve as the infrastructure of the applied AI and the emerging artificial general intelligence of the future. A lot of these things we need to do to move SingularityNet forward, really, they have to do with the intersection of functional programming and allied forms of formal logic and blockchain and AI. And of course, what's fascinated me about Cardano from when I first heard of it is the often quite subtle use of functional programming and associated math in the blockchain context. And I think in SingularityNet so far, we haven't made a lot of use of functional programming constructs, but there's some very specific things we need to do to move SingularityNet forward that would make very heavy use of this sort of approach. So it's quite interesting to think about. So I'm gonna talk a bit about what the vision of SingularityNet is, what the actual code and architecture of SingularityNet is. I'm going to dig a bit into the weeds here, sort of getting the feeling that there's some fairly technical folks in this audience. I'll tell a bit about what we're doing with AI and specifically artificial general intelligence, building on top of SingularityNet as the sort of part of the underlying platform. And then at the end, sort of the punchline and the most interesting part, these are things I haven't actually talked about publicly much before. I want to go through some of the more advanced things we want to add to SingularityNet in the next phases of development and how those will rely on a sort of robust, secure, functional programming infrastructure. So SingularityNet, I'll tell a little bit about the high-level vision before jumping into the technical side. So I mean the original vision of SingularityNet, which we're still pursuing, is that this is basically what the AI pioneer Marvin Minsky called a society of minds, a society of AI minds and a society of human minds interacting with the AI minds. And you want to have a network of AI agents, each of which has its own intelligence, processing data, giving results, doing some thinking. There's no central controller to this whole network of AI agents, but it operates in a participatory and self-organizing way. The individual AI agents have some intelligence on their own, but through their collective interactions, they can manifest some emergent intelligence, wherein the intelligence of the whole can exceed the sum of the intelligences of the parts. And you know, there's a lot of aspects to building a whole decentralized AI ecosystem of this nature. I mean, it's a software engineering task, but it's not purely a software engineering test, right? I mean, it's also a social network engineering task. I mean, you need AI developers, application developers, and end users, and you need a whole ecosystem of people working on different parts of this, and we're doing all this in SingularityNet right now. I mean, the underlying architectures you need are quite complicated, and you know, blockchain is part of the lower layer. Then on top of the blockchain, you have a whole platform architecture. Then you have data containers and AI algorithms living on top of that architecture. We have a token to incentivize contributions, and then applications built on top of all that. So there's many parts in the stack that one has to build to do this sort of thing. And we certainly haven't built all of them yet, but we're working on it bit by bit, and we built a number of the pieces. And yeah, this slide summarizes the sort of multi-agent cooperative aspect to the vision. So I mean, if, for example, if you have an AI agent that does document summarization, right, then that AI agent lives in a Docker container somewhere. It communicates peer-to-peer with other agents in the network, and someone can send it a bunch of documents to summarize through some payment channels and smart contracts. They can agree on payment. But then suppose that document summarizer encounters some videos in the document or some voice in the document it doesn't know how to handle. Well, it could outsource video summarization to another AI agent living in the network. And that sort of thing is a very simple example of interfacing among AI agents. I mean, a subtler example would be an AI trying to reason about physics that outsources work to an AI that can do math theorem proving, or to an AI that can recognize patterns in data tables and so forth. So there's a lot of different ways multiple AIs could cooperate together to solve problems, and we don't want to prefigure all of them in the design of our network. We want to build an environment where others can create AIs that interact with and reinforce each other. We also are trying to build the infrastructure out in a lot of different directions. So there's a spin-off project called NewNet, which is basically focused on taking the AI marketplace that we build on SingularityNet platform to the level of hardware resources, so that the AI can run on the phone, it can run on an embedded device, it can run on various servers, it can run in spare processing power on your laptop. So then the various AIs in the society of minds can use the token economy to marshal up the processing power they need to do what they're doing. And I mean, in the end, NewNet, SingularityNet, and the AI tools I'm going to tell you about a little later, these are part of a much broader decentralized computing ecosystem, which, I mean, Cardano is building huge parts of, SingularityNet is building significant parts of. And, I've aggregated together with Tufi Saliba and Smane Giacomelli, we've aggregated together 55 maybe, decentralized AI-oriented projects together into an industry group called Decentralized AI Alliance. And I mean, as one example, Ocean Protocol has a blockchain-based way to handle big data to feed into machine learning algorithms. Shavam has a decentralized blockchain-based approach specifically to genomics and proteomics data management. So really what we need is a decentralized network of decentralized networks, spreading out horizontally across different verticals and aspects of computing, and also arranged vertically from infrastructure up to applications. And it's a huge amount to build. I mean, what we're up against are an industry full of many trillion-dollar companies building centralized technology infrastructure. But I mean, the computer science is there to support this, and the passionate community is there to support this. So it's been a very interesting quest and continues to be. I'm going to tell you a little now about the SingularityNet infrastructure and more of the particulars of how it's deployed. And this gets a little bit nitty gritty. I mean, I'm not going to walk you through the code or something, but I want to tell you about the software architecture underlying SingularityNet. And I don't actually dig down to this level in talks all that often, but of course it's quite interesting to do so, because I mean, in the end, the details of the smart contracts and the software architecture and so forth, I mean, this is what makes it all happen, right? The vision is worth nothing if it's not cashed out in functioning code. So from the point of view of an AI developer who's trying to put their AI in SingularityNet, it's kind of easy. I mean, if you have an AI process that operates according to a certain API that takes certain inputs and gives certain outputs, I mean, then what you do, you put your AI with its APIs in a Docker container or LXC container, say, and then you put SingularityNet proxy in that container, and then you're basically done. I mean, of course, you need to have a crypto wallet if you want to store or cash out tokens that you obtain. But we tried to make it very, very, very simple. Everything's wrapped up in that one proxy that you drop into the container along with your AI agent. Now, behind the scenes, of course, there's a lot of other things going on, as you see in the diagram. I mean, we're using IPFS for decentralized storage. There's command line interface for interfacing, and then various web interfaces like a publisher and a marketplace that I'll go over in this talk. There's actually a number of different agent registries on the network. We have one registry that we manage at SingularityNet Foundation, the organization behind SingularityNet, but there could be other registries that overlap with that, because it's a decentralized network. It doesn't rely on the centralized registry. Then there's smart contracts dealing with multi-party escrow that deal with payment for services, and we have some ability to allow payment in fiat as well as crypto, which I'll go over shortly. So I mean, there's a bunch of components here. We've built this on Ethereum blockchain so far, but as I will go over, I mean, we've made the architecture as blockchain agnostic as possible, so that if we want to make SingularityNet multi-chain or even port wholesale to some other chain, I mean, there's not a huge amount of code to be rewritten, and I'll explain in a little bit what would need to be done if that were the course we were going to take. So the registry, to talk about briefly, I mean, we have our own registry of AI agents in the SingularityNet network, but that the registry is just its own entity that feeds off the network. The network itself doesn't require any centralized registry, and that there's a sort of interesting give and take here, because SingularityNet Foundation offers an AI marketplace with a whole bunch of AI services on it, and to put AI services on our marketplace, we need to do some vetting of what the agents are and who you are to avoid us being sued if someone does something illegal in the pertinent jurisdictions in their AI agent. On the other hand, the protocol is totally decentralized, and for all we know or care, I mean, some Iranian AI guy can make an AI agent that cooperates with some other North Korean AI guy, and that's decentralized protocol, just like internet is decentralized protocol, right? And I mean, people can do whatever they wish with the underlying network, as with Linux or the internet, and I think that's how the underlying infrastructure of artificial intelligence really should be. On the other hand, from the standpoint of presenting a curated collection of AI services on SingularityNet's website and marketplace, then we need to be a little more conservative about our own legal compliance, and this allows us to be a little more polished in how we present those curated tools that we aggregate on our marketplace. And the registry gathers together those AIs that are like basically vetted and listed by the SingularityNet project. And the smart contracts are all over in the infrastructure here. I implemented in Solidity on the Ethereum at this point. I mean, probably the most complicated smart contracts in the now are for multi-party escrow, which deal with the case where one agent needs to pay another agent for some services, and then you have some support functions, and you can have, say, one guy who's paying, one guy who's receiving, another guy whose job is to validate that the services were actually provided by the recipient before they actually received the money. So this was fairly complicated, involving setting up a number of payment channels, but this has been in place for some time now, and much of the complexity in designing this part of the system has really been in working around some of the practical operational shortcomings of Ethereum blockchain. Because I mean, as most people listening to this know, Ethereum is at this point, and it's under rapid development by many brilliant people, but at this point, Ethereum is still, it's expensive and it's slow. So I mean, the cost of the transaction for micro transactions, the cost can be ridiculously high. It's better to bundle up transactions and do them just once to keep the cost per bit lower. Time per transaction on Ethereum can never super fast, can be okay fast, or can be ridiculously slow, right? So I mean, what we do on SingularityNet now, I mean, once two agents agree there's going to be a payment transaction, they set up several channels, and then everything happens along those channels. And what gets recorded in the blockchain ultimately is just the final settlement on chain. And we really take the same approach to everything in Singularity. I mean, data isn't on chain, AI operations aren't on chain, and some of this stuff really never ever needs to be on chain. Some of it sort of should be on chain, but isn't in our current design because Ethereum is too slow, and in future redesigns, maybe some of those additional things will end up going on chain. So I mean, there's nothing astoundingly groundbreaking in how the multi-party ESCO contract works, but like any moderately complex smart contract, it took a while to work out. And I mean, you have authentication, you have interaction with the different wallets and signatures and so forth, and that's all totally in the background and in the plumbing from the standpoint of the end user, of course. And I'm just mentioning it here because this is a blockchain audience. Now the daemon is the main part of the software architecture. I mean, that's the main object that deals with the Ethereum blockchain and SingularityNet architecture. So if I make an AI that does image classification or reasoning or natural language translation or theorem proving, that writes news articles, whatever my AI agent does, I put that agent in a container, then I drop the SingularityNet daemon in there, and that's sidecar proxy design pattern in software engineering lingo. So the daemon interacts with all the smart contracts. It monitors the payment states and looks at the wallets to ensure funds are there, makes sure the payment channel is there, takes care of the logging and configuration. And I mean, this is what interacts with the multi-party escrow and also with the IPFS and so forth. And I mean, all this is stuff that will be trivial to do in a centralized system where everything was more mature and has been a bit of pain and suffering to get it all to work really effectively, reliably, and scalably on Ethereum. I mean, one of the challenges in this design was to make sure that you have a completely stateless client. Like the client only needs to know its Ethereum identity, and that's it. Everything else that it needs to know, it can get from the multi-party escrow contract or from the blockchain, and you can use a gRPC method in the daemon to get the current state of the channel. So everything is there. It's in the channels, in the blockchain, and in the smart contract, leaving the client completely stateless and simple, storing only its ID, which is really, really robust and lets you build a variety of different clients. Now, the way, as a developer, the way I would normally interact with this whole combination of components and smart contracts is using a command line interface. So I mean, you can do everything through the command line. You can create organizations, members, services. You can claim funds. You can pay. You can set up a relationship with a new customer, and you can rate the reputation of another agent on the network. You can determine whether using the main net or a local private chain or a test net or something. It's all on the command line interface, which is simple for testing and debugging and so forth. I mean, this diagram gives an example of the workflow for using the command line interface to claim funds. So I mean, the command line interface, it talks to the the daemon, which has initiated the claim, then it goes through to the multi-party escrow contract, and then it may talk to the command line interface that the other guy is using. So you can do everything with the command line interface on either end, and interact with all the smart contracts in the network. And that's certainly how we tested everything. Now, of course, that's not how everyone really wants to operate. So the SDK is quite powerful. We're dealing with Java, Python, and JavaScript, Node.js right now. I mean, actually, our most powerful AI system, OpenCog, that I'll talk about in a few minutes, is actually a C++ based system, but it has a Python wrapper, which it uses to interface here. So the SDK is fairly mature by now and makes it pretty easy if you have a website or a software application or whatever to tie in with SingularityNet platform on the back end without going through the command line interface. And the SDK also supports flexible payment strategies. So, I mean, we have a default payment strategy object, but I mean, you can deal with subscription payments, and you can deal with different currencies and conversion at different rates and so on. So you can create payment strategy objects that let you greatly customize how the system is being used within your product. So there's obviously, that's just one example. There's an awful lot of other things that you can do. From the end user standpoint, you can deal with as much of that as you want. You can go super low level on the command line. You can use the APIs of the SDK, or you can use just a few SDK calls. And if you have an AI agent you're wrapping in the container and wants to put in the marketplace, if you're a reasonably competent developer, you can get up and running with your AI agent on the marketplace in like an hour or something. I mean, if you already have software that's architected to be accessible by API, basically you have to tell the SDK what the relevant APIs are for receiving requests and data and giving results, and tell it what is your Ethereum address, and then you're done. There's not a heck of a lot to do to leverage all this complexity behind the scenes. And then your AI can get up there. It's on the SingularityNet generally. So anyone who puts a peer-to-peer request in the network, that request goes peer-to-peer, link by link through the network, and anyone who wants your agent can just find it that way. So I mean, if you have an AI agent that summarizes documents, anyone can put a peer-to-peer request into the network saying, hey, I want an AI that will summarize English documents. And then the peer-to-peer request will go through. You'll get a list of the agents that have said they can fulfill that particular API call type of summarizing text documents. And then you can negotiate price with them. And if you come to a positive conclusion, you can carry out a transaction where you give them data, they give you results, and they pay you in the AGI token, which is a native payment token of the platform. But the peer-to-peer method underneath is leveraged in a simplified way by our marketplace DApp, which is a DApp running on the SingularityNet network, and that lets you go to our website, look at a little card for each AI that's been curated and approved and put on there. And then you can use a simplified web interface to set up your connection with these AI agents. And I mean, as simply like a web-based AI marketplace with APIs, it's not really that different looking than, say, Rapid API or some other API marketplace. The thing is, here we have this whole decentralized blockchain-based tooling under the hood, which means that the bottom line is, like, if that marketplace were shut down by the cops or vaporized or something, like the decentralized protocol is still there, and that this doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all marketplace either. We've put it now as a showcase and a convenient way to get services out to users, but one could make a different AI marketplace which had overlapping or different AI agents on it, acting on the same underlying decentralized network. So really, well, we've made a nice AI marketplace and SingularityNet website. The underlying SingularityNet decentralized protocol, it's more of a meta marketplace, really, that anyone could use to put different marketplaces on it. Now, so there's it's interesting, the tension and overlap between these two aspects, right? You've got this underlying decentralized network, and then, which is not the easiest thing on the planet to use, and we've tried to make it as easy as possible. Then we have curated and simplified resources available through SingularityNet website, which are dApps running on top of this underlying SingularityNet network, are the easiest way to get started now, but they don't exhaust the long-term potential of the underlying decentralized protocol. So, I mean, one of the things we've done on our curated marketplace is we've integrated with PayPal, which obviously is not that decentralized, but I mean, it lets anyone with a PayPal wallet buy some AI services. And we're currently working on extending the fiat to crypto conversion using some other payment processors, so that within a few months from now, anyone should be able to pay for AI services by wire transfer, PayPal, credit card, and an AI provider should be able to get paid into their bank account if they want to, as well as PayPal wallet and so forth. So, I mean, the crypto payment is key to how the system works. There's an AGI token, currently an ERC20 token, that mediates all the payment. On the other hand, if we're going to grow this as big as we want to rival and ultimately obsolete the Googles and Amazons and Alibabas of the world in the offering of AI services, we can't appeal only to people who are happy doing their payments in crypto. We need to be appealing to folks who prefer to do their payments in fiat. We started the plumbing for that with a PayPal interface, but we're continuing and expanding that further. The publisher portal is the part of our infrastructure that lets you easily put AI services on the network and manage them and update them and monitor their payments and look at who's using them and so forth. I mean, the publisher portal does require some KYC or KYB to get your AI on there, because we have some legal liability for anything that we're listed. But if you are an organization or individual who's comfortable doing that, then you can make use of the listing service on our website, and you can more easily monitor various aspects of your AI via the SingularityNet marketplace. So there's a bunch of more crypto aspects here that I'm gonna not give that much time to, because I want to move on to the AI part. But I mean, there's staking we've introduced fairly recently, which staking lets you stake tokens on particular. It lets you. There's going to be many forms, but I mean the current form of staking lets you just stake tokens generically. Then you get some rewards if they're staked for a while. A more advanced form that we're working on now in the lab and haven't rolled out yet lets you stake your tokens on a particular AI agent, where you get more reward if that AI agent gets rated well, which turns the staking system into a kind of curation market. But even in its current simple form of staking, I mean, what this does is the staked tokens create a liquidity pool on the back end, and that liquidity pool of staked tokens can be used for market making to support the fiat to crypto and crypto to fiat interfaces. So this is all a lot of complexity that wouldn't be there in a centralized system just dealing with fiat currency. But I mean, it's there, it works, it's quite interesting, and it lets us handle, an AI marketplace with payment in any crypto token or in variety of fiat currencies, yet with this underlying decentralized infrastructure. So now I want to talk a bit about what I've spent most of the 30 years of my career on before 2017, when I co-founded SingularityNet and got into the crypto space. I want to spend a few minutes talking about artificial intelligence and the path from where we are now toward artificial general intelligence. And then I'll get in the final 10 minutes or so of the talk, I'll get to the intersection to how functional programming can help us take the next steps with SingularityNet, so that SingularityNet can, foster and benefit from advanced artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence in a maximal way. So I introduced the concept of AGI, artificial general intelligence, in, I guess, 2004 or something. Back then, when I published the first book called Artificial General Intelligence and organized the first global artificial general intelligence research conference in 2006. Back then, it was a very obscure topic. Now you have Google DeepMind, OpenAI, you have these billion-dollar big tech sub-enterprises focusing exactly on building artificial general intelligence. But we haven't gotten there yet, but we're closer than we were 15, 20 years ago, certainly. The AI that is dominating the world economy now is what I would call narrow AI. These are AIs that can each do one highly particular thing well, but they don't have a broad understanding of context. In a profound sense, they don't really understand what they're doing. They can just do some specific narrow things. And we're in the midst of transitioning from that toward artificial general intelligence, AI that can generalize, transfer knowledge, abstractly reason in a way more like how people do, and ultimately in a super intelligent way beyond what people do. Certainly, just like humans are not the fastest creatures or the strongest creatures, we're not the smartest possible creatures. And there's little doubt our AGIs will vastly supersede us at some point. I think the path from narrow AI to AGI is going to pass through what I somewhat oxymoronically refer to as narrow AGI, by which I mean, systems that manifest some of the universal properties of AGI, but focus on particular vertical areas. So, I mean, if you look at what a mind does generally, a generally intelligent mind, it uses perception and memory to predict which of its actions will achieve which goals. Of course, there's more to the story. There's ambient self-organizing activity in any intelligent system, but this is a lot of it. And, this isn't really what GPT-2 or one of Tesla's self-driving car systems does, because these are narrow AI systems that are more like tools or libraries in the service of a fixed, unintelligent product architecture. But if you have systems that follow this basic methodology of general cognition in a way that's focused, say, on elder care robotics or on medical discovery or on driving a car, you have what I would then call a narrow AGI system, which I think is what we're going to see unfolding more and more in the next few years as we transition further toward artificial general intelligence. And my own research toward AGI has been focused on the OpenCog platform, and we now have a number of agents running on SingularityNet platform, where the AI code inside that Docker container on SingularityNet, that AI code is wrapping up an OpenCog runtime. So we have, for example, OpenCog AI agents analyzing genomic and proteomic data and looking at what genomic patterns in a person predispose them to a certain disease or predispose them to a certain drug being effective in curing them if they should get that disease and so forth. So we have some cool OpenCog AI agents running on SingularityNet already, but we're just getting started. And I mean, OpenCog does use neural nets, but it uses neural nets together with a whole bunch of other AI tools, so that the basic idea in OpenCog is you have this knowledge graph, which is a weighted labeled hypergraph knowledge store with this fairly complex combination of type systems on that weighted labeled hypergraph. And you then have a variety of different AI algorithms combining synergetically and coherently to choose actions that will achieve goals using the knowledge in that hypergraph. So you have neural nets for recognizing patterns in perceptual data and guiding low-level actions and allocating attention. You have a probabilistic logic engine for forming logical abstractions and drawing long chains of inferences. You have evolutionary learning algorithm for learning new programs and conceiving new structures and ideas. And these all interoperate together, reading from and updating the same knowledge graph. And this can be represented in a bunch of different OpenCog AI agents living in the underlying SingularityNet infrastructure and interoperating with each other. We've been working on OpenCog for quite some time. I mean, OpenCog as an open source project was founded in 2008, I guess, but the oldest code we wrote was 2001 or 2. We've now we're in the midst of architecting what we think of as OpenCog 2.0. So we're rebuilding a whole bunch of the system with a view toward greater scalability. And we have a spin-off of SingularityNet Foundation, like a separate company, but leveraging a bunch of the SingularityNet team and SingularityNet IP called True AGI. And True AGI, we're working on scaling up OpenCog and transitioning it toward an OpenCog 2.0 with a view toward using massive both server farm and decentralized infrastructure, having an easier to use AI programming language, which we call Adamese, and more scalable and easy integration between OpenCog and standard deep neural net frameworks like a TensorFlow or PyTorch. I mean, there's a lot of depth about the OpenCog 2.0 initiative that I'm not going to be able to go over here. But if anyone's interested in that, keep an eye on SingularityNet blog. Actually, about 2 weeks ago, we're having a whole 2-day event called OpenCog Con that just go on the online event that just goes into the nitty gritty details of how to build AGI using OpenCog 2.0 and what we've done so far with OpenCog 1.0. There's heavy aspects of probabilistic logic and programming here using probability theory, both to guide theorem proving, which has some relevance to smart contracts, the SingularityNet infrastructure that I'll talk about in a minute, and also automated program learning. I mean, there's quite new and obscure AI techniques. There's also some things we've used in a practical context. So with OpenCog running on SingularityNet platform, we've already done some cool things. We worked with Cisco using deep neural nets on street scene cameras and OpenCog logical inference to integrate the patterns extracted from the deep neural net viewing things through the street scene cameras. We've used this, which is embedded in SingularityNet, to help Cisco systems better identify the high-level patterns in street scenes. And we're working also far beyond this. I mean, we're looking at some pretty cutting-edge computational chemistry, algorithmic chemistry approaches to computational creativity and to having the AI discover fundamentally new patterns. And in the practical application domain, we're working on whatever is valuable to our customers. So with Cisco, with street scenes, we're working with some folks doing COVID-19 clinical trials, using our AI to do precision medicine and figure out which combination of antivirals would be most effective for which patient based on their genomics data. For our more abstract AGI R&D with algorithmic chemistry-based learning and so forth, we're working with simple agents collaborating to build stuff in Minecraft-based worlds, and we're working with Hanson Robotics. So we've done a lot of work with the Sophia robot and Philip K. Dick robot and other Hanson robots before, and we're talking now to Hanson Robotics in the early stages of maybe starting a new collaboration of nursing assistant robots that can help out in hospitals. So there's a lot there on the AI side, which is much more than could be covered in part of a talk. And I gave a 4-hour epic monster interview with Lex Friedman, the premier AI podcaster, just a couple weeks ago. So you can look that one up on Lex Friedman's site. But what I want to do now for the last bit of this talk, before I perhaps answer a few questions from participants in the event, I want to talk about some of the future development directions. And we have some near-term development directions, like completing the fiat to crypto gateway and adding more types of smart contracts for different sorts of subscriptions. And we have a development kit for Android, but not for iOS yet. So there's a whole bunch of near-term development pathways, and we're updating the roadmap on the SingularityNet website within the next couple of days. On the other hand, what I want to talk about now is some of the further term stuff, like what do I want SingularityNet as a platform to be able to do 5 years from now, and or even 10 years from now. But let's think about 5 years. And this has a lot to do with AGI. It also has a lot to do with functional programming and many of the concepts underlying Cardano, which is why I decided to talk about this here. So, I mean, one possibility, I won't harp on too long because it's actually a pretty easy concept. I mean, we've built SingularityNet on Ethereum for convenience's sake. Solidity has many shortcomings, but it was pretty tractable to work with. And Ethereum was the biggest and most successful thing out there that had easily scriptable smart contracts. On the other hand, we don't control Ethereum development. I love what's being talked about with Ethereum 2.0, but it doesn't remotely meet our needs at this point, right? So, I mean, we've been looking at other options to cover the case that Ethereum doesn't end up doing what we want fast enough. We've looked at Algorand. I've been talking to the guys at Toda Network about building something custom using Toda just for SingularityNet. But Cardano is a project I've always loved because I started programming in Haskell, I think, in 1993 when it was called Gopher, like before the GHC, before there were monads, right? So I mean, I've always had a soft spot for Haskell and then Agda and other functional languages generally. So Cardano certainly has been on my mind a bunch, thinking about the future of SingularityNet. And I've also thought a bunch about making SingularityNet multi-chain. So, I mean, there'd be nothing too hard about that in the infrastructure to allow different agents potentially to use different tokens and have some conversion in between. So we're certainly, we do almost everything off-chain, and the use of the blockchain is in certain parts of the daemon object. I mean, it's the decentralized aspect of Ethereum is critical to the whole dynamics and architecture, but that specific blockchain in itself sort of doesn't matter. So that's one aspect which can be interesting to talk about more. Now, multi-party computation. Multi-party computation is another interesting thing that we've played around a bunch with. I mean, so far, it's very slow, which limits the practical applicability. We've gotten it to work sort of acceptably on specific cases in computation on genomic data in conjunction with some of our partners. But I think this is gonna. I know Cardano uses special cases of MPC deep inside the protocol, and I think MPC for machine learning is going to become tractable over the next years. And I mean, we can then interoperate MPC computation nodes with the daemon inside SingularityNet, and this should be quite interesting. So I mean, it'd have to get a little deeper into the AI agents that we're doing now, right? Like right now, basically any software program that interacts by a well-defined API, it can use the platform as long as it's integrated into a Docker container when the APIs are entered into the daemon appropriately. And that will continue to be the case. On the other hand, what we could have is a situation where if your AI agent makes certain types of API calls in the course of its operation, right, then these could be channeled through the MPC computation server. So if you're doing certain types of neural net learning, we may have MPC efficiently worked out for that type of neural net learning or decision tree learning or something like that. So if you go a little deeper into what's happening inside the AI, you may be able to let AIs that obey certain AI algorithms that you have efficient multi-party computing for, that depend on, say, matrix operations you have efficient multi-party computing for. You may be able to allow these algorithms to effectively do secure multi-party computation sort of enmeshed and embedded in the SingularityNet platform. And when you get there, the value of a functional programming-based infrastructure becomes stronger. So I mean, if you compare, for example, two existing platforms for multi-party computation and machine learning, ShareMind and ShareMonad, the ShareMonad being Haskell-based, I mean, what you can see is ShareMind, they had to build up like their own version of C, their own compiler, their own VM interpreter, do their own theorem proving, and almost all that came for free in ShareMonad due to the use of Haskell. I mean, they're all still too slow for many of the things we would want to do, but it's pretty clear that if you want to go in the direction of baking multi-party computation for machine learning and reasoning more into the infrastructure as a service that any SingularityNet developer could avail themselves of, I mean, then having a functional programming infrastructure is going to be highly valuable and just make the development of that MPC capability in the platform a lot simpler. Something else cool that goes back to my days doing computer science research. I mean, you'd like to have someone put fairly simple AI code running on one machine or one processor into SingularityNet, and then have some funky code associated with SingularityNet just rewrite that code to make it run efficiently across many, many different processors. And ultimately, you're going to need something like this in order for decentralized AI platforms to really compete with Google and Amazon, because Google and Amazon have really, really funky ways to massively parallelize AI code written using their internal APIs. But again, you can do this using functional programming in principle, right? I mean, there's already projects out there that take recursive functions in Haskell and they sort of unroll them and rewrite them when they can into extremely parallelizable functions in Haskell. And the example I'm flashing on the screen here, it's trivial, but you take recursive implementation of factorial function, and this code will automatically rewrite it into a parallel version that can be then done in parallel on many different processors. So, I mean, this example is very simple. More complex examples also work. Ultimately, what you need is someone can upload their AI into a container, maybe on some managed hosting associated with SingularityNet, and then there's a code optimizer that can dig in and rewrite that code to make it run effectively across many, many different machines, but still accessible in the same way through the APIs accessible through SingularityNet. Now, we're not there yet, but you notice a common feature with the MPC stuff I talked about. Like this also would require the platform to look a little deeper into the AI code than what we're doing right now. And when you get there, where you're offering like special optimizations or security features to AI code that's written in a certain way, leveraging certain library functions, then is where you start to worry, well, what language is the AI code written in? And that's where having a common functional language framework across some of the AI code and the platform code becomes valuable. Something else really, really dear to my heart is we think of as swarm AI. Like right now, we can take an OpenCog system and put it in a SingularityNet agent. We can take a number of them and they can cooperate and get some synergetic intelligence across the platform. But I mean, in the end, there's a lot of intelligence in each of those agents. Like each agent might use a terabyte of RAM and have dozens of processors. An alternate approach will be more artificial life-ish, right? Where each agent may do a very, very small amount, and you have millions or billions of agents, and the intelligence is almost entirely on the cooperative level, rather than like with OpenCogs now, intelligence is largely in the agent, and then you have multiple agents synergizing to get a level of collective intelligence on top of that. But current blockchains are just insanely too slow for this sort of swarm-based intelligence to exist. When we move to a more efficient blockchain, or when Ethereum becomes massively more efficient, that will open up really interesting new frontiers on the artificial life and society of minds level. Now, getting the recursion even a little deeper, one of the areas of AI I'm personally most interested in, as my PhD was originally in math, one of the things I'm personally most intrigued by is automated theorem proving. And my oldest son, Zarathustra, is doing his PhD now on automated theorem proving. And, one of the big applications of automated theorem proving is in, checking the formal correctness of software programs, which is very important in computer security. So this could be an area where you have a very interesting virtuous cycle where, open cog systems doing a combination of crisp theorem proving and probabilistic reasoning can learn new smart contracts and check the correctness of smart contracts on the platform. On the other hand, the platform is then hosting these open cog theorem proving agents and enabling them to have more and more distributed intelligence through being an effective platform. And this is, if you've never seen the novel Accelerando by Charlie Stross, which foresaw smart contracts like well before Bitcoin, let alone Ethereum. I mean, this is basically Accelerando, right? This is an intelligent network of companies that are constantly rewriting their bylaws as well as optimizing their own digital money-making operations, turning into a whole intelligent meta corporate system of automated companies. I mean, it's science fiction, but we could get there with the next versions of OpenCog / True AGI, the next version of SingularityNet platform, and an appropriate functional programming based infrastructure underlying SingularityNet platform. And that's you can also pull in their complex simulations of the network, and we have a simulation model of SingularityNet right now. And again, on a functional programming level, if you have a simulation of a network and then you have the real network, right now we compare the simulation and the real network sort of by hand by our own scripts. If you're doing it all in a functional programming universe, you can have a simulation of the network, the real network. You can categorically, theoretically define a morphism between the real network and the simulated network, and you can go back and forth between reality and simulation in a very, very elegant way using morphisms and functors. So I think a lot of these advanced capabilities that we need to implement the overall decentralized network of decentralized networks that I think can lead to emergent AGI and a benevolent global brain with democratic decentralized control and all this good stuff. Part of the story is using functional programming to help make it smoother to bring advanced AI and decentralized blockchain-based networks together, among other ways, in some of the ways I've outlined here in the last 15 minutes in the talk. So, well, I had to talk pretty fast to get through all that in like 55 minutes, but hopefully it was at least partially comprehensible. I think I've left like 6 minutes or something to answer questions, perhaps. So let me look at some of the submitted questions that have come through. How do you have a unified SingularityNet ledger while on different blockchains? I mean, the SingularityNet doesn't require a unified SingularityNet ledger. I mean, you could have a SingularityNet with multiple blockchains with multiple ledgers. I mean, you can even, with Toda, for example, you could build a ledgerless blockchain. You don't necessarily need a ledger behind the blockchain. In Toda, what happens is each file that you send across has its own history in it, which could enter into various rings that do various sorts of consensus, and you don't need a ledger. So, I mean, we really built SingularityNet to be insulated from these lower level details. So, another question, in a sense, general AIs are just doing a specific task. While many AIs are doing different things, they're not doing different things together. Well, I don't fully understand that question, but it's true that a fully general AI, in the sense of Marcus Hutter's Theory of Universal AI from his 2005 book by that name, a truly general AI that could optimize any computable reward function in any computable environment is something achievable only with infinite computation power. So it's not even physically possible. On the other hand, I think there are pretty clear senses in which a human being is much more general in its AI than a worm, a dog, or any current software program. And we spend a lot more of our resources on generalizing knowledge from one domain to qualitatively different domains. And in the developmental psychology sense of Piaget, I mean, we are we are at the formal stage. I mean, we're capable of abstract quantifier manipulations and Turing complete simulations in our mind, whereas a dog or a worm or a narrow AI program isn't. So I think there is some sense of formal generalization you can characterize mathematically that isn't absolutely general intelligence, but it's different than what narrow AIs are doing. And it's an interesting question whether you could take a whole bunch of narrow AIs and just how they combined together yields general AI in the totality. I mean, there's an argument that's what the human body is, and each neuron and glial cell is doing a bit of adaptation. So they're very narrow AIs, and they come together to yield the brain, which has much more general intelligence. Now, like I said, what we're doing with SingularityNet now, the most intelligence is in the individual agent, like an OpenCog system, and then you're getting an added layer of emergent intelligence, in some cases through their coordination. The swarm AI approach will be each intelligent node is pretty simple and maybe doing some quite simple pattern recognition or reinforcement learning, and you try to get the whole collection of AIs to have some emergent intelligence. You can't do that on chain now. It's just too slow and too expensive. I think I want to build a blockchain-based decentralized AI framework that can be used in that way, and then let the OpenCogs communicate with the swarm AIs and see what emerges. I mean, I think OpenCog has potential to yield human-level AGI. I also think there's going to be many, many different routes to create many different kinds of human-level AGI, just as there are many different ways to build flying machines, all consistent with the laws of aerodynamics. Someone has asked if SingularityNet offers AI for agricultural use. I mean, at the moment, there are no AI services running on SingularityNet focused on agriculture, but I mean, there's maybe 50 AI agents on the network now. It's not scaled up to the level that we hope it will be, say, a year from now. We're still in relatively early stages. I have previously done work using computer vision and machine learning to, for example, identify crop disease from images of either whole fields or of individual plant leaves. So I know from experience there's great applications of AI in this domain, and I would love to see some developers jump on and leverage SingularityNet in that way. Someone asked, any thoughts about Bayesian nets, or do you only use neural nets? Well, actually, we don't. I mean, SingularityNet, you could put any AI you want, and I hope all people around the world will put cool different AIs in there, and we can see how they can compete and cooperate. In our own work, we use deep neural nets quite extensively for voice processing, vision processing, video, audio, and so forth. For abstraction and reasoning in our own AI projects, in OpenCog and TrueAGI, we tend to rely more on probabilistic logical inference or probabilistic programming, so more symbolic methods for abstract reasoning, and then we connect them with neural nets for sensory data processing, which you would refer to as neural symbolic AI. And that's what we're doing in our own AI research, which is embodied in some of the AI agents on SingularityNet. But SingularityNet as a platform is and should always remain, I mean, completely agnostic to what AI algorithm you're putting in there. I mean, we want that to be diverse as well as decentralized, and let it be like a sort of digital evolution where the best AIs prevail because they can make more money and accumulate more resources by providing better services. And part of being the best may be cooperating with other AIs in an optimal way. I'm pretty much out of time, but let me answer one more brief question. What role do humans play in the world of AGI? Well, right now we play the role of creating the AGI and building the blockchain-based infrastructure for the AGI, which is a hell of a lot of fun. But I mean, the goal obviously is to create AGIs that not only can go off and do their own amazing AGI things, but that also can help create, a universe of ongoing health and abundance for human beings. I mean, that's what we're after, is beneficial AGI to make human life astoundingly better than it is now, as well as to create amazing new digital life forms. And I think it's quite possible, if we make the first AGIs on the planet beneficial and loving and compassionate and helpful rather than malevolent killers or advertising agents or spies or whatever, I mean, that requires us to use AGIs for good things like teaching and counseling and medical and research. It also requires that the AI be deployed in a decentralized and democratic way so that nefarious centralized forces can't take it over. I think there's more interesting questions, but it's now 4:31. I'm over time. I should probably stop now. So thanks everyone for all your cool questions, and thanks everyone for listening. Thanks to Charles Hoskinson and Cardano for inviting me to speak here. I love Cardano project, so it's been quite an honor.